dynasty. We are going to cover every single pick without a single commercial along the way for total chaos for the NFL draft. Field Gates, Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, Andrew Hawkins, Harry Lyles. There will not be a pop quiz at the end, I promise. I'm Jason Fitz, and we're going to get you covered for everything. Before we start on the draft, we need to quickly update you on the big news in the NFL. Happened just a couple of hours ago. Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. We wondered, would Lamar possibly be on the trade block tonight? No. Lamar has signed a new deal with the Baltimore Ravens, ending any speculation that he's going somewhere else, but also raising an interesting point. As Dan Orlovsky pointed out on Twitter, look at the list of quarterbacks in the AFC. It is a gauntlet. And one of these great quarterbacks on this sheet is not going to make the playoffs. It speaks to why quarterback is such an interesting part of this year's draft. But gentlemen, I think we can all agree, this might be the most unpredictable draft we've ever seen. So we'll start with the basics. Spencer, what's the most interesting storyline in this year's draft to you?
Oh, who's going to go get Will Levis? Because I don't think there is a more divisive prospect after you start talking about Anthony Richardson. Because I think people talk themselves into Anthony Richardson. He's big, he's shiny, he's huge. He does these like amazing superhuman things. And then you come back to Will Levis, and that's the point where I think people are probably most split on what exactly do we see there. So that's what I'm looking at.
HD, what are you looking for?
The corners. The corners in this draft, from Gonzalez to Witherspoon.
Welcome to Online Sports Talk. I am Juice, and tonight we are going to be watching the NFL Draft together. You guys will hear a little bit in the background, but mostly you're just going to see me, my reactions, and things like that. There's a lot of awesome things that I am excited about with the channel, by the way. This is your first time here. Hit subscribe, and then you can participate in the chat. Some of the things I want to do tonight, if we end up having a lot of trades, I have bought a couple boxes of cards over here. They just came in the mail today. We will open a pack at the end of the stream for every single trade. So last year, I think there were quite a few. I think this year Vegas has the line at 4.5 trades. I could be wrong on that, but yeah, that is one thing that we will be following closely. And at the end of the stream, we will be opening those packs. So yeah, I today was going over my big board, and with all the news happening in the NFL in the last few days, we've got the Aaron Rodgers trade. Tonight, Lamar Jackson re-signed with the Ravens. He is now the highest paid quarterback at $51 million a year. So that has to give Ravens fans, a sense of security at this point. So that's pretty exciting. I do kind of like the Ravens. I'm glad that Lamar Jackson was able to stay there. But obviously, I am a diehard Lions fan. Lamar Jackson, in my opinion, is one of the best players in the NFL. He's a former MVP. I know he's had a couple injury issues the last couple years, but he took that team from being a borderline bottom of the barrel team to when he started, he won 6 in a row. They made the playoffs that year. That was his start. So I feel like without Lamar Jackson, the Ravens are not a good team. They have provided weapons for him this offseason. They've got OBJ. I have a feeling they are probably going to take a wide receiver tonight, late in the first round. So there is that. As for my Lions, I really hope that the Lions can move up tonight in this draft and get Will Anderson. To me, Will Anderson is the guy to get. There's not anybody else that I want more than Will Anderson. If, for whatever reason, Will Anderson is not there, then I would love Tyree Wilson. I don't want the corners, to be honest. I don't really want Devin Witherspoon or Gonzalez at 6. But if you can trade down, maybe pick up a couple more picks in the second or third round, then maybe, depending on where you're picking, you could get Witherspoon or Gonzalez. So I did a video all about my draft board. If you want to go check that out, you can. Talking about the guys as the Lions I would want in order. And then at the end of it, I get into some honorable mentions that I don't care what order, but these are the guys I am looking at. This year, for me, there's a lot of guys I like. Normally, there's not this many guys I like. Last year, I did my mock draft. I think I rewatched it because I was just curious how well I did. I feel like I did fairly well on who I thought was going to be good, who I didn't, who I thought was going to be taken. But yeah, so again, and there's some guys on here that today I've started second guessing since I did that video because I've seen people talking about specific players. You know, I was watching Woodward Sports. Braylon Edwards kind of was dogging on Iowa defensive linemen. You know, like Van Ness. I really like Van Ness, but Braylon Edwards and the Woodward Sports crew made me second guess that. Ultimately, I trust Brad Holmes and whatever he's going to do. Now, again, Will Anderson's my number 1. Tyree Wilson's number 2. Jalen Carter, I like so much. I really do. I worry that he's another Sean Rogers, maybe a Nick Fairley, who I think wasn't as good as Sean Rogers when we had him. And I don't want that. I don't want a guy who's not going to give it his all. I don't want a guy who's going to show up out of shape. And again, maybe it's just the incidents that have happened, you know, with the car accident and losing his friends. Maybe it's just that, and he's going to be fine. But I'm concerned. I love Bijan Robinson. If the Lions got him, I expect maybe DeAndre Swift to be traded for a second or third round pick. It'd be crazy if they got a second round pick for Swift. He's going into a contract year. That's a lot to give up for a guy. But maybe a team that misses out on him, like the Eagles or somebody else, would be interested in a Swift, assuming Robinson's off the board. So yeah, I'm going to flip on the audio here, and I'm going to start listening a little bit to what's being said in the background. So I'm very curious what they're going to say. So I am not watching the draft on the NFL Network. I'm not watching it on ESPN. I am watching on ESPN's YouTube channel. So you can go check that out if you want. I will post the link in the chat just in case you want to follow along with me there. But there you go. All right. We're talking about Will Anderson. Yeah, I just think Will Anderson's good. Someone today commented on one of my videos and said, Will Anderson's not even close to as good as Carter. But I disagree. Will Anderson had so many pressures on quarterbacks a couple years ago. This year he lined up more inside on the defensive line than he did the previous year. And while he obviously plays for Alabama, he has tons of talent around him. Jalen Carter had a ton of first-round NFL draft picks next to him on that line. You know, Davis from last year, who was taken by the Eagles, was like pick 13 or 14 or whatever. He was picked there. You had an edge rusher last year in the first round. There's an edge rusher this year in Nolan Smith, possibly an outside linebacker, who's going to be taken in the first round. Carter's had a ton of talent around him that is elite. And while Will Anderson has had a lot of draft picks on those lines, not as many first-round picks. So I actually think Will Anderson's going to be awesome. All right. And I think that's a no-brainer. I think the Panthers are going to take Bryce Young right away. There's no doubt about it. It's that second pick when the Texans are on the clock. Do they trade? Do they take a defensive player? Do they take a quarterback? I don't know. If you're just tuning in, hit subscribe so you can participate in the chat with us. We're going to have a good time all night. We are going to be opening packs of cards later, depending on the amount of trades that we have. I'm not counting the Panthers-Bears trade that was already made, though. Panthers are on the clock. 10 minutes to pick.
A couple of things to keep you guys updated on. Number one, we got polls going on YouTube. So if you're watching us hanging out in the YouTube chat, we've got all sorts of chat out here. Right now, we put up a poll. Who should the Panthers select with the first overall pick? I'm telling you that because the Panthers are now officially on the clock. Also, next to me,
I gotta share my stream around, get some people up in here.
What is that?
Oh no, a gong.
The trade gong. And I decided to go ahead and ring it because we need to remember that Carolina is on the clock by way of a trade with the Chicago Bears. Really, I just wanted to hit the gong.
He really wanted that gong because we have not seen top 10 picks get traded in recent years. You got to make sure that you use that now. We don't know when you'll be able to use it again.
And you never know where this is going to go. But we do know, by the way, at this point, everybody agrees with this.
How's my volume? Can you guys hear me okay?
Draft 52% to 48. It's actually very close, so we'll see where that goes. Keep voting in the poll. Keep hanging out with us. The question is, you're Carolina. You moved up. Everybody expects it's going to be Bryce Young. Real easy question. Hawk, should it be?
I think it should be. I mean, when you look at the quarterbacks in this class, Bryce Young is clearly far ahead in the way he makes his decisions, the way he places the ball. It's almost like he's handing the ball off to the receivers down the field. Now, the questions become size. Obviously, that's a sore spot for your boy, Vince. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that people discriminate on my guy because of his size, but the thing I love about him is that he has been the man for Big Young. He has been the guy everywhere he's gone. He has been the top rank. You know how hard it is for a guy who is 5'9" on a good day to be the top quarterback? Like, that means something.
Oh, are they talking about Bryce Young? They're showing C.J. Stroud, so
By the way, the number of times HT
I think Bryce Young's great.
400 of these blows fits
If he could fall to the Lions, heck, any of the quarterbacks, if they fell to the Lions, I don't want Richardson or Levis though. I would take Levis later if he's there at like 18. I'd consider it.
And heart is one of those things, the instincts of the game. And when you're a playmaker and you do it dynamically your entire life, don't talk to me about size. He's a gamer. The film doesn't lie. The eye in the sky never lies. And that's what you have when you have Bryce Young.
You say some things can't measure. That's because you're still trying to tell me you're 6'1". Let me be a little contrarian to the size argument.
Little
for a
man.
second. I know that's fair. Phil, all I keep thinking about is let's be real. When he's playing quarterback at Alabama, he's getting hit by the very Georgia defenders that you were talking about that are all in the NFL, and he lived to tell the tale. Like, it's not like he broke it down when future NFL players were hitting him. So it should size be that big a concern?
So first of all, I'm going to
No,
we talked about this
doesn't matter. I mean, it does, but it's not that big of a deal.
nuance, right? Like, two things can simultaneously have value in the course of a conversation. Bryce Young, we all think, is the best quarterback in this year's draft class, but if you just stacked Bryce Young in a line next to Will Levis and Anthony Richardson in particular, you would be like, that is stark. That is quite a contrast.
Panthers still haven't picked yet, huh?
Which of those three quarterbacks is going to have the hardest time absorbing hits from Aaron Donald and one of the Bosa brothers? The answer is clearly Bryce Young. So while I would, if I were Scott Fitterer, the Panthers GM, unquestionably take Bryce Young number one overall, I also do think it's fair to note that, like, his body armor is more of a risk than Anthony Richardson, who, if you told me if I'd never seen Anthony Richardson before, and you told me he was a defensive end, I'd be like, yeah, buy it. Because he's that
Yeah, Anthony Richardson's a freak athlete.
part of the evaluation. If it wasn't, then this pick would have been made 2 months ago by the Carolina Panthers, and we'd already have the Texans on the clock.
I will admit, too, because we're friends, Phil, like, I kind of owe you an apology. The number of phone interviews I've done with radio stations like last month, and I've been like, I don't want my quarterback to be Field Yates size. No, it's no.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean,
He's done it a lot, Phil. Trust me.
I've said that.
When I met Bryce Young at the Super Bowl this year, I'm like, I mean, we have absolutely nothing in common, obviously, other than the fact that, like, we both probably, like, soaking wet when like 180 pounds. Now he ended up at 204 somehow at the combine, and certainly bulked up. And you can do that, by the way. You can change your
He'll be fine.
a little bit, but
Bryce Young's gonna be fine.
him and Will Levis were the same event that I was at, and I felt like, I mean, it was striking to see two different quarterbacks in two very different stats.
So I want to show you guys the cards. I got the Panini 2022 Contenders, and I got Don Russ. So those are the two boxes. Each one has packs in it. This has 5 packs. This has 6 packs, I think. So we'll be opening those on air at the end of the stream. If we make it to the end. We'll see how long we last. We will see.
I want the style of Joe Namath. You got to have a fur. Aaron Rodgers, a lot of things you can say about Aaron Rodgers. beaming smile. You want that positivity coming out of the huddle. And forget everything he said when he wasn't in the huddle. And lastly,
The heck is this abomination?
I need you to be annoying to the defense, right?
They showed a picture where they took like all sorts of Photoshop clippings of people and made them one quarterback. So you had like Dan Marino's face. It looked like someone just got beat up. It was bad. Bad Photoshop.
Built Mahomes with a bunch of different people. That would have been quite funny if you would have just put up Patrick Mahomes.
That's all you had to do.
But then we wouldn't have had
That's all you had to do.
all this work. They worked really hard to build that. Lyles, what's creepier, the thought of having a tiny quarterback or that smile that was just put on?
The smile, honestly, that was a little chilling. I think it's the smile for sure.
So where are you on the number 1 pick overall?
I don't know.
It's Bryce Young.
To me, there's reasons to like each one of these quarterbacks. I love Bryce Young because he's got the most pro-ready tape. He's got the biggest bag. He's got the most
Bryce Young
ready to go.
shows flashes of Mahomes.
It's the size.
Some of those throws he makes are crazy.
Now, you can help a lot of that with guys around him, obviously. The line, protect this guy. I can't help in HD. I will never.
Last year, I really wanted the Lions to get Bryce Young this year. And after Goff showed out all year, there's no way. Like, I'm happy with what we got. Bryce Young, though, could be elite. He could be the guy up that's talked about in the Burrow-Mahomes conversation in a couple years.
I can't help but have that game in the back of my mind. So CJ Stroud from Georgia, that game, I like that. I also like everything that Anthony Richardson is. So that's tough. Will Levis, 2021 Will Levis, great. This past season, tough. Not a lot of help around him. They had a coordinator change. That matters. A lot of people don't talk about that. But with the number 1 pick, if I was Carolina, I think I would probably go CJ Stroud.
By the way, in the YouTube chat, Bryce Young got 66% of the vote for the who they should select. CJ Stroud second with 20% of the vote. The pick is in.
Thank God.
Yeah. Luke,
Come on.
We can all joke about it every year, but it's kind of
Let's do it.
close the team with the first pick is to make sure we take at least 9
Let's see if I can spoil it for myself on Twitter.
that is going to draw hundreds of millions of viewers across the globe. So it is worth building up a bit more suspense.
This is what I'd be doing if I wasn't on stream, guys. I'd be sitting here doing the same thing.
said they want Mina Kimes or they riot. We don't want anybody to riot. We would appreciate it if you didn't riot. But
We're actually saving Mina for the
The world champs pull up to the draft.
provide the most value on
Mahomes with the trophy, the Super Bowl trophy. That's awesome.
I thought she was just waiting to be the 7th overall pick directly to the Raiders. So you never know where the surprise is going to come. Mina's going to be the starting quarterback.
Can I turn off subtitles?
Roger Goodell is going to the podium now. The pick is in for the first selection of the 2023 NFL Draft. You heard the chimes. You will hear every single pick. We will get you every single
There's a ton of people in the draft room for the Panthers.
next couple of days as well. The pick is in.
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young. Congratulations to Bryce Young.
All right.
And congratulations. You know, it's funny. This has been a debate over the course of the last several months because it takes several months leading up. But other than the size, does anyone have a single concern about Bryce Young being elite? Whether you, I'm going to use
No, he's there.
that he brings to the game. He's able to operate from the pocket. He can get out on the edge. I love the fact that when he improvises, right? He's improvising to still look.
Yeah, he's so good. They're showing some of his wild throws. Oh, that's a great throw. 50-yard bomb.
See the game against Texas when they brought that corner cat blitz, the corner cat
Yep.
blitz, and the instincts to get out of it and make a play. Also, if you
He manipulates defenses with his eyes. Like, he's good, man.
I want Bryce Young. What I seen him do against the Auburn Tigers 2 years ago, what I seen him do against Georgia's #1 defense in the SEC championship game 2 years ago, what I seen him do this season without the high-class wide receivers or the tight ends was phenomenal in my eyes. He showed me that he's a guy that's ready for this #1 overall draft pick, but also
Yup.
he's going to a place in Carolina where the infrastructure is on point. From the head coach to the quarterback coach to the assistant head
I think Hendon Hooker could be the second best quarterback in this draft.
I think of all the quarterbacks who
I still think C.J. Stroud should go before him, though.
Bryce Young actually does have that. So I think he's going to be that much better in this rookie season.
I mean, you talked about Bryce Young, everything he brings, and I understand he is undersized for a quarterback. He's undersized, honestly, for most positions on an NFL field. But, like, when I was coming out, and I understand that I'm a 5'7" wide receiver, I needed to make sure sure all of my strengths were the long part, and my weakness just said size, right? That is what Bryce Young is, right? Like, what is the point of him going to Alabama, playing against the top competition, doing everything right like you talked about when he scrambles, hands on the ball, eyes down the field when he has pressure. The dude doesn't blink, delivers ball placement better than we've seen in a very long time. If we're still going to psych ourselves out and say, oh, but what about this?
But is there any thought to the fact that, we think about Frank Reich and the types of quarterbacks that he's worked with in the past? Like, this is not the type of quarterback. Like, that's part of why some of the mocks when they first came out didn't seem that have Bryce Young, right? Like, it feels like this is a little different for him, isn't it?
Well, the one thing that I keep coming back to when people say, isn't this unlike most quarterbacks that Frank Reich has worked with in the past, is like the overwhelming majority of quarterbacks in the NFL, like 90% of them are probably like 6'2 or 6'3 and 220 pounds, right? Like, for them,
Unlike quarterbacks that Frank Reich has worked with. What, good? Oh, sorry. That's just my little joke.
a shade under 6 feet. Like, you saw Russ. I mean, the guy's
I'm worried, man. Texans they have less than 5 minutes left.
Tyler, two guys who
And the pick is in. Please take CJ Stroud. Or Jalen Carter. I would love it if they took Jalen Carter.
The most controversial pick of this entire draft so far.
Jalen Carter.
But we've spent
where it
weeks
starts.
speculating about what the Texans are going to do. The pick is in. Lyles, any thought?
Quarterback or Carter. It's not. It can't be. They think it's a quarterback. It's not going to be.
That secret?
Yeah, I would go Will Anderson here. D'Amico Ryan's defensive coach, Alabama.
No.
You've got a grin on your face.
Because, Harry Lyles likes mess, but he's not alone in that. I like mess too. And I kind of think this pick's going to be a mess.
The one thing I
Come on. No.
think about defense, and you think about
Take a quarterback. Take a quarterback.
came from San Francisco.
Or Carter.
Francisco resisted
Oh, I would be so excited if they took Carter right now.
to the point that when they finally did, they traded up, they moved up, they got somebody. The rest of their roster was so solid, they were able to have a bust, at least for now, in the first round of the draft. And
Who
they're
they
fine,
taking?
right? Like, so if D'Amico comes from that school, like maybe there's some logic that best player on the board, like you're sitting at number 2. Best
So
player on the board.
let's just take a big step back and divorce ourselves from the idea that it's the Houston Texans and just acknowledge, all right, it's a roster without a long-term answer at quarterback
Last year I said they were going to take Stingley.
in the show, right?
And they did. And I said last year it was going to be a mistake. Now it wasn't a mistake. They just didn't get the best corner.
Strong draft with defensive players that are good, but we're not talking about a guarantee that you have a Von Miller. Like, just from an asset management play, doesn't it make the most sense to take a quarterback? Like, you just almost have to. Like, you're almost bound to take a quarterback with that pick.
Last year to me, Sauce was hands down the best corner.
Quarterback vis-a-vis an edge rusher or even a defensive tackle. So we'll see. I think though that, like, if it's not a quarterback, I think it's an asset.
If they get an edge, though, if they were to go for Will Anderson, maybe Stingley does become
Defensive player that you want.
something.
Number 12, Hendon Hooker's probably still going to be on that board. You can take a quarterback there.
And also, like, you could take the number 2 pick with Zach Wilson. Like, and we all saw how that worked. Like, this comes back to my opening thesis, if you will. Like, I don't know, Hawk. Like,
CJ Stroud.
if you're not in love with one,
CJ Stroud.
a high level, constant in
Or hell, take Anthony Richardson. Just screw the whole draft up. Take Anthony Richardson. Get your own Michael Vick.
These are the best you go get. You need a quarterback. You're starting your 3rd season in a row with a new head coach. How you stop that trend is go get a quarterback that plays well. That's what you are missing. So I'm all for going to get a quarterback at number 2, CJ Stroud specifically.
I only have 3 quarterbacks on my board as a Lions fan. It's not Anthony Richardson and it's not Will Levis.
Picking someone steady like CJ Stroud. Because Stroud, to me, great processor, probably not going to embarrass you, right? He's going to learn. To me, played in a system where
You could build the team around CJ Stroud.
level things, and when pressure got better. How many quarterbacks in this draft can you say that when they got pressured, they got better?
Oh, here we go.
by the way, 72% of the people
All right, Texans.
Panthers made the right pick at number 1 in the YouTube chat. Keep voting in there. We'll keep updating on the polls. The pick is in with the 2nd overall pick in the NFL draft.
Yes! CJ Stroud to the Texans. Yes! Yes! Love it.
On the sidelines of that Georgia-Ohio State game, and you said it.
Love it. All right, Cardinals.
You said, man, this kid just made himself a lot of money because what everybody
All right, Cardinals. Are you trading? Are you trading down?
he addressed the hell out of.
Well, I think when you look at a guy like CJ Stroud, and we was at the first game of the year,
Hell yeah. And you know people are going to be trying to pull those packs of cards looking for Strouds and Youngs next year. Heck, in the next couple months, those are going to be the hottest cards. Hottest NFL cards. They're going to be selling for ridiculous amounts of money. This is awesome. Awesome.
So they're telling me we've got a site here at CJ Stroud's watch party. This is how it went down when he was selected. We want you to see it.
That's awesome. I love seeing guys, realize their dreams making it to the NFL. All their friends and family and fans. Love it. My nose itches. That's cool.
Question because it's already come up in the chat about Alabama number 1 and now about Ohio State number 2. I've already seen this in the YouTube chat several times. The answer is, well, nobody from Ohio State that plays quarterback ever comes in and is successful, right? Like, we hear that. Quarterback's ever been successful. They always talk about that. How much should we care about what former players have done in the same system?
Tell them to shut up.
I don't buy. I usually. You got to look at the coaching staff and the scheme and things like that to determine if a guy might be successful or not. But CJ Stroud is an NFL caliber quarterback.
On a team that couldn't defend a stiff breeze, and he's the best alive. Don't tell me that pedigree matters here. Just evaluate the talent.
Lyles is just looking at me like I'm an athlete.
Yeah, I agree.
But if I was sitting there and I hear that, I just be like, bro, what that got to do with me?
Yeah, no.
What's up? You know what I mean? Like it's almost even like when we're just talking about games, period, right? It's like, oh, well, historically, like they haven't done this, and it's like, bro, we're taking data back to like 1960. What's up?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that just does not matter. CJ Stroud is the first CJ Stroud, and that's all that matters. All
Yep.
that he's got in common with anybody else that's ever played quarterback at Ohio State is the fact that they played quarterback at Ohio State. He could become Kirk Herbstreit if he wants to, right? But it's probably not likely he's going to be CJ Stroud. So I don't buy that.
You know who we would have said this about a couple of years ago? Alabama, right? The program that has now delivered multiple first-round picks, first-round draft picks at quarterback.
By the way, it's Chronic. I love your YouTube name. Came in and said, I love Stroud, though. Thank God no more Davis Mills. I don't want to on Davis Mills, but Field, you mentioned it earlier.
Davis Mills might start the year.
What's up with that man?
I just appreciated his username. Field, what do you think of the fit here? Like, you're doing a full
Right.
organizational rebuild. So what's all that mean for a quarterback coming into it?
Thank God. Thank God. Seriously, like again, I don't want to I really like Will Anderson and Jalen Carter as we discussed at the beginning of the show. But again, you have the opportunity to draft a quarterback. I'm not saying I'm banking on the Texans making a dramatic leap next year, but if they're picking 9th next year in a quarterback draft class that is not currently viewed as deep as this one is, you may have you're going to be stuck with Case Keenum purgatory for the next X number of years.
Is it possible?
My big feeling is that you did the right thing from an asset management standpoint. And as far as what it looks like, it's a first-time offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, who comes from the Kyle Shanahan coaching staff in San Francisco.
People are joking in the chat that the Cardinals are going to take Stetson Bennett.
Right now, Hawk and Harry have played in this offense before, but CJ Stroud, I know we've talked about a lot of the traits during the pre-draft process, but his throwing work.
Is it possible that we get a trade here? There's only 2.5 minutes left.
He's the most pure passer in this class.
Here's the thing about the Houston Texans that I do love. Within this draft, the first 73 picks, they have 5. Right? So they really have an opportunity within this draft to really get some meaningful players within those top 5 picks within the first 73. So that's what I do love about this situation. When it comes to the Houston Texans, they have been the laughingstock the last few years of the National Football League.
What do we got, guys? What do we got?
New head coach DeMeco Ryans to try to right those wrongs that they have done, and a lot of people question a lot of things that they do as an organization. But right now, when you have those picks, you're looking to get guys that can contribute right now within those top 5.
And this is the quarterback.
Twitter's not as good as it used to be. You used to be able to hop on here and
You don't do better than that.
it wasn't
Truly, especially
filtered.
and everything else like that.
I feel
He
like
throws the best
you could
ball,
go in and
playing with instinct, and you surround him
it
with
would
really
tell
good
you the
players.
most up to date, who's going where. Now it feels like they filter certain things out.
Ton of it during his college career, and who knows what the Texans.
It's very. I feel like Twitter has become very biased.
Keep in mind, in college, so many of these guys, and I understand this by the way, are protecting themselves for the pros, right? So if you're CJ Stroud, you wouldn't
1 minute left. Who are the Cardinals going to take?
go to Ohio State when you can.
Time's running out.
They almost beat the national champ by just putting it on a dime to Marvin Harrison Jr. every other play.
All right, wait.
Oh, no.
A trade.
After weeks of speculation, we know we have a trade. We will get to the details. Houston is on the clock. Houston is on the clock. The Arizona Cardinals have traded the third pick to Houston. I will say, by the way, one thing.
The Texans traded up?
6-year deal for D'Amico Ryans. I know the Texans have their history of getting rid of coaches quickly, but
Oh, wow.
at least having some of that contract there could hopefully create that. The Cardinals and Texans. Now, Field's going to be our trade general. So when we get the details on the trade, Field, chime in. But in the meantime, just because I want to do it one more time.
Wow.
Working out that orange theory. You gotta hit that thing.
No way.
So you just mentioned they had the 12th pick. They now have back.
Now they're going to take Will Anderson.
Because why? If they're picking at 3, they're just trying to get ahead of 4, which means they're trying to get ahead of the Colts. But why? Because we all thought the Colts were going to take a quarterback, and you just took one.
Good smoke screen, huh?
Willie Anderson, I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be Will Anderson.
About D'Amico Ryans. Now he can go get his Bosa
Wow. That's crazy that the Texans are going to walk out of this draft with the edge they wanted and probably the quarterback they wanted.
safe defensive player that comes from Alabama that everyone is claiming.
Crazy.
We have the capital, so we both have.
We have a really important post here, by the way.
Wow.
50% of the desk has the same barber looking good. I don't know which 50% it is, but thank you so much. We appreciate it.
It's right here at Thank University, baby.
Am I in? I don't know.
This is nuts.
I love the trade, by the way. You love it. Like some audacity by the Texans.
All right. This is the first trade. So this is the one we're going to do. Actually, you know what? Let's do this pack on the first trade.
Obviously, the details.
This would be the one on the first trade.
3rd and 4th round pick, number 105. They get Houston 12-33, and then they get the 2024 number 1 and a 2024 3rd round pick.
That's a lot.
Paid a ton to move back up, but
Texans gave up a lot to move here.
So Arizona gets
go ahead, Field. If you've got, they're bringing the pick in. If you've got a
But it's Will Anderson.
we're just sort of
I'll be shocked if it's not.
out here. So the Texans are on the clock. Back-to-back picks. If you just tuned in, the Texans have traded with the Cardinals, who've been trying to trade this pick.
It's Will. It's got to be.
They are now on the clock with back-to-back picks. They made the 2nd overall pick, C.J. Stroud. Now they are taking the 3rd overall pick. A chance for them to truly.
Texans out here playing Madden football.
Linebacker out of Alabama. In
Yeah.
the eyes of
Damn it.
many, the best player in this draft. In the eyes of many, the best defensive player in this draft, and somebody that absolutely put on tape how dominant
Well,
he could be.
there goes that pipe dream.
Oh, this is superb.
It's all good, Lions fans. It's all good.
I can't believe there's about 2 franchises. One,
Brad Holmes isn't going to mess this up.
from being like, no, we need to go get some groceries. We're in rehab. We need to rebuild.
They gave up a lot to do that. 2 first-round picks and a 3rd and 4th.
On the other side, arguably, we
4
talked about Jalen
picks.
Carter, but I think there's the case to be made for Will Anderson as well to be the most disruptive presence
For
and
one?
most disruptive position on the defense.
Damn.
This is 1A, 1B. It's superb. I mean, like, the Texans just did 2 cool things in a row. Pop the champagne.
Yeah, that's tough for them to do too because they don't do a whole lot right. And,
Yeah.
and you just got the quarterback that you need. There's 2 things right that you need in the NFL.
Yeah.
In today's game, you need a quarterback. And you need somebody.
Edge and corner. Or quarter.
Guy is gonna go get the quarterback.
Your edge rusher and your quarterbacks are your most valuable positions.
Team secondary and what they did last year in the draft. Getting Derek Stingley Jr., also Jalen Petrie. You bring over Jimmy Ward, who was with D'Amico Ryans from San Francisco. Now you try to shore up that front line.
Wow.
So now those guys we know go hand in hand. The pass rush goes with the guys that defend the pass catchers. Right? So now you can
Texans, man. Owning the draft on night 1.
You had it already. So the Texans.
We're only a few picks in, and they're just... I'm impressed. I'm so impressed with what the Texans just did.
2024 first round pick and a 2024 third round pick. Talk about a massive freight. I mean, that is a ton of draft capital. Haven't figured out yet whether that's Cleveland's 2024 first round pick or Houston's 2024 first round pick. If it's Cleveland, you would project it to be a little bit weaker, as in like more give up-able, if that is a term. But this is a massive price for Houston to pay. But
Yeah.
yes, this is an organization that has not only been in the bottom for the past few seasons.
No, it's...
They've become the most
I think for Houston, it's a good move. I do.
alongside the Arizona Cardinals. And all of a sudden, this
It's a
team
good move.
has a
It's aggressive.
identity to it. It's got some cachet all of a sudden, and it's not just the coach. It's You have arguably the best defensive player in the draft. This right here is what it's all about.
We have a graphic up here for you. Traded up for a top 4 pick. Mitchell Trubisky in 17.
Has not worked out well for other teams like this.
13, top 4 pick, sorry. And Trent Richardson in 2012.
Okay.
None of that is good.
So this is a disaster.
Like, none of that is good. So, but again, to the point that you guys made earlier, that has nothing to do with Will Anderson. Like, my only question is if we all
No.
believe, as everybody seemed to, that the Colts were going to be taking a quarterback, did you need to pay that much? And we don't know. We're not in the room, right? But did you need to pay that much to move ahead of the Colts? Like, was there
You had to move up because somebody else either was or the Cardinals were going to take Will Anderson.
Yeah, I mean, you just wanted to be sure, right? 'Cause we all know that there is questions around C.J. Stroud, right? And we understand where those come from. So you go get him, but what you get in Willie Anderson is you really raise your chances of having a good draft. Because like Phil talked about, there aren't many negatives, if any, around Will Anderson. Even if you talk about
All right, so did the Colts here at number 4 take Will Levis? Is that what they do?
From a year ago, like one is like a specimen, the other one we know is a bona fide star. And you see the Detroit Lions won last year because they ended up getting Hutchinson. They're the early winners of that scenario.
Well, I think it's also a crime that in 2021 that he wasn't invited to the Heisman Trophy ceremony when you lead the country in sacks and tackles for loss, and you was on a bona fide football team. So I just had to throw that one out.
I agree.
Well, the Colts are now on the clock, and the pick is already in. The Colts wasted no time. You've been a big believer, Harry, that Shane Steichen, the new head coach of the Colts, likes the type of quarterback we've all seen with Jalen Hurts. That means you think this
They're not going to take Anthony Richardson, are they?
Only two, Will Levis and Anthony Richardson, a dual threat quarterback. Because when you look at what Jalen Hurts was,
It's going to be Will Levis. I could see Will Levis in a Colts uniform. I can imagine it, and I can imagine him being there like a star there. I really can.
game last year, and the offense stalled. You want to know what Shane Steichen, what he did? He put everything on Jalen Hurts' back, and he led them to a victory in a game in which the offense struggled.
Here I am saying so many optimistic things about everybody all of a sudden, though.
That's what you are looking for.
And they're not all going to work out. Some of these guys are going to just fizzle out in the next couple of years.
Specifically, even around the Manning brothers, saying that they've endorsed him in the Colts organization.
Have we ever had a team make 2 of the first 3 picks in the NFL draft?
They've already won the draft, and we're 3 picks in.
Yeah.
Right?
They did already win the draft. That's how I feel.
Wanting to make a statement and taking 2 players you absolutely want to indicate that you care, you're not phoning it in, and that this franchise is here to exist successfully.
They are the 3rd team in the common draft era to make 2 picks in the top 3 overall.
Thank you.
The
There's my answer.
1992 Colts and the 2000 Washington football team. So, Washington Commanders at this point. So, it is a rarity. We will say it is a rarity to have 2 picks.
Well, that's right. That was LeVar Arrington and Courtney. Was that Courtney Brown?
Brown.
Is that, man, that was a crazy
Well,
draft.
can I say this about the Colts, though? Because when you look at their head coach in Shane Steichen and their offensive coordinator, Jim Bob Cooter, who was with Trevor Lawrence last year, you talk about 2 guys who worked with Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts, and Trevor Lawrence. I feel comfortable with any one of these guys. Whether it's
Thought I turned my heater on. It didn't kick on.
going into that system.
There we go. Now it's on.
That's big for them because those are 2 guys that, at least at this point, on the field, you are going to have to be able to develop in the right spot.
And think about it. All 3 of those quarterbacks I just mentioned, all 3 of them are different.
And part of the reason I think they have to take a quarterback is Jim Irsay, the owner of the team, made it very clear that they would
Colts pick.
issue this offseason. So
Let's see how.
this is the way to do it. Roger Goodell walking to the podium right now.
Who is it?
Pick is in Kansas City.
Anthony Richardson. He was in. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. In that system, I'm telling you, the QB run game is going to be on point. I think they still need to get another tight end or whatnot. You have a few receivers there, but
Is that going to work?
with Jonathan Taylor,
I got to imagine he's not going to work out.
it's going to be dangerous.
Oh, this is
Like, if you look at any draft where they're like, oh, it's deep in quarterbacks,
because
or there's all these guys that might go in early, most of them don't work. Most of them are a year or 2 in the NFL and gone.
does not exist for what he is capable of.
Wow.
And in terms of like, is he a quarterback? Like, is he a pro quarterback? His desire to stay in the pocket, he left so much on the table in terms
They might have the coaching staff to do it, though.
Pocket. He was not a run first guy. I know that might be a misconception among those who just turned up to scout him for the draft. not
Did it
at
work?
all a pass-first dude despite all the
Yeah.
weapons that he has.
And
I don't know,
HCM
man.
about the staff that is in place there in Indianapolis. When I spoke with Florida's offensive coordinator,
I don't see it.
he literally told me, "Hey, the best spot for AR is going to be a place where."
Oh, this is the new NFL, though. I got to remember, it's a run pass option league. I loved Jalen Hurts last year, except when he sliced open the Detroit Lions early on. I thought Hurts, last year was the MVP.
When you have 13 games, right? Like, he's just going to have to get on the field, and there's going to take some patience. We're going to talk about Josh Allen comps a lot, I think, over the course of today. But can we acknowledge that part of the reason Josh Allen is Josh Allen is because the Bills were patient. They didn't listen to the outside noise. They gave him time to develop. They took the time that he needed. They put the right coach.
Wow. Anthony Richardson, the third quarterback off the board. Like, I like Hendon Hooker more than him. Who's that other guy? I think he's on like, oh man, let me pull up my list. There's another quarterback I like more. Jake Haener from Fresno State. I kept thinking like Tulsa. I'm like, it's not Tulsa. Yeah. Wow.
So I'd say a couple things is that like it's real that he needs to he needs to take some time. 13 career starts. There are very few quarterbacks that have been drafted in the first round.
That's a crazy pick to me. I just don't see it. I don't see how you can take a project guy like that to lead your team with the fourth pick. 8th pick, maybe? 7th pick? I just don't think in the top 5 you can do that. I think you got to get something more sure. But again, they might have the staff. They've talked me into it.
But I also think this is a team that understands, even if their division stinks, which it does besides the Jaguars right now, they're not competing for the AFC Championship next year in that conference. And lead the show, of course, was about how you need to have a mega freaking quarterback to be any good in the conference. And
so are the Seahawks going to go with Jalen Carter, or are they going to take Tyree Wilson? I think that's what this is here.
The guy has almost unmatched physical skills.
Jalen Carter because of his skill, Tyree Wilson because of the need.
We're talking about a guy that has invoked shades of Cam Newton, which Cam Newton in his prime was the most unstoppable force in the league.
I think it's very imperative that Shane Steichen and Jim Bob Cooter have a kumbaya meeting with that offensive line, because the run game is going to be Anthony Richardson's best friend right now. And a few years ago, that was their staple. Last year, I don't know what that offensive line went.
I mean, the Colts have a good run game. Jonathan Taylor.
So it's imperative from Jump Street that they understand that this offensive line and this run game is going to have to be very, very vital.
The Seahawks got Devin Bush? I didn't realize that. Holy cow. And they got Bobby Wagner.
Millions to someone who throws the ball at the ground. Hooker will make you all regret it. But then the poll results say 73% love it. So this just shows you fans, media, analysts, everybody.
Yeah, but the chat loves it because...
Yeah, and I don't blame anyone for experiencing that when you look at Anthony Richardson, because the highs are real high, the lows are real low, the risks are very real, and the potential is astronomical. But I will say this. If you want to make a choice, go big. That's it. Go big. Like, and if you have this choice between him and Will Levis, I'd rather miss big. I really would, because the potential is just sky high there. And as Hawk pointed out, we can.
Yeah, Seahawks, go for Carter. Come on.
We don't have to undo bad habits because he doesn't.
I want Tyree Wilson now at 6.
Let me also put this. We may be in a new kind of.
Tyree Wilson was my 3rd on the board. I had Will Anderson, Bryce Young, and then Tyree Wilson for the Lions. So he's my third choice.
Which is a very, very real thing. So, like, we can cite lack of experience. Let's also say lack of damage, lack of tread on that tire, okay? It's something where, as Phil pointed out...
A minute and 40 seconds left.
...about those Bryce Young concerns, okay? Because he ain't 5'9". He's way bigger.
I get a little puckered up every time I see the clock coming down to the end. The Seahawks are on the clock.
All these teams are running it down.
Suggest a trade is possible, right? Anytime you go
they need to think about Jalen Carter.
There's a minute. They pointed out my ears. The TV broadcaster is also on commercial. Way to ruin my conspiracy.
I was wondering why the TV went
we don't have those.
So there's about a minute 15 left on the Seahawks clock right now. Obviously, we've seen one huge trade. If you're just tuning in, by the way, Field Yates, Harry Douglas.
We've seen one trade, so one pack of cards going to be open tonight, for sure.
I almost used a bad word there. Getting you every single pick.
Messing them up. I hit it twice. Hit it on my microphone.
Here, and we're going to react to everything. And the big news so far is a mega trade where the
Excuse me.
Texans not only selected C.J. Stroud second overall, but they moved up to make the third overall pick as well. They managed to get their quarterback in C.J. Stroud.
All right, pick is in for the Seahawks. Who they got?
The other big news, obviously,
Come on, Jalen Carter.
Anthony Richardson selected fourth overall by the Colts. The Seahawks pick is in. So, guys, the Seahawks have a glaring weakness when it came last year to stopping the run. And we started this show by talking about Jalen Carter's power. It feels like there's a very good player on the board that fills a need. Am I underthinking this?
No, not at all. Especially when you look at what they did free agency-wise.
They know something. They're talking about Carter. It's got to be Carter.
The Denver Broncos, who had 6.5 sacks, on top of having Darrell Taylor and Wusu, who both had 9.5. Right? You get Jalen Carter and add him to those guys with the back end, and Jamal Adams coming back, Tariq Woolen,
Who is it?
In this rookie season on the back end, I think you have a Seattle Seahawks front line that's going to start looking like it did of late. I'm not going to say they are that group, but when they started winning, going to those Super Bowls, you can start talking about him in that case.
He matches that same type of energy.
It's got to be Carter.
Defensive player where it's like, hey,
come on.
Comes in, you're going to feel this player. He's going to be a problem for you. He fits that bill that they haven't had for a while.
We will have the pick for you in less than 60 seconds.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect sweet spot, though, for Jalen Carter. Everything you guys have said is worth noting. I also think that in order to take Jalen Carter, given some of the pre-draft concerns surrounding off-the-field issues, you have to have a coach and a GM who have some legit cachet, who have the rope, so to speak, that if this does not go how you plan it to, it's not going to harm them, right? If you're a first-time GM, or if you're a GM on the hot seat, like the best version of Jalen Carter,
Seahawks.
extend your life as that GM. However, if things go bad,
come on.
You're going to be the one held responsible for it. So a locker room that has been unafraid to take on big personalities in the past could do so again here if Seattle would go down the Jalen Carter route. And frankly, as we discussed at the beginning, as far as talent is concerned, he would be the best player in this draft if you were just to give them a...
See, I also think Devin Witherspoon would be a good fit for the Seahawks.
Positions in need listed: edge, inside, edge, corner, wide receiver, linebacker. So they've got some positions of need. The pick is in. I don't know if they tried to trade it, but we know
Here it
that
is.
is moving up to the podium as we speak. And we'll
Who
see
is it?
how this pick goes. The Seattle Seahawks making
Come on.
the selection right now. Roger Goodell letting the...
Devin Witherspoon!
Seattle goes with...
Excuse me?
Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Awesome.
Tell us what you think, Phil.
Devin Witherspoon.
Yes!
Player in the draft, feistiest player in the draft. My favorite player to study during the pre-draft process. You'll see it right here. This is the perfect highlight. How many cornerbacks on the very first play of the game? This is the first offensive play of the game for Indiana. Set the tone.
Love
for
it.
the rest of the game. This guy is a heat-seeking missile.
Love it.
How many cornerbacks do we describe their tackling as the first trait that comes to mind?
All right, Lions.
The exceptions to the rule.
What do we do here?
Absolute stud. He is going to come in and set a tone for the secondary.
What do we do here?
We're just talking about some Legion of Boom memories. This is Legion of Boom type toughness.
Could the Detroit Lions get Tyree Wilson here?
The worst thing I've seen in any scouting report about this dude is too aggressive.
Get Tyree Wilson. Come on, baby.
Such thing when it comes to the defensive side of the
Too
ball.
violent.
I mean, you
Get Tyree Wilson.
talked about it, HD, about Pete Carroll wanting to reset what he might have had with defense a while ago. You remember Richard Sherman. You remember the Legion of Boom. Witherspoon has that kind of an edge. This is a guy who was a no-star prospect coming out of school. He got a scholarship in August after his senior year and went to Illinois. He was the only freshman to start that season. This is the dude who is built for this. He wants it. If there's a bad time to be had, he's coming to the party.
And I love that he can play man coverage. He can play zone coverage.
Here we go. I put it out there that I want Tyree Wilson. I'm okay with Jalen Carter.
Jamal Adams,
That's what I said.
Diggs, Tariq Woolen, and now Devon Witherspoon. Unbelievable.
He has like the feistiness, reminds me of Cortland Sutton back in the day. Who, I know Cortland Sutton, there were some moments that you go on YouTube, you're like, what is that? But like, that dude would, Cortland Sutton would take on your left tackle if he could. He is completely fearless. Like that, I did not see that one coming a million miles away. I love it.
I got to be honest, he was the guy I was hoping the Raiders would draft. Go ahead.
If Witherspoon weighed 340 pounds, they wouldn't let him play.
Yes.
It would not be legal.
But you also got to know, they're not done yet. They have the 20th overall pick as well. So it can get really, really dynamic in this draft for the Seattle Seahawks.
This is also part, we have to remember, too, this is part of, they have this pick because of Russell Wilson. So, Russell Wilson being moved to the Broncos gives them the situation where the Broncos season went wildly off the rails, and now Seattle is able to pick up another piece. A year ago, people were asking what the plan was for Seattle. Now, the plan seems to be pretty well in place.
Yeah, Seahawks are still a good team. Geno Smith stepped in and did really well last year.
People thought was going to just kind of hover, like not be bad enough to be in the mix for a top quarterback, but not be good enough to make the playoffs.
Yes.
Relevant in the post-Russell Wilson era.
Man.
Instead, the Broncos.
Oh, the clock froze at 4:40. Did the Lions trade?
They basically aced their
Did we just trade with someone? Did we trade with the Eagles?
Abe Lucas and Charles Cross, their two offensive tackles, Tariq Woolen.
No way.
Close to defensive rookie of the year. Like that changed everything for Seattle. If you're a team that's stuck in purgatory right now, look no further than what happened with Seattle last year.
Which speaks to how we opened this whole show. Like, this is the season of hope. Every fan base believes that they can do what Seattle did, or even to a different degree. We'll talk
Hope.
about the Jags.
We don't live by the hope theory. We wish it would.
If I could manifest anything in the draft, the Raiders wouldn't have put me through this level of heartbreak over the last, I don't know.
How do you feel about this? I mean, things are shaping up okay for your Raiders right now? Yes, no, maybe?
I wanted Witherspoon, so now, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to embrace
Well, I
whoever
think it's
that
going to
the
be
Lions are on
obvious
the
who the
clock.
Lions going to take now.
You think the Lions are,
Could this be a Jalen Carter spot?
I think so.
Wow.
Any spot is a Jalen Carter.
What is going on?
Any coach, you pair him up with that defensive line and what?
Oh, goodness.
Another trade.
We'll get the details. We got a trade. I don't have the details yet. Arizona is on the clock.
The Cardinals.
Who moved down. Remember, if you're just tuning in, the Cardinals had the third pick. They gave that to the Texans. They got a haul and return.
Another pack.
Now the Cardinals are back on the
That's the Lions trade.
34 for pick 6.
12 and 34 for pick 6.
Yep.
Okay. You know what? I like it because there's a lot of guys I like in that early second round.
Yeah, they get an extra, they get a top exact.
So the Cardinals are moving up to get their offensive lineman, aren't they?
34. Remember, they just got 33 from Houston as well. They get
Or do they get the guy they want, Tyree Wilson?
from the Lions, who now have 2 picks, 12 and 18 in a 6th pick span, a little bit further down the board.
Lions are going to go corner. They're going to go Gonzalez.
The Cardinals on the clock. You're moving up. Again, I'm always doing the math.
They must have been fine not getting Tyree Wilson.
Every mock that it's been Witherspoon and Gonzalez that have been the two people that every Raiders fan.
This is really interesting that Arizona would do this. I don't know where. I have no idea where they're going.
I can see the Tyree Wilson thing, right?
Tyree Wilson,
If
Number 12 and number 34 overall.
Houston, we are drafting.
Okay.
Right? So if you want Anderson, you come here to get him. Well, he gives it up. Well, now the next best player.
Wow.
Position, Tyree Wilson. I'm sure the Lions were shopping that as well. If somebody wanted an edge, they're like, hey, we got to go get to that spot.
Well, the pick is in. We'll get the pick for you relatively quickly here. The pick is in, obviously, and we'll find out where the Cardinals go with this. But this is aggressive. We are seeing 2 bad franchises. Like, let's not mince words here. The Texans suck, and so do the Cardinals.
Dang.
Like, and my Raiders suck.
Raiders
Do I
fan.
just admit that?
Got the Raiders fan throwing shots.
I just like you can just admit when you live in the
Your
fucking
time is
suck.
coming.
I know.
What
I'm
a-
on edge, but
So, okay.
like you're seeing 2 teams that are bad be aggressive in trying to fix that. Like Arizona.
This is crazy.
And frankly,
So what are we about to do?
back up. So this makes a lot of sense. You talk about
At 12, okay.
okay.
So it's been updated. So
Who are they looking at? Cansey?
6 and 81. Cardinals.
They got to be looking at Cansey at 12.
168. So they ended up being a little more involved in the original terms. But yeah.
I think it's Cansey at 12.
Used the phrase asset management earlier.
Right?
It feels like strong asset management for the Cardinals to move down, pick up an extra first rounder for next year,
Yeah, but
which could help them when they try and get one of the quarterbacks out of next year, and
a lot
then
of,
they move back
a
up.
lot of buzz that they wanted one of those pass rushers, and if you still end up with the pass rusher of your choice from 3 to 6, then all of a sudden you've picked up those 2 extra picks. And I have yet to confirm whether it is the Texans or the Browns 2024 first-round picks going to Arizona. But man, that would be that's a big.
What are we doing, guys?
Fill out
Is it Cansey?
draft process.
Is that why we moved down? Maybe we like Miles Murphy a lot, Nolan Smith. Maybe they like Van Ness, Will McDonald later. Did they think that Tyree Wilson is not that much better than those guys?
Spencer, I thought you were going to say something. You took this big.
Maybe it's Christian Gonzalez at 12?
Because I don't know.
This is wild, man. This is crazy.
Well, I might be doing too much.
I want to see what the pick is, and
Yeah.
who they pick is going to be justifiable in my eyes. Depends on who they pick.
Yeah,
Who
I mean,
who
but they have a lot of needs. I could see them going
They have
tackle.
every need. Every
Right?
need.
Like, you got to protect.
Yeah.
Coming off an injury.
They're not going tackle, though. They're going with Tyree.
Ohio State.
They know the spot they're in. Like, they weren't aggressive this offseason.
Pick is in.
What's the point of being aggressive? Like, it's going to take a long
Who they taking?
restock the cover.
Who you got, Cardinals?
Let's see. The pick is in off of this big trade.
Okay, I thought it was Christian Gonzalez because I saw that at the bottom of the screen. But that's just the best available list.
Oh, Paris. Oh,
Okay, Paris Johnson. So,
Paris Johnson,
Cardinals
offensive lineman,
went
out of
offensive
Ohio
lineman.
State, Paris Johnson Jr. I will just say quickly, you guys do all the breakdowns. My favorite nugget on Paris Johnson is that, we all say Peter Skronsky came from this.
I'm all right with that, guys.
Johnson graduated with 4.0
Tyree Wilson's still out there.
from Ohio State in 3 years. Picked up a side hustle just breaking down offensive line.
You got the Raiders.
Learned Mandarin Chinese.
Raiders aren't taking a quarterback, I don't think. I believe in my mock I had them go with Will Levis, but
I mean, y'all saw the glamour shots he had his chest.
I don't think so anymore. I mean, they got Garoppolo.
He's going to be able to protect Kyler Murray. I don't know anything else
I'm
about
a
offensive
fan
line
that
play,
big
but
guys need loving too.
The Raiders are going. They got it.
Signing for Rod,
They're going to take Tyree, aren't they?
Let's not forget about the monster trucks that make everything go. But when it comes to Paris Johnson Jr., quick feet.
Let's see what the Raiders team needs are.
People in the pass rush game, in the pass set game, sustains blocks in the run game. Really looking forward to him being in Arizona.
I love getting the groceries. This is getting the groceries, right? Need some beef, need some bread. Let's put it
There's
on the
gotta
line.
be-
Johnson. And by the way, super smart on top of that, what you want from your anchor in the offensive line. Like, big guys deserve love. They deserve love for the intellect as well, okay? As well as being big as a house.
Yeah, big dude. You talked about being smart. He's versatile. He played guard early on at Ohio State. Some of the negatives, they say he gets a little heavy on his outside foot.
Quarterback, offensive line, defensive line.
Well, you're another 5'9" quarterback, but like you said, Kyler Murray's coming off an injury. This is your guy. You're committed to him.
Skoronsky? They're not going to take Skoronsky here, are they?
Well, let me throw a little something out there.
They need to tackle or a guard.
Cardinals end up with the first or second overall draft pick in 2024. They now have a decision to make. Do they want to keep Kyler
Are they? I mean, the Patriots do stuff like that. They get offensive linemen, and Josh McDaniels is a Patriots guy. They need offensive line.
Foundational piece for them, no matter who they
I could see Skoronsky being a Raider
We'll call him the anonymous insider big guy breakdown.
because you could play him at guard. You could then later on.
Paris Johnson, and this is
Yeah.
an incredibly gifted athlete. Motor finishes there.
Mhm.
The OSU guy, technique's raw, but does so what naturally, does so many things well.
They do need an edge, though. Tyree Wilson makes a ton of sense.
Said lets too many guys get into his chest. That's the only feedback that was negative on it. So
Can't let him in the chest.
So I'd say, yeah. I mean,
he did
it's
have
funny.
it out.
You don't want to be like spoil people's excitement when they take a player 6th overall. But, the good is everything you guys have outlined. I mean, Paris Johnson came into Ohio State with a ton of expectation and accolades, and he basically delivered, played at a high level.
They got a guard last year.
Big question marks during the pre-draft
They got
process.
Munford,
Right in
tackle
the
from
spot.
Ohio State last year.
Biggest moments of his career. Michigan this year, Georgia this year. Didn't look like a guy that was gonna be
Munford, though, is
tackle in the NFL.
serviceable.
Small sample size, of course, you can
The guard said, so Parham,
question he's gonna have to
lockdown left guard, but could be moved to center, his best position.
If you look at their offensive linemen that are under contract beyond next season, it might be the 6 of us playing offensive line for them. It's
Hold on now.
And he's still raw.
No.
too.
I
He has
have
some
an out.
room to grow. He's a raw player.
this trade, though, becomes totally logical to me because the other position that a lot of people know the Raiders have been looking at is offensive line. Most people think it was between Johnson or Peter Skoronsky as that pick for them if they choose to go that direction. Moving up in front of the Raiders now makes a ton of sense, taking somebody that the Raiders have had a hard time addressing their offensive line issues. So this is a really smart moment.
But let me tell you why it surprised me. It surprised me because they lost J.J. Watt, who was their leading sacker. They lost Zach Allen to the Denver Broncos. Their leading sacker now is their linebacker Isaiah Simmons. So they're lacking that pass rush ability. That's why I thought that was a prime spot for a Tyree Wilson.
I don't disagree with that entirely.
I'm not saying it's a bad. It's not a bad pick from Arizona. I'm just saying like they're lacking pass rush ability.
The
as
only
well.
thing, and you're right about pass rushers, you always need them. But what have we seen the last 2 offseasons?
Yeah, Cardinals.
Okay, offensive linemen get
Interesting.
huge dollars because there's just not enough offensive linemen that they can actually field rosters. So you've got massive money going out to mediocre talent in some situations. That's a harsh way to say it, but I think you know what I mean.
Yeah.
At some point, you've got to start running after offensive linemen in the draft because they're just not readily available in the NFL offseason.
I think we also have to say this. We are officially, now that we're 6 picks in, no matter where Jalen Carter goes, it becomes like the value of the draft.
Yeah.
Like we've reached, you've moved far enough down the peg, down the order that it's like the risk has now is now officially outside.
If the Raiders took Jalen Carter,
It's a complicated pick for the Raiders.
that'd be scary.
To that when he's picked, I think it's a complicated pick. I don't.
Is that your team?
Yeah. I got my jacket underneath. I'm just waiting until I actually see the Raiders make a point.
And quarterbacks that we still have on the board. Will Levis is still out there.
I hope the Raiders take Jalen Carter. He he seems so fitting for the Raiders.
Could potentially take Will Levis.
Look, I have pledged. All right, America.
I just want you to get ready.
I have made a pledge. Every year I sit on this damn show, and I got to sit there with the camera in my face, and I just got to get through it. Every year I got to get through it. The pick is in, by the way. This year, I'm not going to get through it. I'm going to embrace it. Whoever the Raiders pick is going to be my favorite player in the history of the Raiders. I am going to go all in. I don't care if Field is the pick. I am going to root for that person with all of my being.
Said he was getting a jersey.
I got 2 points, by the way. Optimism on Paris Johnson is this one. He's going to be marketable to the largest population in the world. So congratulations for him on the marketing deal he's going to get out of somebody in Shanghai or Beijing for his skills in speaking Mandarin. Second of all,
Who's the pick? Come on! Bring it! Let's figure it out. Raiders, take Carter, please. Although if Carter falls to 12 and the Lions get him, that would be pretty sweet.
I mean, Paris showed the midsection. Like, he went full.
It's bold.
Yeah, it's bold strategy.
It's bold. Yeah, no.
Confidence is gold.
Lions traded down with the Cardinals.
Christian Gonzalez.
Okay, number 2 is
Peter Skronsky.
Number 3?
I want a boring.
Okay. Tyree Wilson, Will Levis, where do they rank?
I would say Tyree Wilson. I would take.
So is he third? Is there somebody else? Okay.
Wow, he wants a corner before Tyree Wilson.
The defense side. Jalen Carter, the film. If you could tell me, if you'd have told me 3 months ago I could have any player in this year's draft, I told Harry when we first started Fitz and Harry, I wanted Jalen Carter. You put Jalen
Wow.
Carter next to Max Crosby.
Is Jalen Carter going to be the guy here? He seems like he'd fit like with that Raider. I mean, I'm thinking old school Raiders, obviously. I don't know if they're quite like that in Las Vegas now. But their fans, man, used to be wild. The outfits and everything.
Makes it impossibly difficult. Which we will break. If it happens,
Who are they going to take?
I want to get everything accurate.
Come on.
I don't want to misspeak or put any of the uniforms.
I'm nervous because there's a lot of guys I still want, but there's...
After we're done with this show at midnight. And I'm going to order the jersey for whoever's picked.
Oh, we believe you.
It is going to be there. I will show you the receipt.
Come on!
Harry,
He's looking at me because see, we have 3 hours of radio tomorrow, and this pick is gonna determine how the show goes.
I've said several times on radio that I don't really particularly. No offense.
The anarchy pick is Will Levis.
Who do you guys want to see?
I mean, at this stage, could you really say that Will Levis is the better option over Jimmy Garoppolo?
I say
Is there
Will
enough
Levis?
upside there to say that?
Who's it going to be?
starters on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah,
Fix your defense. That's my.
I'll talk through why I would be. We'll see what the pick is, and I'll give
Pick
Will
is
Levis
in.
thoughts.
And with the 7th pick.
Do not pick Tyree Wilson. Do not pick Tyree.
Just let me. Oh, it's you sons of biscuits. The pick is in.
Dang it.
Wilson.
I will take.
Okay, Raiders took Tyree Wilson.
Best player in the history of the NFL draft. Not only that, Tyree Wilson came on our show. I told Tyree that he should become a Raider.
It's your boy.
Tyree Wilson's good. I actually was hoping to see him drop a little more.
Because they're getting a guy that I think is still raw.
His clips, his footage, he reminds me of Hutchinson. He plays like Hutchinson.
If you want to put him in, he can be in a 3-point stance, 2-point stance, 4-point stance.
He's got more range, like more, he's a bigger, more athletic guy. But well, I don't know about athletic, but he's definitely longer.
Whoever coach tremendous upside, and he can be a game record. He could be a game
Yeah, good read on the screen there.
Arms for days.
Yeah, this is an interesting story. First of all,
Yeah, hand in the chest, push off, get the back 5 yards back.
it does beg the question.
He's a good player.
Texas Tech guy or is he a Texas A&M guy? He started his career at Texas A&M, finishes up at Texas Tech. Tyree Wilson, though, if we were to just do a lineup of every player in this year's draft, Anthony Richardson would
Yeah,
be the offensive
Tyree
player.
Wilson's good. He shouldn't have fell this far.
This dude is body beautiful. He's a freak. He's everything you're looking for when you walk off the bus with the guy. Big question surrounding Tyree Wilson is his foot. There's a reason why we didn't see him during the pre-draft process that much and didn't run to the combine. A whole lot of measurables.
I didn't realize he had foot issues.
The question is, how is that foot injury going to impact his availability
That's interesting.
in long term? If he checks out, the Raiders got themselves a defensive building block.
Yeah, Raiders got a great one. Wow, the chat over there is giving L's like crazy. Wow. All right, who the Falcons getting here? Still got Gonzalez on the board, Skoronski. People said they might go quarterback. Why, though? Don't they have Desmond Ridder and they like him? I feel like Jackson Smith and Jigba would be a good pick here. I really like that here. I feel like their offensive line wasn't very good either. So Skoronski might be good here. What about Christian Gonzalez? Does he work for the Falcons? I don't know. I don't know a lot about the Falcons. All right, the pick is in for the Falcons. And then the Bears are on deck, so we get to see if the Bears still get Jalen Carter. I bet you they're going to take Jalen Carter at 10. Or I mean at 9.
Come on. Right? Like, those two guys can keep you in almost any ball game.
There are so many little plays if you watch his tape where it looks like he's out of the play, and then you just see a tap. You just see a little bit. He's one of those guys who, even if he's out of the play, can affect the quarterback, can affect the running back coming out of the backfield. A menace.
I think the one negative that I would have for Tyree is that he's going to have to
Doing the gritty after sacking the quarterback.
in the National Football League.
Tyree Wilson would have been my son's favorite player just because of that.
But those are things that he can work on.
And also, I hate this word. You guys are smarter than me when it comes to this word, but multiple. Like the Raiders' defense, though, is attempting to be multiple. What do you think I was going to go with?
That could have went left
I mean,
really quick.
by the way, right now, should Fitz be happy the Raiders selected Tyree Wilson was actually put in the poll by Joey G. 63% said yes. I love you, America. You know what? Just sharing my joy for a night. No, but seriously, Instagram wants to be multiple on the defense. It's one of the things that they want to have a very patient approach to teaching what they want schematically on the defensive side of the ball.
Raiders and Cardinals are not good teams.
Coordinator, so
Very confident, Tyree Wilson. Remember, we had him on our radio show.
Cardinals are going to have to try and somehow keep up with teams offensively because their defense isn't it.
On the day before, he was like, "Well, you're gonna feel me a lot more than Will Anderson Jr." I was like,
right out of the gates,
"Leave me alone.
which is
I
when
want no parts of it."
Which is when I said to him, "Hey man, you know, if you join the Raiders, like we should become besties." And he was like, "Maybe if you put me ahead of Will on your mock draft." So you know, I'm just saying, he's got a chip on his shoulder for not being the top overall guy.
I mean, the thing about him, you talked about him being a little high when he plays, but when you look at his production and how he played, he was getting better every single season, and he is a player that is still ascending, which is what excites you. There is a percentage of NFL players.
Yeah, Tyree's great.
Every single person who plays in the NFL is a specimen in some respects, but honestly, the last 20% you could probably swap out with XFL players, CFL players, you wouldn't know the difference. That kind of middle 70 are like the professionals that, you know, have
Yeah.
things that are, you know, you have really good traits and things you excel at, and then some that are, you know, weaknesses that you have to overcome. In other words,
Cardinals have invested so much into Kyler Murray, man.
So when they step on a field, even amongst the professionals, they are men amongst what seems like boys. He is
Well,
Captain
what
America.
a lot of us pray for.
Yeah, exactly. He
Size.
steps out of bed with it, right? And that alone is why you go reach, not even reach, but why you go get a guy like him in the top 10.
The best compliment I can give him is this. He made a lot of mistakes on film. That didn't
So we've had 2 trades tonight.
Perfect way.
That's resulted in the fact that we're going to be opening 2 packs of cards later. So, yeah, we've got some other cards over here too that we might end up doing. It all just depends. If this is your first time, hit that subscribe button, give us a like.
Because I can't do the other way. I can't
I'm not sure right now if we're going to do this again for tomorrow night or the rest of the draft. But we're definitely doing this tonight.
No, I don't. I'm gonna pass.
And only doing the draft, the pack of cards for the draft, or for the trades tonight, no matter what.
I think right now, the two deficiencies that they've had the last 3 or 4 years has been pass rush and also defending the pass. So a corner here or Jalen Carter.
Who do you want?
Jalen Carter.
Okay.
Boy, that just
Lyles, you're big on Atlanta. What you agree with this take?
Jalen Carter would be phenomenal, and I think that they would use the hey, he's a hometown kid piece of it to at least try to say, hey, here's why we took him despite all of these issues that, mind you, did not happen very far from the city that he
No,
played.
Atlanta needs
So much pre-draft buzz about Bijan Robinson to Atlanta.
Atlanta needs to not go for Jalen Carter.
I can see Bijan Robinson.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, I can't decide whether being close to home is good or bad for everybody. Like, that's different
Everybody's
for everybody in
different
life,
for
right? And so,
Depends on your
certainly
friends.
that is well said. So,
Now get Jalen Carter out of
Falcons
Georgia.
are making the pick. It has been a wild. I mean, we expected it to be unexpected, and it has lived up to every ounce of the hype. Roger Goodell up now at the podium to make the pick. This would be the 8th pick in the.
I mean, they need a weapon. I think they're going to stick with Ritter, obviously, at quarterback. So I think they need an offensive weapon here to help him.
Across the league, Goodell going to give us the pick here about 15 seconds out. Let's see where it goes. I still think Bijan. I don't know why I think Bijan.
Bijan is still an amazing pick. Though.
Boy, if you really believe that, hey, we're going to give this Desmond Ritter thing a shot, there are worse players to pick than Bijan Robinson.
That's part of why I love it. Like, when you've got a young quarterback, you give them options.
Who'd the Falcons take?
Letting him make the pick as we speak right now. Gotta be nerve-wracking to stand in front of that huge crowd.
Not that bad.
I mean, especially if it's a pronunciation you're not good with.
Bijan Robinson.
I've been working on that all month.
ESPN said it in the chat.
Wow!
They did.
They said it well before that. Bijan Robinson is a Falcon.
Is the pick, and I just said it. You got a young guy. Maybe you put
I really like him.
All right, so let me start.
I was hoping he would fall to 18.
There's a time and a place for the conversation about drafting a running back 8th overall in today's NFL. I'm not ready for that time right now. No. Because the Atlanta Falcons just got the player that Spencer made the case as being the best player in this entire draft. Bijan Robinson is unquestionably the best running back prospect since Saquon Barkley. He might be better than that.
They just showed a clip of him breaking like 7 tackles by himself. And gang tackles, too. God, he's good. Showed him catching a 30-yard bomb.
In the NFL, I know they had Tyler Algier for 1,000 yards last year.
Hmm.
Algier is 3.5, 4 yards in a cloud of dust. This is a total game changer for this offense, even if it's a, in some ways, non-justifiable pick.
Before you go in, oh boy,
It's all y'all about.
trade.
Yep.
The Eagles and Bears trading.
Wanted Bijan and he's not there. Give us your favorite player in the
Another pack of cards coming out.
And he fits into what Atlanta does, and I'm in the curious position of saying that Harry
Wow.
and every other Atlanta
Another
Falcons
pack.
fan has a legitimate reason for hope. It feels weird coming out of my mouth, but y'all can be happy about this because he makes everyone better on offense.
Who are the Eagles trading up for?
thing that I like about Bijan Robinson, I think the biggest
Are the Eagles going to take Carter because they got Davis, so they're going to just have the Georgia guys on their defensive line? Is that what they're doing?
does get bounce happy because he has that playmaking ability.
Do they go for Skoronski? Because I think the Eagles need an offensive lineman. Is that who they're moving up for? Are they worried the Bears are going to take him?
By building an offense around a running back where it
Let me
didn't
look.
matter what the quarterback position was doing.
I got a couple magazines here I've been checking out this year.
Before we continue this Falcons conversation, Field.
Corner, defensive line, running back.
Bears go from pick number 9 to 10, so one slot, and they add a 2024 fourth-round pick for Philadelphia in the process as well.
All right, so there's the trade details. I know you guys both, you wanted to chime in on our
And by the way, the Eagles took about 10 seconds to make their pick. So whoever they moved up for, they were very convicted on.
So when you look at this offense for the Falcons now,
Yeah, I think this is where Carter goes.
coming back off of injury, Drake London,
It's going to be Jalen Carter.
Robinson, that offensive line really showed some growth within the run game. Now you have all this to build around.
Eagles,
young
man.
quarterback in Desmond Ritter. So you're building that foundation for him to be successful. I think the self-awareness from Arthur Smith
Getting close to the Lions, though. Lions are at 12.
is ideal in this situation, and Bijan
What do I
Robinson
want?
all of us happy in Atlanta.
It would be wild if the Lions got Smith and Jigba. I have a feeling he's going to be a bear with Justin Fields.
I will also point this out in terms of character issues.
I think at 12, the Lions are going to go with either Van Ness
At the University
or
of Michigan,
Cansey.
did not crash it. Show me risk management. Show me the ability.
Maybe a Miles Murphy or Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith would be cool.
Sensibly, nothing but kudos to this young man.
One of the highest earners in NIL, and we had him on Fitz and Harry, and we asked him if that was a consideration to stay in school because of his profitability, and he said no, but the biggest thing that he did learn through the process of NIL was how to handle endorsements, how to handle money, and how to know how to handle his business when he gets to it. Bijan Robinson, of all of the prospects we talked to, I don't know that there was a more impressive young
Well, yeah.
man on an interview than we dealt
But John Robinson has a Lamborghini already in college
I see him soon.
Oh, man, that
That'll baby
because of NIL money.
to Atlanta, baby.
So the big trade, the Eagles pick is in. We do not know what it is yet, obviously, but the Eagles trade to move on. So which is only funny to me because we weren't sure what the Eagles were going to do in this year's draft. Obviously, they are in love with somebody. They have moved up.
It's Carter.
Any thoughts, Field? You got any ideas what they're looking for here?
Well, Philly would unquestionably be a team that feels like Jalen Carter is right in the mix for them, right? I mean, there's been plenty of smoke surrounding them. Some of the most plugged-in reporters have been saying the floor for Jalen Carter was pick 10. Who owned number 10 originally? Philadelphia Eagles. A reunion, if this happens, between he and, of course, Jordan Davis last year. That is about 650 pounds of man in Philadelphia now.
Jeez.
Talk about infrastructure, right? And having those veterans on that defensive line that can mentor Jalen Carter. Well, who's better than Brandon Graham, Fletcher Cox, Josh Sweat, Hassan Riddick? All of those guys are there to be able to help guide him if that's what
They're going for Carter.
I have bad news for you, Harry. According to the YouTube poll, does Harry Douglas Falcon noise actually sound like a falcon? 41% say no.
Let's hear yours, Chad.
32% say yes, and 27% say it doesn't sound like a bird at all.
Well, you know what I say about that? If God is on my side, who can be against me?
Waiting for comment from God.
Also, did the Falcons just select the steal of the draft and Bijan Robinson at number 8? Yes. 56% say yes. 43%.
If the Eagles get Carter, man,
Everybody loves us.
But any other draft, like Bijan Robinson,
that's the steal of the draft.
he's probably going, what, top 3, top 4?
Oh, on a different end.
I mean, you have this conversation about running
Got a
backs.
stink bug flying over here. It's pissing me off.
Like I said, for Arthur Smith, this is his comfort zone. Give me and do everything back, and I can duplicate what I did in Tennessee.
Especially, let's also acknowledge that the NFC South is not exactly a juggernaut. Like, the Falcons have put themselves in a situation. The Falcons have put themselves in a very good situation in that division, even as Desmond Ridder develops. And again,
No, guys, come on.
turns out to be trash. They can try. They can. If you're gonna have to use collateral to move up anyway to get the guy,
If he
why not
decides
wait
to
till
be
next
what?
year? It'd be trash.
Watch on my wheels.
Okay, well, I mean,
What you talking about?
look, you're right. It's only it's a chance.
No way. People think the Eagles are going to take. No, they're taking Carter.
So we are waiting. We are waiting for the pick. Roger Goodell coming up to
Here it is.
The Eagles have moved up to make this selection, and we will tell you what it is as soon as he announces it to the crowd. As Roger Goodell is addressing Kansas City right now with Eagles pick in
It's Jalen Carter. They prioritize lines.
their trade with the Chicago Bears.
Yep.
Cameras are on everybody.
Jalen Carter is an Eagle.
Philadelphia Eagles have selected Jalen Carter. Now, before we say anything, I want people to understand why Jalen Carter has fallen in the draft. Jalen Carter was sentenced to 12 months probation after pleading no contest to misdemeanor charges of reckless driving and racing. Additionally, Carter was fined $1,000, must perform 80 hours of community service, as well as attend a state-approved driving course. The charges stem from a January 15th.
Yeah, he's manhandling guys. Big guys too. These aren't like undersized offensive linemen.
Police allege that Carter was driving at speeds of 104 miles per hour while racing LaCroix, who crashed into 2 power poles and several trees. LaCroix was intoxicated at the time of the crash, but police said Carter showed no
Dang, he's
signs
good.
that he had been drinking. So that is the off-the-field portion of this that we have addressed several times in the show in regards to why Jalen Carter was not selected higher in this year's draft. Gentlemen,
Man, tired.
compare that with the less important people expected. He came in a little overweight.
Yeah, but he had other stuff going on.
It feels like things went off the rails after the football season ended.
I don't think that's a big
He's in
deal.
situation where
I don't think that's a big deal at all.
around him to help guide him. And let's be honest, we all were 21.
Yep.
Not saying that we all made the same mistakes, but we've all, haven't made the right decisions in our life, and we've had those people to help us along the way as well get on the right path. I think him.
All right, Bears pick is in.
Number one, the rich got richer.
Do they get Skoronski?
You see a guy in Fletcher Cox who
I think I mocked them getting Paris Johnson Jr.
But he does a lot of things in the community, and he's had that success off of the football field. Fletcher Cox is on a 1-year deal now. I think he has an opportunity to grab a young
Bears
man
need an edge, I think, as well.
and really show him the way of life off of the field, but also on the field.
They need receivers. Could go for Jackson Smith and Jigba here.
But even all the aftermath and things that have followed, this is something very traumatic that you would imagine to deal with, right?
It says defensive tackle, edge rusher, and wide receiver. Yeah, those are the top 3 needs.
The combine, you're dealing with turning yourself.
That's kind of where I'm at.
Obvious traumatic and
Nolan Smith, maybe?
incredible tragedy where you lose
Kyle Van Ness?
an act of stupidity.
Miles Murphy?
Whatever it is, right? So to your point about having an infrastructure in place with the Philadelphia Eagles where people can bring him in and mentor him and hopefully
Don't take Cansey. Please don't take Kalijah Cansey.
It's a great pick by the Eagles from a talent
But I also want to say this though. We don't know if he will ever get over that, knowing what happened to 2 people involved in the UGA program. You know what I'm saying? So
2 people he was close with.
exactly. So
After the Lions pick, I'm going to take a little break.
inside,
You'll still be able to hear everything, but I will be going and filling up my water, and then I'll come back.
If we see a fault in Jalen Carter, we have to invent one. The only thing standing in Jalen Carter's way, due to the lack of any apparent weakness in his football game, is himself. And he gave a little bit of evidence that he might not be handling everything as well as he could, right? Circumstances intervened, admittedly, but there were other things like preparation, lack of preparation for the workout. Yeah.
Maybe he wasn't.
That's the thing with him. He's such a unique and special talent.
I don't know.
That really the only
Jalen Carter will be
standing
fine.
way of him getting everything he wants and becoming the player is him.
His own decision making, right? I'm glad that you mentioned like there is sort of a compartmentalization that's needed. Like the incidents that tragically ended with 2 people dead is one thing, and obviously it's incredibly sad, and he's going to have to pay the price, the 12 months probation that Fitz already alluded to. There's also just like the stuff that preceded that. There was, hey, the pro day came out after all this, but what kind of effort are you getting on a day-to-day basis? Is this the kind of guy that's going to be the first in, last out? You don't know. Now, when you're that naturally gifted that you can toss around defenders at the highest level of college football, like it might be easier for you to not take it easy, but maybe not push full throttle. You're not an underachiever physically. You are not a guy who earned his way onto the roster because you were a walk-on initially. You have been bigger and better than everybody for your entire life. Now you're going to meet your match in the NFL. And I'm glad Harry mentioned at the very beginning of this analysis that, like, from a Philly standpoint, you've got built-in mentorship. If you can't learn from Fletcher Cox and your own teammate Jordan Davis, then this ain't going to last long.
Yeah, I think the thing that you just really want to see out of him in this situation, we're talking about a lot of players tonight, right? And we think some are going to succeed, some might not, whatever the case may be. The beauty of life is that this is still a young man. He made a mistake. I'm certain he knows it was bad.
Come on.
I think what you just want to see out of him if you are the Eagles, and all of us really in general, right, is that he just looks inward. Why did this happen? What went wrong? And how do I become better from this? And if he's able to at least take those steps, and HD, you mentioned a lot of the people that are going to be able to mentor him through this, hopefully he does get this on the right path and he does succeed, because ultimately I do think that's what everybody wants to see. You just have to hope that he does have that good approach, that healthy approach to like this incident.
It also speaks to the importance of
Who the Bears have?
the top 30 visits. We all know this. He took visits with all the teams that were in the top 10. I think we have to know that whatever organization decided to draft him, and ultimately was Philadelphia, whatever organization decided to pass on him, they were going to have to look within and ask themselves, based on that visit, what they learned about the young man. Because I think that's such an imperative part, as much as we talk about the tape and as much as we talk about, the pro days and all of these things. This, because their personal decisions that put him in the situation he's in, was all going to be about how comfortable an organization was, realizing that this would be.
Here we go.
And look, let's be honest. It couldn't be any organization that
Who the Bears got?
100%.
it had to be the right organization, and I think Philadelphia is the right organization.
The next pick is in. The Chicago Bears take Darnell
Darnell
Wright, the tackle out
Wright.
of Tennessee, the fast rising.
Wow.
A couple of months ago may not have been at the top of the list, but over the course of the last couple of months is just
So not Skoronski.
ended up the draft charts. How many times have we all heard it, gentlemen?
Yeah.
He shut down.
You got to get that out of the way, right? You're contractually obligated to mention it. He just crushed it.
Yeah, I mean, that Tennessee-Alabama game, there's so many players from that game, obviously, that we're going to
6'5", 333 pounds.
He was absolutely the anchor in, mind you, that is the biggest game in Tennessee football history the past 15 years. That one right there.
No doubt.
Like, this has been a program that has been down, and there is absolutely no way that they have the season that they have last year. Hendon Hooker.
Always pushing Breezy back, too.
Nationally, Jalen Hyatt, a receiver that everybody knows nationally without that man.
Yeah, you want the quiet secret as to why Tennessee was able to score at will and at any point in any game last season.
Pushing Georgia over.
It was easily half of it. And just powerful, just immovable, knew his assignments in and out. Came on late, right? Which, you know, there are people of varying minds as to whether you want to draft somebody who, you know, had really 1 year of outstanding production. He's got a ton of experience. He obviously
Wow.
is better. Also, I'm always going to draft
That's scary.
Darnell out of Tennessee. If he's, you know, like a top 25 dude, his name's Darnell and he's huge, I'll take him.
Give him to me.
Yeah, look.
All right, who do the Titans got?
When you talk about the term controlled violence, that's what Darnell Wright is, right? And you know, he's a nasty player. And when
Do the Titans take Will Levis?
brilliantly, which is what you want out of a tackle. Things get physical, have a technique, but when you can, you inflict.
Could stick with Hendon Hooker.
Line is starting to take shape now.
Keep him in Tennessee, or he could go tackle.
Likely opposite of Braxton Jones.
Broderick Jones, maybe?
Last year, but really well for Chicago. Obviously, besides Justin Fields, not a whole lot went right last year along the offensive line. Their general manager, Ryan Poles, was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school, played at BC, was on the same team as
Apparently, people think they're going to take Levis.
during his final game against Notre Dame, ends up going undrafted, decides to go the scouting route rather than continue with his playing career. He's going to build an offensive line. They've added Nate Davis in free agency. They obviously already have Braxton Jones. Now they have Darnell Wright. Like, this offensive line sort of takes some real shape here in Chicago, and Justin Fields is an unbelievable runner. I also think there's a chance that the Bears are probably saying to themselves, we can't have him running as much as we did last year because sometimes he was running for his life.
Yeah, I mean, as some of us that made a little money on the rushing over every week, I'd like for that to keep happening. Darnell Wright, by the way, I'll go to our super anonymous big boy breakdown. Well-developed pass pro plan versus the rusher. Extremely powerful lower half. I've never said that about another man. Varied set and hand use. On his best day as a run blocker, he's a people mover. When his base is good, he's an animal. Pace of offense got him on his toes a bit too much at times. Moves really well in space.
I wanted to do this. We always talk about people like the disadvantages. We do critiques based on systems, okay? Let's do the reverse. Let's do a compliment based on systems.
Okay.
Sometimes Darnell did not get set at the point because they're snapping the ball at 15 seconds on the clock. They're going, okay? So sometimes he didn't really have a base to make these run plays when they go, okay, we need to get to the line right now. Slow that down a little bit. You're going to see even more consistent performance out of him.
The Bears, like, that's just like not a bad little piece of business right there. The Bears, they moved down one slot.
Yeah.
That's a good pick by the Bears.
If they clearly weren't going to take Jalen Carter, right? And that's every team had a different sort of litmus test on how a different level of tolerance, right? So they weren't going to take Jalen Carter. So instead, they take a player that clearly they would have been comfortable taking at number 9 because it was just one slot later. Pick up an extra 4th along the way. A little business right there.
Also, the Bears have quietly done, I think, really sneaky good business through this whole offseason. They had a ton of cap money to spend.
Yep.
They realized that this was their opportunity to try and...
Yeah, but they got like linebackers and stuff.
Put more talent around
DJ Moore.
Justin Fields.
You need an edge and stuff.
They traded for Chase Claypool last year during this offseason as well. Got to remember, they did draft Velus Jones from Tennessee, a teammate of Darnell Wright. So everything's starting to come together more so for Justin Fields now.
We'll see.
I want to see what the Bears are going to do the rest of the draft, but you got an offensive lineman, and you know you need an offensive lineman.
Yeah, and I think there's just this element for the Chicago...
It's going to be interesting to see if Justin Fields can get it done this year.
But you still have to have a long-term business plan on what you're trying to build, right? Trading out of that first overall pick in the draft gave them the wide receiver they wanted. They didn't need a quarterback. They picked up equity that they can continue to build with. They spent their money wisely, and now they get a solid draft pick.
Excuse me.
This feels like one of those off seasons where everything's been really simple and easy for Chicago in all the right ways. The Titans, by the way, pick is in. Titans another team you know well. You played there. You and I both have a lot of experience around Nashville.
You play for the Titans?
I did, yeah. I played for the Titans, yeah.
Cool.
No, I usually just talked a lot of trash
I
in the
needed
bars on
water
Lower
every now
Broadway
and
with
then.
Titans around. Although,
I still love you.
you know, you're 6'1". All right, so best available, Will Levis. Will Levis going to be the new quarterback for the Tennessee Titans?
Well, there's 3 ways they can go here. They can go Will Levis. They can go offensive lineman. The reason why I say offensive line is because they lost Ben Jones. Their starting center, also Taylor Lewan, is going to retire from football. Offensive line, they can go there. Wide receiver, the deficiency there was huge, especially after they.
Is Lewan going to retire?
But they also can go corner. That's 4 spots I just mentioned.
Yeah.
Christian Gonzalez is still on the board.
This is a team that's. What are the Titans right now? They've got Ryan Tannehill still, so if that's their quarterback for next year.
Are the Lions going to get Gonzalez?
Starter if you intend on being bad, right? I mean, he's not elite, but he's certainly been serviceable. 2 years ago.
I like Nolan Smith for the Lions. I think he can play weak side linebacker.
They had to cut several veterans this offseason, not just Taylor Lewan, Bud Dupree, amongst others. And it's like, I can't decide if they're trying to do the Seattle thing last year, which is like, not going to be really bad, but we're going to hopefully nail the draft will be pretty good. But that's like a little bit of a fleeting exercise.
See, I think one of the things that hurt this team, though, the last few years, and it kind of got the best of John Robinson, is that he drafted so many guys in the secondary, and those guys haven't panned out up until this point.
And also, aren't they still in their learning curve field? I mean, Rand Carthon comes over to be the GM from San Francisco, right? He's still figuring out that whole identity. As much as you can have a book on it, you're in the building, you're cutting a lot of people, you're still trying to get feel for things.
What do you do if you don't know what to do? Get a lineman. Get a tackle. Get a tackle, baby.
Because you can't.
Buy a truck. I don't know what car to get. Get a truck.
Get a truck. That's what
I
you
mean,
do.
Skaronski right now, I think we just saw him on the
A
best
monster
available.
truck at
There's
that.
you know, Skaronski is somebody that obviously is still on most of the boards. Got some offensive line talent still on the board. The pick is in for the Tennessee Titans, so no trade here.
It would be Broderick Jones if they go tackle. I don't think it's Skaronski.
Levis is still available for them should they want one. So Roger Goodell, Saunter.
Pick is in. Who they picking?
Not really Saunter. It's more
I like Skaronski. Because you can go guard, you can go tackle.
First
you know,
yeah. Short arms is what they always say. Like
Short arms, yeah.
Like, what do I got to say about that? Like,
They took him.
the picks. Peter Skaronski, Northwestern. He is the pick, and somebody
Titans.
obviously, again, we've talked a lot about.
Take Skaronski.
Can play in a lot of different positions, so it makes sense for the Titans roster.
Yeah, I think this is a guy that can go center, can go guard, can go tackle. His great
All right, so the top of my board right now is Christian Gonzalez for the Lions.
teams back in the day.
Then I have Jackson Smith and Jigba for the Lions.
Feel about that.
And then Kyle Van Ness. Jackson Smith and Jigba had, what, the most receptions a couple years ago over Garrett Wilson and stuff at Ohio State with, I think, Justin Fields. It may have been Stroud. But I think it was Justin Fields last year. So that would be interesting if they took Jackson Smith and Jigba.
We're nitpicking. This is a fantastic pick.
Lions pick is already in. So they know who they're getting.
Week 1, like
Who we doing?
if you're gonna make this pick,
Whoever the Lions are picking.
most people would agree that
I just thought the Titans last year, Ben Jones was the leader of that offensive line. He was banged up last season, so I think they need that new guy to be the leader and actually anchor that offensive line. I think Skaronski can do that.
Well, look at their productivity once Lewan got hurt.
All right.
Everything went
Who we
down.
got?
Skaronski, by the way, our super anonymous big boy breakdown. I'm just coining that as the term. Good mix of sets, smart approach to
We
engagement.
taking corner?
Arm length issues do show up on tape, whatever the hell that means. Above average, but not elite change of direction. Gets edged at times. Strong here.
I'll give you an
People
example.
posting a lot of speculation into the side.
I think Skaronski's his arms are probably 4 or 5 inches shorter than Paris Johnson Jr.'s. That's a
No, they
that's a
didn't.
huge
Shut up,
advantage.
people.
Talk about
People in the chat.
Yeah. And preventing players from getting in your chest.
Let's translate this.
Yeah.
This is not as good as this when you're talking about keeping a monster defensive end away from your quarterback. It's that simple.
I understand all of the core tenets. I just feel weird at 5'9", 165, sitting there being like, I don't know, man, he's got short arms. It's like,
But you're not blocking Tyree Wilson.
No.
You want to try?
Fields you like, yeah, just once. Fields you like to pick?
Skaronski?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a high floor player as well. I don't know where he's going to fit into this offensive line, but this is one of those spots where, based off who they already have in play, it doesn't matter. Like if he goes to, as an example, like if he had gone to Chicago, he has to be a guard. I don't think you're
Wow, a lot of my Lions fan friends do not like that they traded back.
Figure that out later. I'm always going to be in favor of a team that doesn't exactly know where it is, padding the offensive line, and it was a major need, as you guys have all discussed.
Wow, Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs from Alabama.
Consideration for the Tennessee Titans, and knowing Mike Vrabel, he's going to go with the safe pick in that situation.
Wow.
A shocker of a pick. Just selected Jahmyr Gibbs out of Alabama. And guys, I'm stunned just because this isn't something I didn't see many mocks that had Jahmyr Gibbs running back out of Alabama going this high.
All right, so
What do you got?
Okay.
all right, so first of all, a little bit of the expository here, right? For those of you who don't know Jahmyr Gibbs, you're seeing Georgia Tech highlights because he was at Georgia Tech for multiple years before he finished off this past year at Alabama. It was a huge transfer for Nick Saban and the Crimson Tide to land. He was at Georgia Tech.
Wow.
They don't exactly play the same level of offense that Alabama often does, but this is a satellite player. I hate to make comparisons to guys that are at their ceiling, but if you're doing the ceiling comparison for Jahmyr Gibbs, it's Alvin Kamara, best receiving back in this year's draft, unbelievable in space, has enough power, like not going to bowl you over like Derrick Henry will, but this guy is super fun. You're seeing him right now.
Wow.
If you put 81 as opposed to 1 on his jersey, you could be convinced that it's a young.
I'm very shocked.
Right here. Now, the Lions have now invested David Montgomery.
He's good, though.
DeAndre Swift sure feels like the kind of player who's.
He was on my board, just much further down.
And they lost Jamal Williams, who's now with the New Orleans Saints. But I actually know a guy that coached Jahmyr Gibbs and also Bijan Robinson, Tashard Choice. He's the running back coach at Texas, was the running back coach at Georgia Tech. And he said Bijan's here, but Jahmyr Gibbs is right underneath here, right behind him. Two phenomenal running backs, but Jahmyr Gibbs can do it on returns, whether it's kick returns, punt returns, can be a pass catcher, can run the football, dynamic playmaker, runs routes like a, I won't say a poor man wide receiver, but he can run some routes.
He
He can
runs
get
routes
right.
like a slot. I would definitely say that. I mean, the way he changes direction, his footwork. I mean, what
Ah.
he's doing in the pass game. You talked about.
I think I was hoping Cansey, but
actually
wow.
better on the pro level because he's such a matchup nightmare. When
It makes sense.
the choice route they put on
Again, I thought Bijan at 18 made sense. So I'm not mad about this.
routes like a slot receiver.
Jerk route king. Jerk route king.
And then Green Bay can go and get the best wide receiver right now.
Linebacker problem solver.
They could go in Jigba.
Had a ton of issues.
I think they're going Dalton Kincaid, but or I thought that. Now I don't.
It is interesting. Let's at least acknowledge they had the 6th pick in the draft. They traded down to the 12th pick in the draft. So if you're a Lions fan, you came in thinking, man, we were on the cusp of the playoffs last year. We have the 6th pick in the draft. Was this like, are they playing chess at this point? Because it seems like trading down and then taking a running back means that they felt really secure about the entirety of what they were trying to accomplish, right? Like, it feels a little weird for a trade down and then a running back.
Does. Running backs are back, man. 2 running backs and no wide receivers taken so far in the first 12 picks. Who would have guessed that in today's NFL, right?
It's ridiculous.
Haters, huh?
Yeah.
He does. I will say
Wide
he.
receivers replace him.
The biggest criticism I think I've seen of Jahmyr Gibbs is people feel like his growth potential is not what you would like for it to be, especially, I mean, where he just got picked. But I think the positive thing with him and the reason he draws those Kamara, comparisons is because he has such a good feel for the game. And you really need to have that, especially with his play style. He's got a lean lower half. He's not bulky or anything like that. But because he's good at setting up his own blocks, he's good at finding gaps. I see the potential there. It does seem kind of high, though.
I wouldn't run him in between the tackles.
No. No.
The YouTube chat seems to be shocked. The question was, are you shocked the Lions selected Jahmyr Gibbs at number 12? 76% in the immediate reaction to the yes. Also, we can just hear it in our ears. Shout out to our great producer, Chris Cologne, Lions fan. Chris does not see Chris.
It's a tough life.
I get like Chris now when he gets in our ears to say something, he's like Chris is angry about this. I'm just saying, a little bit of a surprise. Jahmyr Gibbs going 12. Also surprised. I think we all do this, but when you think about the draft going into it, as a fan, you're like, oh, we're gonna get this guy, this guy, this guy. It feels a little out of left field to think, oh, we had the 6th overall pick. Instead, we got some other picks and a running back. But hey,
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen him.
we just talked about the Bears, but
Well, you know what? We'll do a video
vision. So right now,
tomorrow.
great opportunity to maybe take a step
What I would have preferred.
You can see the recent selections there: Bijan Robinson, Jalen
Dang, man.
Things are just sort of
Oh, there's, plenty of talent for it. It's the beauty of the draft, man. As we've gotten through 13, 12 picks, we got plenty of guys here. Good.
It just felt wild in the first few picks. Now it feels like everything's just sort
Starting
of
to settle down a little bit. Yeah.
It's not settling down. Lions.
on the clock.
Yeah, I don't know.
Days on the clock.
Receiver,
Now. Turn the knife a little bit. Why not? Right now, go Green Bay.
I'm asking Joey G behind the scenes. If they select a wide receiver at 13, can we just put it on the poll in the YouTube chat? Like, is this the most up yours pick in the history of all time? Because if they
I hope the Packers do take wide receiver.
after Aaron Rodgers, I still got Miles Davis on the mind. Davis Mills. I want Miles Davis. I don't know.
So, all right, I'm going to take a quick little break. I will be right back, guys. Enjoy.
You want to get your young quarterback as much help as possible. So, if I'm Green Bay, I don't give a damn about Aaron Rodgers right now. It's about what I can put around my young quarterback so he can be productive moving forward.
Listen, now that we finally have a quarterback in Green Bay,
Years of struggle.
after years of struggle, it's finally time to get him some help.
It's finally here. But you said it, HD. That is, yes, will it be ironic? Will it be a little bit of a ha-ha to Aaron Rodgers if they go wide receiver? Absolutely. But at the same time, when you have Aaron Rodgers and you're paying what you're paying for Aaron Rodgers and that ability, you expect him to be able to win without maybe a top wide receiver. Maybe you don't feel that way about Jordan Love, and you have to go get him weapons to make sure he's successful because you don't want to drop off after having two Hall of Fame quarterbacks for nearly 30
Now, I do
years.
believe they're going to go tight end here.
Tight end. That also
Also Kincaid.
Mayer could make a lot of sense.
Kincaid or Mayer.
Both of them will be fantastic here.
There's a real split in the tight end community on whether it's Mayer or Kincaid is number one. So we'll find out.
Yeah, it's a matter of what you think. What do you like? Duality of a man.
Of Mayer.
No, of a man too. Yeah.
Well, the pick is in, and it is Lucas Van Ness.
Let's go.
Van Ness.
Okay.
Right out of Iowa. So Spencer.
We were all wrong.
Thoughts on this one?
But this is a pick where you go, I see the potential, and the track record isn't exactly there. This is somebody who, it wasn't exactly a full-time player at Iowa. You know, a situational.
Didn't even start.
He did
He
not
never started
start.
the game.
He did not start. But
Now, some of that's because Iowa plays old dudes.
It's just the way Iowa does things, and they really couldn't keep him off the field. But to me, if you're talking about edge rushers in this draft, this is the one where I go, oh, y'all speculating. Like you're going out there on that branch.
So I talked to Kirk Ferentz earlier this week, and I asked him, I was like, hey, like the biggest criticism it seems like everybody's got with Lucas is he didn't start, and he didn't. But I think a lot of people don't recognize how talented that Iowa defense actually was. Like they still have guys on the roster right now where they're like, yo, they would have gotten picked tonight if they were able to be in the draft. Deontay Craig, really great player. They felt at the beginning of the year, especially with the way the portal's working now, he told me he showed up early and was in the weight room and told their strength coach, we might lose this kid to the SEC. Like, if he was not going to play one more year, or if he was going to play one more year of college football, they felt that someone was going to be able to take him. And because he went to the NFL, it doesn't matter. But they love that growth potential with him.
So we were talking about Anthony Richardson earlier being like this incredibly raw offensive player. It's not quite that limited in terms of sample size for Lucas Van Ness, but there's some elements that are similar. Never started the game in Iowa, just to expand upon the point. They've always got a bunch of veterans that Kirk Ferentz sort of pays deference to because they've been such an important part of the program. We got a trade here. Let's see. The Patriots.
Wait, you have a trade? Go ahead. Please.
Yeah, here we go.
You're gone.
That was extra.
You want to get a little more like
No, I don't like that one. I was going backhanded. Here, we're gonna try this one. There we go.
You done went rogue. Not a baby.
You do it. That's how you do it. Must be a big trade.
Go big or go home.
Yeah. Van Ness feels like a Packers player, doesn't he, though?
Yeah.
Isn't he like
That's for later.
Clay Matthews type guy.
like he
for
looks
later.
like it seems like it's a fit with Green Bay.
Do you know the details on the trade yet, Field?
14 for 17 and 120.
14 for 17 and 120.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I was marveling over the fact that there was a random banana on the set that I didn't know was
Not
open.
random.
So,
Not random.
okay. No, I mean, no, not a random banana, like a very, very worthwhile.
I wouldn't be surprised. So the Steelers are picking here, right?
Steelers are on the clock.
So I wouldn't
Pick
be
number 14.
surprised if they go corner or offensive lineman.
They got to be going offensive line because they're moving ahead of the Jets, right? And the Jets are
That
sitting
would
there
make
at 15.
sense. That's a good point right there. Yeah.
I mean, the Jets are sitting at 15 because of a pick swap, essentially, that was part of the Aaron Rodgers trade. So they moved down from 13 to 15. Now, we know that the Jets presumably are in the market for an offensive lineman. The problem is, for anyone that's just tuning in, Paris Johnson went very early, and then we saw Darnell Wright go, and then we saw Peter Skoronski go. So we are seeing a run on these linemen. So if you want one, you got to get ahead of the Jets if you think the Jets are going to go there. So
Broderick Jones here,
Broderick
maybe.
Jones, yep.
yeah, Broderick Jones.
This would make a lot of sense. Yeah. 14 Steelers probably need that, right? Like, get ahead of the Jets. That would be.
And they brought over Isaac Seumalo from the Philadelphia Eagles in free agency. So they got one there. They need more, though, because that has been a Achilles heel for Pittsburgh the last few years.
You said it was 14 in exchange for 17 and 120,
120,
right? That doesn't feel like a ton of equity back to move down 3 spots in the first round, is it?
I think at this point of the draft, that's about. I mean, you know, the Eagles moved up 1 spot from 10 to 9 for a 4th next year. So a 4th to move a few spots. I'd say it's probably.
It just feels like a bigger drop than I'm giving.
Oh, it falls off in a hurry though, right? Like moving up from 5 to 4 is going to cost you a fortune. 17 to 14 is a fairly modest price.
So the Steelers have moved up. We're going to presume it's for an offensive lineman. That's just me putting dots together that, you know, makes sense in my mind. Feels like Broderick is the last of the.
I think it's got to be Broderick Jones. And so let's just say it is an offensive tackle. This is where the Jets Aaron Rodgers trade, as much as a trade that includes a 4-time MVP coming to your franchise and giving you stability at quarterback for the first time in like 30 years, can actually be a negative. This is the cost of that trade, right? Is that they were fearful of a team. And again, the Steelers could have moved ahead of them at 12, too, but the price becomes more prohibitive when you're bouncing from 17 to 12 as opposed to 17 to 14. So the Jets here are either going to be pinched and not grab an offensive tackle, or they're going to have to examine an option that may not have quite the upside of somebody like Broderick Jones.
All right, so we'll see where this pick goes. So far, you know, we've seen a run there, and this is offensive line is supposed to be one of the deeper positions. We'll see how that's valued as we get through, not just tonight. If you're just tuning in, Field Yates, Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, Andrew Hawkins, Harry Lyles, I'm Jason Fitz. Every single pick tonight, every single pick tomorrow, not a single commercial in the process. We got a trade going, and we have bananas on set. So, you know, I'm just telling you that things get weird. That's just the only thing we know.
Haven't had to eat the banana yet.
Well,
might happen.
It's still plenty. Will you eat it sensually for America to watch?
Might have a specific technique in mind, matched with a certain draft pick who has not been chosen yet.
All right, Roger Goodell, thank God, is up to make the
fall?
pick, and we will see how it goes here with the selection.
There we go.
There it is.
Roderick Jones.
The Jets are not happy about that one.
Yeah, they aren't, but obviously the Steelers are. So what are they getting in this? Lyles, yeah.
I mean, listen, man. Easy rule of thumb for the draft. If you are coming in here not knowing a damn thing, you can't go wrong with picking somebody from Georgia. Am I right, Spencer?
Well, no, and you can't go wrong with him, because if I had to define this, and I say this, among his peer group, Broderick Jones, power belly, strong hands, gigantic dude, mean at the point of impact, gets you out of the neighborhood with a quickness. Goodness, yeah. I mean, just everything you want in an offensive lineman. Tell me, I don't think we could have made too many bad choices in like the first 5 or 6 offensive linemen here, but like Broderick to me has a particular nastiness.
I mean, you just saw it on a couple of those plays right there. He is the most athletic of the offensive linemen in this year's draft. He is a freak. He's also the most limited in terms of experience. You guys. And Georgia is such a hard team to say, like, he wasn't even a starter for much of 2021.
Yep.
But he didn't start. It was Jamari Salyer who ended up being the Chargers left tackle for much of this past year because of the Rashawn Slater injury. But the guy basically didn't play as a redshirt freshman a year ago. Takes over that starting job this year, but has less than 1,000 college snaps to his name. So there's some raw development here for Broderick Jones, but the upside is crazy. I mean, you saw him moving around there, pushing guys around like they were small children. He's got a real chance to be a longtime fixture for the Steelers. They've been doing sort of half measures along the offensive line in recent years, paying offensive line like $8 or $10 million in free agents, not the $15 million per year guy, not the first round pick in the offensive line.
See, I like when you don't have to tell a player or teach nastiness. They just go out there and it's a point of emphasis for their game. That's Broderick Jones. That's how offensive linemen are supposed to be built.
Yes.
Nasty at the point of attack, nasty when he's pulling. You see a little corner out there, we call them piss hands. You take advantage of that little piss hand.
The super anonymous big boy breakdown on Jones. Smooth mover, incredible in space, strong mitts, great upper body torque.
Bear paws, you need.
Get them paws on you. So, I mean,
Little high, but generally, but great relative position and pass protection. Combos need work, solid anchor versus bull rush.
it's very rare to get players with that kind of athleticism and have that nastiness that HD is talking about. When you talk about Georgia players who haven't had a lot of starts, I equate it to like Kentucky basketball players who only played 1 year. It's like that's the program that they're in. I mean, he's a little on the shorter end for a tackle. He's around 6'5", but to your point with his athleticism, the power in his his grip in his hands, as well as the fact that he's a nasty player, makes it exciting. A lot of people had him as the second best tackle in the draft.
Here's the
Steelers
most
really went
underrated
out.
thing. When you're going against the defensive players that are going into the draft year in and year out, and you got to practice against them every single day, you're getting more meaningful reps than somebody playing in a game at another school.
And HD, that's actually something that Kirby Smart talked about after their spring game with their quarterback competition. They're like, well, these guys have more reps than others, but it's like, yo, even their second and third string guys are getting so many reps because sometimes they have a fourth unit available to them. So he's like, not only are we playing against the best players, we have the most reps of anybody in the country.
Reps, though, I mean, as Field pointed out earlier.
All right, I'm back.
Snaps among FBS offensive
I'm
tackles.
debating taking these headphones off, but
And it sort of leans back to what we talked about at the beginning. More and more, you have to be able to draft for traits. Like, you're going to have to look at less film in some instances and decide, do you have enough film to make you...
wow. Okay, so Broderick Jones by the Steelers, Van Ness by the Packers since Jahmyr Gibbs.
How many Toledo reps is one Georgia rep worth, right? The Syracuse.
I liked Van Ness.
That might be one of the smartest things we've ever
I
seen.
mean, technically Christian Gonzalez is still there for us at 18.
But you're right, like, and it speaks to what they've built, and that's why certain schools just build juggernauts, right? Like,
Turn off that ad.
they have so many talented players.
Looking up Gibbs right now. They had him projected on NFL.com as a first to second round pick. Alvin Kamara is the comparison.
And shipping them in.
We have asked the YouTube poll what the best selection so far in the draft has been, all right?
Gibbs might not be the engine of an NFL running game. He's more than capable of adding juice to the offense. He's a slasher.
Which, by the way, I forced them to put in the poll, so screw all of you. But
People have no idea what they're saying.
Yeah, I know, they just don't know.
Okay.
Jalen Carter.
He's a slasher who can stretch defenses wide, and he has the wiggle to elude tacklers in space. However, he could see his effectiveness diminished inside. Gibbs might be better off with a more measured carry count as a second running back, but his versatility and pass-catching prowess will give creative play callers an opportunity to exploit certain personnel groupings and find mismatches in space. Speed is a strength. Instant acceleration. Light and quick feet, lateral cuts, opens the corner by altering tempo and stride to stall pursuit. Wiggle results in low success rate for open field tacklers, mismatched weapon in the passing game. Route running makes him a tough cover in man. Hands are natural, soft, and sure, above average potential as a kick returner. Weaknesses, flashes of indecisiveness processing inside runs. Looks for cuts when the track lacks traffic. Below average feel for blocking development. Missing contact power to get tough yards. Might lack the frame for consistent blitz pickups. Sources tell us whenever Alabama's offense would hit a wall, they would get Gibbs involved in the passing game, and he could bridge the gap for them. But he's very valuable in that way, personnel executive. Yeah. He's 5'9", 199 pounds. Will eventually be a plus starter.
Last year in the draft, and you think about the Jets' approach, they may want to trade down, but I'm just not sure.
Well, we're at the point now, too, with the quarterback still on the board, you got to start making fielding calls, right? Like, is Will Levis of interest to you? Commanders 16, by the way, could be a team that they say.
Very interesting there. I don't know.
Should we go ahead and try to get somebody to jump up ahead of Washington?
Jahmyr Gibbs, I'm not sure on.
Teams that have been speculated to have done some research on the quarterbacks in this year's class.
I don't hate it, guys. I don't hate it.
I'm overjoyed again that
I am curious what you guys think, though.
it is not a moment of
If you guys think that Jahmyr Gibbs is a bad pick or not.
was a renaissance
they're wrapping up. So.
Oh, whoa, okay.
Okay.
Well, listen, Spencer, you mentioned chaos at the top of the show.
Yeah.
There could not be better chaos right now than if the Jets did the very thing that pissed off Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, and that's draft a quarterback. Take Will Levis right here. Do it.
How about if they take a first-round wide receiver?
You know what? I was going to say.
Aaron might
my
play for
receiver
free if they do that, right?
I would say,
Yeah.
like, look, if the Jets could just do that, Harry and I could just have.
Who are the Jets going to take here?
Harry tomorrow, like, we would just be like, how mad is Aaron Rodgers, and then we'll program it and let it.
Offensive lineman? Who's left? I don't think you can take an offensive lineman this high. Who do the Jets need? Let me look at their. They're right up here. I've got, like I said, a couple magazines here. They're a little outdated because it's before free agency, really.
So it's not like a limited group of, like, you're not working with limited ingredients. This isn't chopped where you open up the basket and you got spam. You have your choice of anybody in this draft. So there's a
Interior offensive line. Okay, so they could go for Torrance. Could go for Branch.
I would say this: if they do take a wide receiver, they're gonna have to figure out what they're gonna do with Corey Davis because he's still there.
Yeah.
Right? You have Garrett Wilson. You brought over Alan Lazar. You also brought over Mecole Hardman. That would only lead me to believe that Corey Davis wouldn't be there if you drafted a receiver.
Yeah, he suddenly becomes tradable on day 2, day 3.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure anybody's paying Corey Davis $10 million for this year, so I actually feel bad. He's kind of actually in that interesting spot where, like, the Jets have deemed him valuable enough to hold on. Got no guaranteed money this year, so it's like, we're going to hold on to you because if we change our mind at any point, we can cut you. And they're going to need cap space because they just acquired Aaron Rodgers. And, well, Aaron Rodgers and the Packers
I think if the Lions can get Cansey at 18 here in a couple picks,
in the door at the Jets,
then I think they will have done well because they need the pass rush from the inside help.
that Aaron Rodgers
They actually did well stopping the run last year.
decisions on their roster, whether it's pushing money into the future or cutting somebody like Corey.
They could go tight end.
I mean, just give him a weapon. How happy is Aaron Rodgers going to be if he has that glorious kumbaya?
Oh, could the Jets take Kincaid?
And then he gets a
Dalton Kincaid?
Oh, give me a security.
Oh, my Lord. Yeah.
like, Spencer, you just made a face that was like you heard gospel and it touched your soul. Like,
Okay, and I say that because if they do sneak to Kincaid here, that's a nasty pick for them. And I mean nasty in the good way because Kincaid just gets open.
He can stretch the field too.
Again, there's some divide on whether it's Mayer or Kincaid is the top tight end, but either one of them, this is a very deep tight end class. We'll start to see a run on them at some point. Roger Goodell is the podium, getting ready to introduce the pick. Hype man hanging out with them.
I was going to say, I believe Kyle Stickles will be actually introducing the pick or announcing the pick. Kyle Stickles, a young Jets fan who has an exuberance for the team that is unmistakable, looks tremendous in his Jets game right now with the matching pocket square. He is going to take our job one day. He is a make-a-wish kid. And
Kincaid, go for Kincaid, Jets. Come on, that'd be interesting.
he is getting this crowd rolling right
That'd be real interesting right here.
And he's also got a strong fade. Like the size
I'm not a fan of
like he went to a
Aaron Rodgers at all, but I do think having the Jets be good, because we're going to see him all the time anyway this year, I think would be interesting. Give him every weapon he can have so we don't hear any excuses when the Jets suck. Who is it?
You're in line on that fade, too. He's got
like it's good.
Kincaid, right? Someone typed in Will Levis. Is it Will McDonald? Someone just said Will McDonald in the chat. Will McDonald. Oh, damn. Okay, so I like Will McDonald too.
Well, anybody who has a Roman numeral behind their name, they have to be, is it a Roman numeral?
Yeah, Roman numeral.
Okay. You killed me with the suffix, but you are right too.
I was trying to include
They have
myself
to be
in that.
very special, but it's not
Wow.
that they went defense here.
Over Miles Murphy.
The mindset of their head coach.
this is helping Robert Saleh.
Nolan Smith is still out there as an edge or weak side linebacker, really.
Last year was out of, so they obviously went
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
finished up with Jermaine Johnson the second.
But he was. I thought he was going to be there for the Chiefs down at the end. So
Superstar yet. Will McDonald the fourth.
surprised.
Big 12 pass rushers who blew up the past couple of years. McDonald's one of them. Felix, who else? Onyedika Uzoma
He's fast. Will McDonald is fast. He's small, though.
The Senior Bowl this year, had good production over the past 2 seasons at Iowa State, a team that obviously played incredibly gritty defense under Matt Campbell these past handful of years. Makes sense to me. Maybe a little richer than some people thought in terms of where he would go overall.
All right, Washington.
I like this pick for the Jets.
Again, I'll say this: when you say little richer,
At this point, though, who knows?
Yeah,
Who knows? At this point, I'm not like.
You know what, though? If Saleh likes Will McDonald, then that's cool. I would trust Saleh.
It's kind of where it is.
And again, like it's not as simple as, well, I'll move down for him either. They found somebody that they liked. I think they were looking offensive line by all indications, and if you got to look at your board though at some point, right? Like if you just don't see value anymore with what's left on the board.
Yeah, I didn't think there was a guy there. Not for the offensive line.
Maybe even in their rookie year can be
I mean, Osiris Torrance
snaps. Like you have a chance to develop.
was the one,
This tells me
but nobody else. I have nobody else.
Robert Saleh, the New York Jets.
I have Steve Avila, but I think he's a second-round talent.
But they also
I don't think you can take him in the first. I mean, you could take him at the tail end of the first, but he's a second-round talent.
we're gonna minimize them with this pass rush. Elite.
Although I've been way off for years.
Gotta remember, they still have
So
Johnson as well that they drafted last season. Like he's gonna be going into his second year, a top 5 defense that I think is only gonna get better as those young players grow.
A guy who I trust that staff to put him in the right position, but like not a dude who I think of as being disruptive by himself just due to his size. He's not, he's about 236. He's around there. They'll put him in the right spot, but like if you had any reservations about him, it might be like, hey man, hit the biscuits,
Yeah, but the attention that Quinnen Williams is going to garner,
Right.
it's going to leave him
Right.
one-on-one and give him the opportunity to be able to, get buckets. Use the basketball
a
term, get
producer,
buckets.
a guy who was prolific and was always a problem wherever you put him.
I'll tell you so. I think the internet's probably reacting more viciously towards the Jets on this pick than we are. It seems like a lot of people are sort of saying it's really good to take an offensive tackle here.
You don't want to take
protect Aaron
anybody.
Rodgers.
You take anybody first.
Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, the Jets did have a very, very good defense last year. Maybe the concept is basically, hey, they're that good on defense. We really need to go that side of the ball. But one thing I will say, and I do wonder if this is
I like Murphy and I like
Joe Douglas
Cansey.
offseason that I'm sure he's on board with.
Who's Washington getting though?
That was like the owner basically made it clear we're getting Aaron Rodgers, do whatever it takes, right? Joe Douglas, their GM, is a draft and develop guy. Like the idea of trading, making huge.
I have no idea who Washington has brought in through free agency.
And putters behind the draft. This is just a Joe Douglas. What's your board tell you?
They need a quarterback, a right tackle,
Let's take the best player in your
and corner. So they could go for Christian Gonzalez.
Some guys get benefit of the doubt.
I don't.
We just showed you. We'll
Oh,
reference
is
it
that?
again. The Washington Commanders pick is in. The Commanders have 2 quarterbacks on their roster: Jacoby Brissett, Sam Howell.
So they already have
Will
corners.
Levis is still on the board.
There's no tackles.
Is still on the board. If you're the Washington Commanders, you are in a division where you're
Yeah, Will Levis.
taking on Jalen Hurts for the next.
Or no, Hendon Hooker. I think Hendon Hooker is the best quarterback available right now.
Have a better quarterback option on the roster right now. You're the Commanders.
I feel like
Very talented
Commanders are going to take Levis,
very
but
talented defense
Hendon Hooker's better.
for the Commanders. You can look around and say this team should be really good. They don't have a quarterback, so y'all like this is one of those moments where I'm just looking at it saying common sense tells me that Will Levis is better than Sam Howell.
But you talked about it earlier. Is that do you reach for a quarterback because you're the
A lot of people like Howell.
Is Will Levis that guy? When you add Will Levis and you look at Jacoby Brissett,
A lot of people like Sam Howell, though.
better chance to win than Jacoby or Sam? I don't know.
That's the thing for
His rookie cards still sell like crazy.
you are the only team in that division without a bona fide quarterback. So how long do you want to be behind the 8 ball? Because I think if they do get a quarterback,
I don't know if the Patriots will trade back. I really don't know, man.
over there as an offensive lineman, you look at the skill position players, you look at the tight
Who are the Patriots going to take right now? Who do you think they got, Peter?
defensively, Chase Young needs to step up and live up to the hype of being drafted.
Because Bijan's gone. They're going to take an offensive lineman no one's ever heard of.
This would be the coziest.
I could see Patriots taking Breezy.
It really would. And I say that just because of Eric Bieniemy and because the
I could also see him taking Christian Gonzalez if he's there.
good instruction,
Or Miles Murphy.
really low bars.
Or a linebacker. I could see the Patriots doing a lot.
Right. But also, if you're a new ownership group and you you want somebody that you can put up on billboards to get fans excited, quarterbacks do that. Like, love them or hate the pick tonight. If they select a quarterback tomorrow on the side of the stadium, they'll be able to put
There's a stink bug climbing all over my damn computer on the back.
So, you know, it is at least interesting that we're starting to hit a few teams that could be looking like Tampa Bay sitting at 19.
Oh, you're sitting good right now.
Yeah, I mean,
You're sitting really good.
What if they already have wide receivers? I don't know, man.
Gonzalez is
I have no idea.
What is he doing on the board still? Did I watch the wrong tape or something?
The inability.
Emmanuel Forbes, they went corner.
Emmanuel Forbes is the pick out of Mississippi State, a corner I know you love.
Not the biggest of corners, but when you talk about
All right. So this is above Joey Porter. This is above Christian Gonzalez.
one way to make money is not only picking
Above Deontay Banks.
a guy that's going to read
Dang.
foundations, he's going to take chances.
Why is Gonzalez dropping?
Chances Trayvon Diggs.
Why is Christian Gonzalez dropping?
Every now and then,
Patriots already got their pick in. That was quick.
back to my offense frequently.
I mean, when you have a corner with that kind of ball skill, right? You're always a threat.
They need lots of picks.
I think in high school he also took 7
I don't know why you guys got Mac Jones up there. Who you guys picking? They got it in quick. There's somebody they love.
his whole college career.
It's going to be an edge.
Think about and have a conversation.
It's going to be an edge. It's going to be Miles Murphy, I think, to the Patriots.
16 passes defended last
I don't remember who I actually picked in my mock for the Patriots,
always right. And we talk
but I think it's going to be an edge.
radio show, like sometimes they say, well, he's super aggressive. To me, that just means like, hey, you got good instincts. B, you watch enough that you know what's coming. C, you're in the right place at the right time.
I like Emmanuel Forbes.
Who's going to take chances,
I was hoping
somebody who's going to sit
hoping that if a lot of the corners were gone, the Lions could get Emmanuel Forbes. But I have technically on my list here, I have Deontay Banks a little bit higher than Forbes. I also had Joey Porter slightly ahead, but Joey Porter could also not work out. I have a feeling.
The Patriots pick is in, but I will quickly remind you that means Forbes is the second corner off the board.
Again, I
Zay Flowers. Is that who they picked? Or are you thinking?
Gonzalez goes, now becomes the value play. Remember talking about Jalen Carter a minute ago? New bar, Christian Gonzalez becomes the value.
Also, we're
There
playing
we
that
go.
run and power sweep against him, right? Like that's first.
Who they picking?
I mean, he's 166, but he brings.
Lions on deck.
Put 315 on him. On a, you know.
I'm not scared.
You think Porter sucks?
Christian Gonzalez, he now goes off the board. The Patriots run to the
You guys got Gonzalez.
Oregon that many thought was the best corner in this draft.
I think he's fine. I think you'll be all right with that.
Christian Gonzalez out of Oregon becomes the third corner.
Could he be like your old Stephon Gilmore? Dude, I keep hitting you. Go away. Go away.
My mic might have been off there for a second. My apologies. Purest cover corner in the draft. Unbelievable athlete. This guy is smooth as butter. Began his college career at Colorado. Transferred.
Yeah, Christian Gonzalez is good.
Big knock on Chris.
Who are we going to take? Ah! Cansey's there.
What does he do?
Hell, we can get the best wide receiver.
And right. And we talk about Emmanuel Forbes and his return skills. This guy, you can see it. When he has the ball in his hands, he's
If the Lions went out and got Jackson Smith and Jigba, that would be wild. I want us to get Cansey here, though.
sister who is the wife of
I really want Cansey.
the Arizona Cardinals. But you guys may remember a few years ago when Blau was with the Lions.
Give us Kalijah Cansey. Come on, Detroit. Do it.
Christian Gonzalez. I don't know how he's at 17, but geez.
What I like about this pick for the Patriots is you look at their history from the cornerback position.
Yeah, come on.
Ty Law,
There's a lot of wide receivers. You might be able, if you wait, you can get a wide receiver at the 30 spot, that 34 spot that we just traded down for.
Jones last year, who really
Heck, Quentin Johnston's still out there.
football along with the rest of that secondary.
There's a lot of wide receivers I like still. So yeah, I think you got to go.
That loves his
I think Detroit has to go defensive tackle.
Picks whereby like
Come on,
6, 7, 8 of next season we're going to be like
Kalijah Cansey.
all these teams let them do this. Right? Like this feels like that type of player.
I believe our young guys last year at edge were fine.
How did he end up in that spot for the Patriots?
We need to get that middle.
One where it's like that's their biggest need too. The biggest thing they didn't have in their roster right now is size and cornerback. You guys talked about tiny guys.
You can draft late rounders and make them starters. Maybe. Not all teams are good at that though.
Dude's 6'2" almost. Like, you have
Christian Gonzalez could be a superstar, not just a starter.
hello.
Here's what showed up on film, though. He is not a willing tackler. I don't know how that's going
Corners don't need to be able to tackle.
Like
Only your slot corner needs to be able to tackle.
That might be a coaching point.
But one thing we talked about, even before the show started, where, I asked Field the difference between Witherspoon and Gonzalez, feeling like, that might
Curtis Samuel said it best. He didn't get paid to tackle. He got paid to intercept the ball.
You want somebody like Gonzalez. Like, he
I had them
handled that.
interchangeable. Sort of like as grades are concerned, these are like pretty similar, and they go 12 spots apart. So good. I mean, I have no issue with Witherspoon and 5. That's a good.
Lions better not take Will Levis. If we take Will Levis, I will be pissed.
Are back on the clock. So the Lions, who we weren't sure what they were
Oh my gosh. Are they going to take Will Levis? A lot of the Lions fans I've seen are pissed that we took Gibbs so high.
surprise, I would say, for many of us of the first round of the draft, and now they are back on the clock at 18.
Wow. Nolan Smith will be sweet. We need linebacker help. I'm cool with Nolan Smith.
For 6 games this year as part of several
Basically, no tight end. I don't want a tight end. I do not want a quarterback here.
And I know the shine of Jackson Smith and Jigba kind of wore off this season because he was hurt and we did not see him. But I would remind you that that dude was an absolute problem, especially after that Rose Bowl we saw them play against Utah. Dominant.
This is crazy, man.
All right, so we're going to have Harry Douglas and Field Yates talk to Kimberly A. Martin extraordinaire, guys.
Hey, at least the Patriots took somebody we know.
Joining us, and Kimberly,
It could have been worse. They could have taken some guy who's like from
one of us is wearing
Division III school, a community college.
pinky than I do my entire body. Well, let's talk about the Colts, the team that you are covering right now, Kimberly, the queen of joy.
I think the Colts screwed up taking Richardson.
I don't know about surprise because Anthony Richardson was
They talked
pretty high in this draft.
they talked me into liking that pick for the Colts on this show.
To the Colts, based off what you've heard so far, why is Anthony Richardson the pick for Indianapolis number 4 overall?
His speed, athleticism, size.
His traits are so rare. Yes, he's young. Yes, he's inexperienced. Yes, he only has 13 collegiate starts, right? But when you watch him on film, when you watch him in the pocket, that's what impressed the Colts. They said that guy is special, big, athletic, but they also talked about his poise.
Jamarcus Russell was big and athletic too, and he was trash in the NFL.
Those electric throws that are so dynamic.
Seeing it.
And that's what this team needs. Now, it's funny. They looked at a lot of quarterbacks, including Will Levis, obviously CJ and Bryce, but they decided to stand pat at 4 because they thought they could still get a talented guy. But their interest in Richardson dated back to August. At a Florida practice, senior executive
Jeez.
Morocco Brown was actually
Come on, Lions pick is in.
their GM and said, "You will not believe the show I'm watching right now." So as much as they were
Who do we got?
watching a lot of these other quarterbacks, Richardson piqued their interest very early on.
So, Kmar, I got to ask you about the mood around that building.
Can see. Can see.
About what Jalen Hurts was able to do and Shane Steichen,
So my board right now is Jackson Smith and Jigba,
Justin Herbert, and what
which I'm surprised he's here.
he was in LA.
But because there's a bunch of wide receivers, I don't want him right now
What's the entire mood around Indy?
because I think there's a lot of value there still. Kalijah Cansey, I think would be a great pick right here.
Literally, they had the VIP
I think that makes our defense scary good.
and when that name was
Miles Murphy, edge from Clemson. I like that one. Nolan Smith, you could play him on the edge or weak side linebacker. I like him at the weak side linebacker.
star on their hands.
Although he kind of reminds me of Boss Bailey, who we drafted many years ago, who wasn't very good in the NFL.
One of the highest ceilings of this entire
Like he was a starter for a while, but he never was a superstar or anything.
All right, Kimberly, so let's talk about the Colts' outlook going forward. Because
I still like Breezy. I know a lot of people don't.
the draft community felt like maybe needs a year of seasoning.
I then have Jack Campbell, Drew Sanders, Brian Branch,
One-year deal, though. Initial
and then Quentin Johnston.
brass, was it like the plan is to play him right away, or has there been any suggestion that maybe this is going to be a wait and see with Anthony Richardson?
Okay.
That's where I'm at
I
right
know
now.
I'm not a draft expert. I know leave that to Todd McShay.
We'll be opening packs of cards too. I've got 3 right now that we're doing because there's been 3 trades, so I'll be opening those on stream at the end here.
Is somebody who's going to work. He does not have to be Superman. And something about him saying Superman made me
Come on,
think,
Detroit.
I wonder if Anthony Richardson could actually be the guy. Now, he is raw. Chris Ballard did say he is big, athletic, needs some time. So you got to give him room to grow. But here's what's great about Shane Steichen. He's worked with different types of quarterbacks. The Colts were
People are saying Levis to the Buccaneers. Dude, you guys got Kyle Trask. Kyle Trask.
Who knows? Maybe he could be their week 1 starter, but it all depends on how things go. But even if he's not, we will be seeing Anthony Richardson on the field sooner than later.
Kimberly, great stuff as always. Enjoy the rest of the draft. I know we're going to see you all over the country covering OTAs.
Come on, get to the Lions pick.
Cover the Aaron Rodgers Jets.
It's taking forever. I hate when they say the pick is in,
Back to you, Fitz.
and they take forever to get to it.
As always, the Lions pick is in, and Lions fans are rejoicing. I was hoping you guys would take like another minute and a half there because I'm trying to go out in there, and I was trying to buy myself a jersey, but didn't have enough time yet. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'll wait till Tyree picks this.
You handle your personal business on your personal
Well,
time.
I had a second there. But I was just don't blame me for ships.
Come on.
Okay, so
Go get Cansey.
the Lions pick is in. We'll see. Remember, Jahmyr Gibbs was their first pick in this draft, and Chris Cologne, our Lions fan producer, was a little dumbfounded. We'll see how he feels about this one based on the way he communicates in our ears for the rest of the show. The next pick,
Okay.
Jack Campbell out of Iowa.
Yes! Jack Campbell!
This is the most Lions pick of all time.
Yep.
Throw away where it took place. And
All right.
positional value in the
I am shocked, but I love it.
relation to Dan Campbell is such a Lions player.
I love it.
Bodies, their
I just like his style of play, so
Aaron Glenn, their defensive coordinator, one of my favorite coaches in the entire NFL.
it's nice to see that we're going to have a linebacker. This reminds me of like Chris Spielman.
And Jack Campbell,
Love it. He's so smart.
crap out of you on defense. Linebacker was a need for the Lions. He was the Buckus winners you saw just a moment ago. That's given away to the best linebacker in the country. The first ever Iowa linebacker to win that very prestigious award.
Love it.
This dude is all out all the time, Harry.
He is, and I talked to Kirk Ferentz about him as well. And when he
Love Jack Campbell.
the way that he approaches the game, he kind of paused for a second and he goes, Harry, he takes the game as about as serious as a heart attack. Like it means that much to him. That you mentioned it, the Campbell Trophy.
Love that.
And I sort of asked him, I was like, hey, among the players that you've coached over the years, because he's been there forever, obviously. I'm like, where does he sort of rank for you? And he said, hey, this dude's at the top. Like, you cannot question his love for the game, his work ethic, the way that he plays. This is absolutely a guy, to your point, Phil, when you said this is a guy that Dan Campbell is going to love, this is the prototypical type of player that he would draft, you literally could not draw a better one up.
So that's 2 players now
This is so great.
that have gone in the first round defensively. Watching Iowa, because we all watch a lot of college football, one of the things I think they never lacked was defense. It was more so their offense. And then when you look at them on the offensive side of the ball, they're going to always...
I am thrilled right now about Jack Campbell.
Defensively, and they also...
All right, well, that means Lions don't need any of these other linebackers.
Defensively, Iowa has...
We could go with like Nolan Smith still.
Jack Campbell, by the way, from ESPN.com. Matt Miller's NFL comp, Leighton Vander Esch, just to give people a little bit of insight there. And
Vander
also
Esch
put up a poll
is the comparable. Okay.
asking people to grade the Lions draft thus far.
I bet they're not happy right now.
Chris Cologne decided what they're
No,
going
I
to
like
do.
that.
He did
I
not
like
give
that
them
pick.
the option today. He gave them a B, C, D, or WTF.
I'm in I played
44% on the WTF.
I'm in a fantasy football league made up of people from the state of Michigan and then me. So I don't have nearly as much skin in the game here. This is 9 unhappy gentlemen right now. They are this group chat with. They
I
don't
am
necessarily
totally fine with this.
align with an A grade. So I get why Chris made the decision to go B, C, D.
But it was a need, though. Linebacker was a need for the Detroit Lions.
Also, too, I'd say he got a ton of production and a ton of disruption.
Sorry, I had to sneeze.
From
Oof.
a team that is, and this is no insult, pretty simple.
I like
Not a lot of bells and whistles. Not a lot of scheming to put him in a position.
I like these picks.
Just good play recognition, great fundamentals.
Gibbs is the Swift replacement, so I'm fine with that.
And I don't want to put him in the grit corner, right?
And Campbell is what we desperately need. So
He's a great athlete. Yeah.
Great athlete with superb football recognition. Like, it's just a solid ad. I know y'all aren't going to be happy. I know it's not spectacular, but it's real good.
I mean, this is the point where, as a fan, all you can do is trust your team's board. I keep saying it. I don't think, like, some years you can trade down. I don't think that was an option this year. The Buccaneers are on the clock now. The Buccaneers.
who are the Buccaneers taking? They going quarterback?
Remember that the Buccaneers basically have. Do they It's got to be Will Levis.
Yeah.
No, it's not Will Levis.
Hooker? I mean,
No.
Kyle Trask era is ready to begin in Tampa.
No, they're going to go with a corner. They're going Deontay Banks.
And
Elijah Cansey.
That's not Will.
Dang it.
Defensive-minded head coach.
okay,
I like
listen,
that.
I know the Kalijah Cansey. A lot of people are really hot on this one. What did you just say, Hoff?
I like it.
All right, like it.
I like it. I like it a lot. I think this is like the, Aaron Donald.
Kalijah Cansey is a Buccaneer.
A lot of reasons, but he really does have that going. And when you look at the knock of his size,
That's who I wanted.
same weaknesses that people listed from Aaron Donald.
And Lyles, I know you've been hot on this one.
Yeah, and I spoke with Pat Narduzzi earlier today, and he was like, "Hey, like this guy has a chip on his shoulder, and he plays like you mentioned the size."
That's who I wanted.
Aaron Donald. He went to Miami Northwestern, did not get an offer from any of the 3 Florida schools. This guy plays like he has something to prove, and that Pitt defensive line was really good. Deslin Alexander is a name you'll probably end up hearing on day 3. That's also going to get called, but this guy right here is an absolute problem.
He's a closer, man, for a defensive tackle.
Explosive, has a series of pass rush moves, very, very high motor. First unanimous All-American since Aaron Donald.
Other
I
than
would love
his
to be in
height,
that category.
he didn't do one thing wrong in the pre-draft process. And that includes his college career. Not a single thing wrong other than being 6'1". I mean, if he was 6'3" and 315 pounds and had the same skill set and production, he would have been gone, I don't know, 15 picks earlier.
Yep.
That's how incredible he was at Pitt. I mean, he was a game wrecker for a team that, I'm sure Harry can tell you.
Seahawks are up.
2 years ago, they could play offense. Last year, they retired. Kenny Pickett obviously went to the NFL, but like this team
Like Cansey.
by field goals and defense last year, and Kalijah Cansey actually helped them stay fairly competitive for chunks of last season. He's a game wrecker amongst the interior.
So they took corner before.
A lot of needs. They're interested.
They're going to take an edge, probably.
Has some shades of what
So this is where Miles Murphy goes.
So Tennessee, you don't quite know. Are they rebuilding? Are they retooling? What are they doing?
Maybe a Nolan Smith.
Feels like a perfect value based off of his skill set.
A guy whose use of his hands is just bewildering for an offensive lineman, right? Like a guy who is disruptive, super.
This is crazy.
Very Tasmanian devilish at the point of attack. Just not anybody who it's fun to face. Look, all of this stuff chasing down skill players in the backfield, it is ridiculous what he is capable of.
I don't think Seahawks take Breezy here.
More that they're building for this defensive line. You talk about Vita Vea,
And I think technically they signed a defensive tackle.
also Joe
They also got a couple linebackers.
all those guys.
So maybe they don't go Nolan Smith. They go Miles Murphy, I bet.
Yeah, I mean, Cansey, he's not as strong as an Aaron Donald, but he probably has more wiggle, right? Even on the low side, if he is a poor man.
Oh, maybe they go. Could they go Brian Branch? No, they already got a corner, so they're not going to do a safety.
And Harry pointed out a couple of times when we've talked about it, like sometimes we forget how hard it is to put up sack numbers from the interior.
They got Walker at running back, which is really good.
And if you're Tampa Bay,
Is it too early to start talking about Keon White?
quarterback doesn't mean you take one.
It's probably way too early for Keon White.
Right now as a franchise, what you need to get
Let's see, what are the best
is somebody that will make your team
guys we got by position over here?
weaving the media. We focus so much on quarterbacks.
I think they want an edge. I really think they want an edge.
And say, you know what they did really well? They said, we don't give a damn. We're going to build the best team possible. And
Oh, maybe the Northwestern edge. What was his name? I can't say it.
okay because they built a good roster.
Adabaruwe? Adabaru?
When it comes to like, I'm going to
Adetomiwa Adabaruwe. I can't say his name. But I know he tested real well at the combine. 6'2", 275.
To go with Anthony Richardson. You look at the Seahawks.
I know some people had him going in the first round on a lot of mocks.
Look at the Raiders who
Keon White, 6'4", 283 from Georgia Tech.
Tennessee who took Skoronski. There are a lot of teams. Tampa who just
Technically is a third round grade according to this.
teams who need a quarterback that are passing right now on Will Levis. Now Seattle's on the clock now. They have an opportunity to do it now, but they might go defense.
I like Dylan Horton too from TCU.
Seattle is back on the clock, and you mentioned it.
But
Seattle picked Devin Witherspoon.
he's an edge in this magazine, but I have him as a defensive tackle. I guess he's a small defensive
Top corner
tackle.
in the draft, according to many. So they solidified what they're doing.
So someone needs to crack this code. Probably have another, I don't know, couple hour and a half or so left in this broadcast. Pete Carroll does these draft clues every year on Twitter.
Yeah.
He does not tweet much between the drafts, but he does go heavy during the draft with these draft clues. If somebody can crack the code and make sense of how that draft clue set that he sent out earlier suggested Devin Witherspoon, please let me know, because I haven't figured out what at all they mean. Alfred, you like the Seahawks? That's your squad. I'll be able to figure it out. Sorry, one of our bosses sitting over there, and he's a Seahawks fan.
I can decode part of the Pete Carroll cipher
Miles Murphy.
Nastiest
The
player.
nastiest. Who's the nastiest edge?
Nastiest edge to
With a
Lavelle.
slight element of risk.
Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Then-
Is he nasty
Nasty,
though?
yeah.
He's just
No.
nasty, right?
You can't go Nolan Smith
Miles
here.
Murphy.
Our best available, according to ESPN.com. Will Levis, Dalton Kincaid, Nolan Smith, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Michael Mayers, Zay Flowers, Joey Porter Jr., Miles Murphy.
I'll give you one. Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle from Michigan. If they had, he's got some nasty in him. Steve Avila, the offensive lineman from TCU, to me would be a nasty offensive.
Mozzie Smith, though,
But
Every time
underperformed a little.
See Pete Carroll.
I wouldn't say underperformed. He didn't live up to my expectations. That's a better way to say it.
Square unit of human he can find. Yeah.
All right, well, they are on the clock with about 1:30, and I think this is likely, as we keep projecting, going to be a trend throughout the course of the last hour of the draft. Teams are looking to move around, so they're going to use as much of the time as possible. I feel for Will Levis right now, the broadcast is showing him.
I was just talking about how
Yeah, they picked up a defensive tackle free agency
very good friend, one of my best friends in the world, who
and 2 linebackers,
30
Devin Bush, Bobby Wagner.
in the first round, so he probably tweets
Their defense is going to be good. They need an edge. They need an edge. It's got to be Miles Murphy.
breakdown of every pick in the first round. Chris Morris, I love you, man. If you're watching this right now, he pours his heart and soul into it. And I love the fact that
Because I think there's a huge drop off after
one of
Murphy.
them just came across my timeline, and I'm like, let's go. All right, he's into it. He's the Mel Kiper of.
I just think Keon White, it's too early for him.
All right, so the Seahawks got less than a minute to go on the clock. Start to, maybe they just wait. Just skip the.
It's 7 sacks.
Crazy for them to go quarterback.
He's a run defender, competent run defender with size and strength. Profile to set the edge, rangy enough to reach quarterbacks in space. Could be used as an inside rusher on passing downs. Comfortable as a brawler. Floor seems relatively high given his physical tools.
I agree. Yeah. Big fan.
Will Levis.
We got to get a wide receiver off the board at some point.
Carlos Basham for the Bills is the comp.
Seattle taking a
His weakness is athleticism.
unfair, right?
Will be exposed against most blockers, sluggish with his adjustments.
And that wasn't fair. The Chiefs probably grabbed like.
Yeah, I think Keon White's too early.
Jackson Smith and Jigba go to the Chiefs.
It's got to be Murphy.
One of these clues is 100% quarterback. So,
Okay. Oh, okay. The pick is in, and you feel like you've deciphered one of the clues. Do you know which one it is?
I do not know which one it is, but I'm pretty sure that one of these is a quarterback. Might be a red herring. Pete's Wiley.
Okay.
Okay.
Wiley Coyote, also known as Pete Carroll.
That would actually, yeah, please just get Will Levis off the board.
Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, Andrew Hawkins, Harry Lyles. I'm Jason Fitz. Every single pick
Get Will Levis off.
will be there.
Get him out of there.
We have no commercials. We are
I should be careful how I word things.
as it goes down. And we will also be here for every pick tomorrow night, too. So things will not stop.
I'm going to be here on Saturday, for rounds 4 through 7. Are you guys joining me or no?
Well,
I wonder if Geno Smith can play as well this next year as he did last year.
Yeah, totally. Why not?
Or I wonder if it was a fluke season.
Sweatpants, I'm in. Yeah.
15 months old, man. Still
we
tired
got a
today.
second one.
Another one coming soon, too. You guys have any thoughts?
So me and Phil was doing Sunday radio.
Yeah.
Yes, primetime radio Sundays. His daughter wasn't even born yet, so like time really flies.
It does, man. I think the first thing I did in my return to ESPN after a little paternity leave was the radio show with her asleep on my chest. You forget about the fact that babies, when they're newborns, can sleep through anything, including their annoying fathers on the radio.
I could beat that. We did Operation Football on Sundays in 2017. You didn't have a wife or kids.
That's a good.
And now, I come back. Literally. Hawk comes back and he's like, what the heck?
Oh man.
Yeah, watch that transition from man to zone, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, watch that.
I'm already nervous. I'm not revealing what's in that ginger ale bottle there.
All right, Roger Goodell has gone to the podium. The Seahawks pick is in. They used all 10 minutes.
Of course they did. Got to get those commercial time in over on the networks.
Another cool presentation moment.
Yep.
This is part of the experience of the NFL draft, and I say this to people all the time. If you have the chance to go see a draft in a city, go do it. It is one of the coolest experiences.
I think the NFL draft comes to Detroit next year.
Just the party atmosphere.
That'll be fun.
and Sort of the vibe from everybody, the displays and the things you can see and the things you can do, but even to draft night. They find a way when you're there to make draft night feel incredibly special. Kansas City, obviously, hyped tonight. Detroit will be hyped next year, I am sure. The Seahawks pick is in. It is being announced as we speak. And
Jackson Smith and the Jigba.
Okay.
we have our first wide receiver off the board. Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Seahawks
Wide receivers. Hawk, Harry, what do you guys think?
having a good night.
I love him. I love him. His three cone, and I mentioned this to Hawk earlier,
Corner and now
matches up with the
wide
way he
receiver.
separates from defenders.
The best wide receiver.
Reliable. You talk about a guy in a Rose Bowl who went for over 300 yards. He was in a group with the two other guys who were drafted in the first round. One of those guys won NFL Rookie of the Year last year offensively. So that lets you know about his.
Let's see if they have any clips of him against Michigan, though.
People to get misconstrued because he only played in the slot. Because you look at Justin Jefferson, who was able to line up outside for the Minnesota.
I think he could be just as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown. Jigba's great,
Spencer, what do you think?
but he didn't do much against Detroit or against Michigan.
Even if you took out the Rose Bowl, where he was going up against a running back, playing corner, Micah Bernard, bless his heart, did his best. To me, the thing that when I talk with people about him, it's the polish that you get out of his route running.
Yes.
Even if he isn't the kind of guy who is necessarily as physically dominant one-on-one, to me, it's all of the complete element that you get with a professional. You already have it with him. It will only become more polished.
Are we going to the draft next year? When it's in Detroit, I want to go. Yeah.
Jackson Smith and Jigba going to
I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Seahawks wide receiver trio is absolutely
I plan on going.
in 20. John Schneider, you are just flexing tonight with two incredible
Metcalf, Lockett, Smith, and Jigba. Ooh, is that the best wide receiver trio in the NFL?
You know what's better than hearing my thoughts? Hearing thoughts of
I don't know.
Jeff Darlington, who happens to be in Seattle right now, and Jeff, a lot of us
I'm going to say no.
prior to
There's
this
got to be a better
maybe Jalen
combo
Carter,
out there.
maybe a quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks. Instead, they take a
But yeah, I think it'd be a lot of fun to go to the draft. I would love it. Take my kids. I'll have to see how much it costs because I'm sure the tickets are expensive.
Field, and great show so far, by the way. I'd say at I mean, you know, that's what we're here for. Look,
I'll even dress goofy. I'll dress up like an actual lion with a jersey on or something.
curious. We got some truth serum in John Schneider if he would have taken Anthony Richardson at 5 if he did not go before him to the Colts. That to me is really. They had done a lot of homework on Richardson coming in this, but they also had done a lot of homework on Jalen Carter, and it really did feel like one of those two guys would go at that 5 spot. So I was somewhat surprised by their pick, but as you said, I mean, top cornerback on the board, and John Schneider is so good at being disciplined about value versus need. Not a guy who's going to say, yes, we obviously need someone up front like Jalen Carter. Instead says, I'm going to take the best guy there, and very clearly that's who Schneider believed in. So, yeah, slight surprise, but I don't think with Schneider that we should ever be totally surprised.
That's a good point, Jeff. And I did think that the last pick the Seahawks made struck me as
You know, if the Patriots need offense, they could trade with the Detroit Lions for DeAndre Swift.
No, I mean, I heard
He's a home run hitter.
about it a little bit ago, and I heard some people kind of throw the wide receiver spot out there.
You'll like him when he's healthy.
Not as much as like a crazy need, but as something that they could see the depth there. But this is more than just depth at the wide receiver position. This is a true dynamic playmaker. But at the same time, you got to think that Schneider's sitting there saying, I mean, this position has become so expensive over the years, and now suddenly we can get. That's one thing Schneider loves about the quarterback spot. Like, I thought that he would take quarterback potentially to sort of reset that pay scale and get the cheaper guy in there. In this scenario, you do that with the wide receiver spot.
Chargers on the clock.
Are you,
absolutely incredible.
are you like in an elevator lounge right now and not the Seahawks
That's
practice
not me.
facility?
With Baltimore next. So I think Baltimore actually, okay, these two spots, either one could be Quentin Johnston. And I think Quentin Johnston's awesome. Don't need a running back. Well, Swift can catch too, so if you want to line him up at wide receiver, he might be able to do that too. You just have to work with him a little bit there.
The producer's trolling you, Jeff. Jeff and I do fantasy football now on Sundays together during the NFL season, and Jeff is always doing his report like when the Bucks blow their, they like fire the cannon.
Chargers are taking wide receiver, right? Do they need a tight end?
Like, the Eagles PA guy
What do the Chargers need?
all the players for their intros. So you are prepared for anything during the live shot. Just one more.
I will say that's the one thing I don't like about their setup here. It doesn't show you on the screen what they supposedly need. I kind of wish I knew what team needs were.
We have no commercials. We're on the air until the end of the first round.
That's what I was gonna say. You got commercials?
Yeah.
Like I'm not even getting pushed off by Greeny's not telling me I got a rap.
Oh, it's LA Chargers now, not San Diego. Corner, defensive tackle, tight end. Here we go, Kincaid. Give Herbert a good weapon. Deontay Banks, Joey Porter for corner. Breezy at defensive tackle. Mozzie Smith at defensive tackle. I could see Mozzie Smith here.
Today was like a Netflix trailer, wasn't it?
Yeah, he would fit because they apparently struggled with stopping the run. And that's what type of defensive tackle he is. He's more of a nose.
Such an interesting guy. He before the draft started, a couple hours before, he was like shooting hoops. And then I saw him over here behind me on this practice field with a pitching wedge, just chipping balls.
But Mozzie Smith won't help them when they play teams like the Chiefs.
I wanted to.
Would help against the Raiders.
Man, that sounds way more fun than most head coaches and GMs are probably spending their day on night one of the NFL draft. Jeff, you're the best. Music on the outro.
Breezy got pushed around, so he wouldn't really make sense for stopping the run.
Look, I got to tell you about the pick, but keep the music going because while Field was being professional, we were all just doing this. The whole table was going like this, and Field was never swayed.
I saw Zay Flowers going here a few times. Quentin Johnston.
And with the 22nd,
Yep. Dang it, I like him.
2023 NFL draft, Quentin Johnson. Another wide receiver goes off the board. Okay.
Now we're
Quentin Johnston
Johnson goes
to the Chargers. That's big.
you guys, he's actually big.
He's 6'4".
Paul, what do you think?
It's a monster.
He is the same because he went to the NFL. But Johnston,
Monster.
because he's one of the bigger bodies that were like at the top of the rankings for receivers in this draft class. But the way he moves, he has quickness.
Oh, you think the Patriots will be in the top 10 next year?
I think he's probably one of the most well-rounded receivers here because he does have that size.
Is that what you're talking about? They will have a top 10 pick?
Well, and obviously you pair him up with Justin Herbert, and fireworks are going to happen, right? You got to continue to give Herbert the weapons to really get the most out of him in the skill set that he has.
Yeah, I think
You're really worried about the Patriots. I have a feeling just changing the offensive coordinator is going to be a big difference.
We've seen in the semifinals game against Michigan, he could take a 5 or 6 yard shallow route and take it a distance and run away from defenders. I think the one thing, if I had to say he needs to work on, being that size, being long, having those long arms, extend a little bit more. And
Is this where Zay Flowers goes?
But that's something that I think just come natural in
To the
practice.
Ravens?
In the football league, you're going to have to do that and actually stay away from defenders. But I like
Are we concerned about the drops, or is that just a technique thing?
I think it's
So wide receivers, here's what I have. I have Jordan Addison,
in college,
Jalen Hyatt.
you're trying to be a
Those are my top two.
so sometimes you're not getting your eyes to every catch.
If you like tight ends, Kincaid's still out there. Mayer from Notre Dame. Mayer's like an all-around tight end, though. He's not really a pass-catching tight end. He can do a little bit of everything, which might make sense.
You mentioned you have a great quarterback.
Technically, the Ravens still have Mark Andrews, though.
Wildly paid. So you need to start to continually restock the coffers with guys.
Yeah,
who will be
they
able
just
to
need
essentially
receivers.
keep labor. You're going to have to
They got Rashad Bateman.
can resign who you can't resign after he gets $50 million a year plus.
They signed Odell.
Keenan Allen, they kicked the can.
Yeah, they need
He's got like
a wide receiver.
next year, not 2023, but 2024, which it's unsustainable to have many players on a $40 million cap that aren't quarterbacks, especially a wide receiver on the wrong side.
It's got to be Addison or Hyatt.
In some ways, and I know the other thing that you have to account for when you have the Chargers, when you're the Chargers, is injuries, right? Keenan Allen's an amazing player, but he is often injured. Quentin Johnston, a player that can help offset that loss a little bit. I thought this was a little bit of a big receiver that tended to play small sometimes. You guys talking about the drops right there? Look at every reception that we show here.
What is going on with this coverage? It's got the Eagles at 30 right now. They skipped a bunch of stuff.
Maybe that plays a better example.
And I don't know why.
I thought Zay Flowers was a small receiver that played big, and Quentin Johnston was a big receiver that played small sometimes. Doesn't mean he's not a really good player.
Okay. I was like, that was weird. It jumped to the 30th pick. That was weird.
That was a huge game. Remember, that was Kansas' first time ever hosting game day. Like, it
6 to 11, 5 through 12 will get you that high pick. Oh, for sure. But if you're 6 and 11 or 5 and 12, you probably need a quarterback. You're going to end up getting a new quarterback then. Because that means Mac Jones just doesn't work out. But I think Mac Jones might be... Again, I haven't watched a lot of Patriots football. But Mac Jones, I think with a better offensive coordinator, might do well. Weren't you guys having problems with Mac Jones? Like, wasn't he giving attitude or something over there? I mean, it could have been a Patricia thing, because Patricia just pisses people off. Heck, a bunch of guys wanted out of Philly because of Patricia. Just being rumored to go there. Now the ESPN coverage has pulled the whole scrolling bar away because they were screwing up. That's funny. I wonder if all the Lions fans are pissed. I bet you they are.
What a day this is for the Ravens.
Will Lamar get traded was a question on many TV shows a week ago. The answer was no. Instead, Lamar got a mega contract. So now the question becomes, knowing that Lamar got that mega contract...
I wanted Jack Campbell in the second round. I was hoping he would fall. But taking him at 18, I'm so cool with it.
That would just be a flex by their GM and their scouting department. Eric DeCosta, right? Like, you sign OBJ...
Oh, I got to see the video. So, Brad Holmes goes nuts after drafting Jahmyr Gibbs. I got to check this out real quick. You guys are going to hear it in the background. This is going to be fun. Almost breaks the table in excitement as he and Dan Campbell are glad to draft the versatile, explosive Jahmyr Gibbs. He's like flexing and fist pumping and slapping hands. And yeah, Brad Holmes is excited. That's interesting. All right, I got to trust it. If Brad Holmes is that excited, I got to trust the Jahmyr Gibbs pick.
Get that man a better weapon than Odell Beckham. That is no disrespect to Odell Beckham. I think he's a great wide receiver. He's a great wide receiver, but 30-year-old Odell Beckham, coming off of a couple of not minor injuries by any means, that can't be your number one receiver for a quarterback that you just paid $185 guaranteed million.
Well, I think the Baltimore Ravens giving Lamar Jackson that contract to me is justified.
There we go.
I don't think there's anybody who's done more with less.
Exactly.
Look at all the young players from Joe Burrow to Justin Herbert to Jalen Hurts to Josh Allen.
Someone's got a posted. Brad Holmes doesn't care about your mock drafts. With the 18th pick, they take Jack Campbell. You know what? That's cool. I'm down with it. Love it.
That's what I would put on them. Right, but that's hard.
I'm getting excited about it. I'm selling myself on these ideas.
I mean, is this the year to do that? That's the other thing, too. If you're an organization that's not great at that, you really want to go out on that limb? Because I thought, wow, it'd be funny if they just got him a big old lummox of a tight end like they always gave it, right? They've had worse ideas. They really have.
And they still have Isaiah Likely, who I think is going to have a bigger role on their team next year to go along with.
Yup, I'm excited. I think we're good.
You look at a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers, who can sleep and find wide receivers.
Yeah.
You got to self-evaluate yourself and figure out what you're doing wrong from that skill position.
They still don't have the Ravens pick.
Johnston to go to the Ravens because of what he provided. I think Jordan Addison being the deep threat, like you have Odell, who's kind of a little bit of everything. You have Bateman, who's more of a possession guy. You need somebody over top that can go deep for Lamar. It could be Zay Flowers. It could be Addison. And also Banks. Banks is a Baltimore native. I mean, that's, great story from there as well.
Mel Kiper Jr. would lose his mind if that happened. Mel loved Deontay Banks. Mel is from Maryland, of course, has an affinity for the Baltimore Ravens.
Yep.
He would lose his mind in the best way possible.
Pick is in.
All right, so the pick is in. Roger Goodell going to the podium.
Who do they got?
See what it comes up here. The pick is
Zay Flowers.
Go ahead, Eric
my favorite wide receiver of the draft. A lot of people may say he's a little undersized. I think he is a
Nice.
Stephon Diggs, and I've been saying that for the last 2 years. Route running ability, stop and start, can make you look silly.
A smaller Stephon Diggs is not a Stephon Diggs, though.
His actual size can be too short, intermediate, or deep. They had to play against the University of Louisville, my alma mater, where there was 2 people there to defend the pass, but Zay Flowers.
All right, Minnesota's up. After this pick, I'm going to take a quick little break, get some more water, and yeah. You think Bailey Zappi or Zapp is going to start over Mac? A lot of people like him too. I could see that. Just having somebody who actually knows how to call an offense makes a world of difference, though. So yeah. Ooh, a Santana Moss comparison. Wow. Santana Moss was great when he was on the Jets.
The most important thing I love about Zay Flowers, he had an opportunity to transfer to another school for NIL money.
Yeah.
He decided to stay at Boston College and fought it out, made plays, and still became a first-round draft.
One of 14 children.
Yes, that's what I was going to clarify.
One of 14 kids?
14 children. Hey, you've already taken an NFL beating growing up, right? Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that guy is going to be.
No wonder being so small doesn't matter to him.
I've thought about all the ways you could describe him, and I've decided that I've been sitting on this one for a while. The best way I can describe Zay Flowers, I'm married to a lovely Boston College graduate. Zay Flowers allowed me to watch every game for the past 2 seasons. Wow. Boston College was unwatchable besides Zay Flowers, especially on offense. Yep. At least this year, right? I mean, Phil Yurkovich was just
Wow.
You know what happened there. But
14 kids.
dynamite.
No, you could not convince me to do that.
Had some butterfingers this year, but that tends to be one of the things that can be that can be concentration.
I'm sorry, you said Steve Smith. This is a 5'9" and change wide receiver who just came out in the NFL draft after being productive at Boston College of all places, and then strutted out in a leather suit, like hit him with the full training day. Hall of Famer. I'm just going to call it.
Day one.
You are a corner, you better get out your back pedal because he's going to eat your cushion up.
Yeah.
Mean.
Very fast.
Excited for what this means for Lamar, as we talked about also.
Yes.
Should acknowledge the Vikings now on the clock, 5 minutes to go on their time.
Will Levis?
I mean, that's right. I mean, at some point, you got to look at this. Kirk Cousins has, 1 year left with a bunch of money on it, and after that, we'll see where things go. Minnesota seems to like Kirk Cousins a lot, but he's not young. He is expensive. You could reset the quarterback value. Like,
It gets really interesting.
Well, here's my question. If you have a guy like, because you also got to take into consideration that you have a guy, Justin Jefferson, who was the best receiver in football last year.
Lost Thielen. They got to go wide receiver too.
With a guy like Will Levis, or would he be more happy with a guy like Hendon Hooker from Tennessee?
You're not drafting a quarterback in Minnesota.
It also, we have to start looking at trade. Like, here's the reality of the free fall. I won't bog everybody down with all of them, but you have, after the Vikings, you have the Jags, the Giants, the Cowboys, the Bills, the Bengals, the Saints, the Eagles, the Chiefs. What do they have in common? None of them need a quarterback. Yep. So if you're Will Levis and you're not picked here at 23 at this point, there is a very real chance that you have the same fate as this banana. You're just done for the evening.
Banana might go uneaten, y'all.
No, well, maybe, but that's all right.
That's a drop. That's a steep drop.
And I'll say this, and I don't wish any of these young men to be in this spot because, you know, you wait for this night your entire life when you're a kid to get drafted in the National Football League, to actually be there at the draft and your name's not called. We've seen Aaron Rodgers go through that. So
Dallas won't take a tight end when it's their pick. Come on, people. The chat is wild. What people say.
I think a lot of people, you heard so much over the course of the last week about the possibility that Will Levis could go number 2 overall. Will Levis could go number 1. Vegas thinks it. So I think in a lot of our minds, it was like, well, a fall still means 12 or 13. A fall outside of the first round entirely would be stunning, right? I mean, we can all agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a quarterback, especially because of the value of that fifth-year option, right? Like, just it's been proven time and again, right? I mean, the Ravens, even though Lamar is injured,
They're so shocked that Levis is falling. Like,
your option as opposed to being under a, if they had not
most quarterbacks don't work out, guys.
or a long-term deal right away. So that is a
Levis was the media's favorite pick for months. Then Anthony Richardson came on the scene.
He is not drafted look at
trade
the
up's
second
come
round.
into play, right?
I have to look at the Rams. We're picking fifth in the
Corner.
Liam Cohen was their
All right, so Vikings could go for a corner
He knows
or a wide
Will
receiver.
Levis incredibly well. He was also Will Levis's offensive
That means
coordinator.
Joey Porter, Deontay Banks.
They could give somebody
I could
inside
see Joey Porter.
the quarterback position. Like if I'm the Rams sitting there saying, man, what's it going to take to move up to the bottom of the first round, get the quarterback that I have better information on than most, and get that fifth-year
Well,
option.
here's the thing: the Rams, I don't think have that much draft capital either, though. So that's another part of it. Do they have the insurance to move up and take that pick?
Let's think about this a little optimistically for Will Levis here. If he happens to end up at Minnesota, nice spot. That's a nice, cozy spot for a young quarterback, right?
There's nothing cozy about Minnesota. It's cold as hell.
Especially that Shanahan system. You know this.
Yep.
The second year is really when that system for young players start to kick off.
Right.
Or even if you're learning a new system, the second year is when it really starts to hit its stride.
Is this one of those moments, though, y'all, where we're like presuming that Kirk Cousins is just done, and in the meantime, the Vikings are looking around and they're like, I don't know, like there's no Aaron Rodgers in the division anymore. The Lions are usually the Lions. Like I got a pretty good shot at the division the way things are laying out right now.
You know what you have with him, right? You know what you got.
With Kirk?
Yeah.
Kirk Cousins, though, like
The Vikings need defense, guys.
inflection point
Their defense sucks.
because if
Sucks.
a quarterback here, they don't pick again until the third round. And if you're taking a quarterback in the third
They
round,
can't stop the pass.
anything close to a guarantee.
They're one of the worst pass defenses.
It's just how it works with quarterbacks. So
Like, they were never a threat.
if they don't take one here, Kirk in the final year of his contract, who has always had leverage. Like he's always had leverage. Why he's a Hall of Fame quarterback as far as the
Contracts.
business side is going, right?
Legend.
So this is a fascinating one right here because it could sort of show the hand of the Vikings.
I like what you said about like this division, right? There's no Aaron Rodgers. You know, the Lions, they're not really scared of them. The Bears are rebuilding as well. That makes a lot of sense.
As a Lions fan, I'm not afraid of the Vikings. I wasn't afraid of them last year.
Versus what quarterbacks are going to be available next
I know they had a lot of injuries, but
It's like this may be your only opportunity because
yeah, see, look, they allowed 26.6 points per game, 29th in the NFL.
8-8 or 8-9 or 9-8, whatever it is.
Their pick is in. It's got to be something on the defensive side. They drafted a corner last year. I think they still need a corner.
It's going to be good with the
They lost Peterson,
going to be high enough for you in next year's draft.
With all that
But also, though, like
but they lost Thielen, who is obviously a Pro Bowl level wide receiver.
You're in the NFC over there. You're like, oh yeah, Kirk Cousins might be the third best quarterback in the whole conference this year.
With all that being said, we cannot ignore how atrocious this defense was last season. And they do not have Patrick Peterson over there at the cornerback position anymore.
Yeah, they lost leadership.
A corner on the board.
We got a couple of corners on the board. I mean, Porter Jr.
I hope they take Joey Porter because I don't.
Banks is on the board still.
You got a couple of guys that most
I want Deontay Banks for Detroit in the second round.
Jackson's still on the board as well.
Yep. Hey, there a lot of speculation. Addison would make sense in Minnesota. They need a wide receiver with obviously Adam Thielen now in Carolina. So, yep.
All right, the Vikings pick is in. There was no trade.
But Hendon Hooker still, has some logic to it, at least to my estimation. We'll see.
It's going to be interesting.
They're going to surprise us. They're going to do something crazy like a Nolan Smith.
Hour or so as we
They're
go
going to do
through
something
the last
crazy.
picks in this draft. Like that is
I feel like something chaotic is about to happen in the next couple
traded.
picks.
We have a Slack poll. Are you shocked? Sorry, not Slack, a YouTube poll. It's in
Someone claimed they
Are you
took
shocked
Will
that
Levis.
Will Levis is still on the board through 22 picks?
They're not taking Levis.
48% said
This
yes.
chat needs to shut up. There's no way.
52% of the people are lying.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just saying.
I'm
like,
not
there's no way.
shocked. I'm gonna be honest with you.
You're not
I am not shocked. We talked about this pre-show. There's so many questions around Will. Is he a specimen? Yes, absolutely. But you said this. Specimen quarterbacks. How often do they really take off like that, right? He couldn't beat out Sean Clifford at Penn State. I think he has all the tools. But in his decision making, when you watch his film, it does leave a lot to be desired.
Who do they got? Jordan Addison.
Jordan Addison
How about
is
that?
the pick for the
Four
Vikings.
straight wide receivers.
That's a run. We didn't see any wide receivers go, and now we've seen a run of them.
Yeah, I like Jordan Addison.
Okay.
21 Biletnikoff Award winner. Just like Zay Flowers, he can be too short, intermediate.
That's interesting.
Not as
So they don't care about defense in Minnesota.
type guy. I don't think he gets it.
Gosh, they're going to give up close to 30 points a game.
But he has that makeup from his body control, but just a phenomenal pick, I think, for the Minnesota Vikings to pair him up with Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, he
They're
can
just
go
going
back,
offense.
Go deep. He can play inside. He can play outside. What I really love about, besides his versatility is like when you look at receivers and how they're drafting now. Like back in my draft,
There's only a couple more corners I even want in this draft.
like 6'4".
Deontay Banks, Joey Porter, and then there's a lot of corners I don't like who are rated okay, like according to experts. I do like Travius Hodges-Tomlinson though from TCU. So that's where I'm at.
I also like the fact that as we see
And I know Hodges-Tomlinson is like a third, fourth round grade.
over the course of his career thrived in both. Like I think sometimes when we talk about system
Trade! All right, got to pull out another pack of cards. We'll be opening at the end of this. Jaguars traded with the Giants. Fourth pack. We're doing Don Russ cards.
We're used to Spence knocking it all the way to the back of the set.
All right. What we got? What's the trade? What has happened? We have a trade. That's the trade gong in case you haven't figured that out yet.
Yes, it is. So the Giants sent picks 25, 160, and 240 to the Jaguars for pick number 24.
Okay.
This is what, have we seen this, 2-3 times now? We had the Eagles going up from 10 to 9. That was the cost of that one, was a 2024 fourth round pick.
That's a lot.
The Giants picked, sent
Isn't
out
it?
a fifth round pick this year to move up one slot. So we're seeing about that.
Oh, okay.
It's about average.
So the Giants have back-to-back picks now?
No, the Giants have moved up one pick.
Okay.
So the Jaguars.
They traded,
number
and then they gave up a
So the Jags
fifth also.
convinced the Giants that somebody else was going to trade ahead of them for something.
Yeah, could this might be the wide receiver run, right? We've seen 4 straight, so maybe the Giants, the Giants have been connected 2 spots.
This is where Jalen Hyatt goes.
And right now the pickings are getting slim. At wide receiver, obviously we just saw 4 go off the board, and I'm not sure the 5th would be if you're going to take a wide receiver here.
So Jalen Hyatt, a few months ago, was the 3rd rated wide receiver according to Lindy's, which I like this magazine far more than Athlon Sports. They only had Addison and Quentin Johnston above. Jackson Smith and Jigba was 4th. Zay Flowers was 5th. Rashee Rice from SMU was 6th. Josh Downs from North Carolina is 7th. Marvin Mims 8th. Raheem Jarrett 9th. And I'm not really into those guys that much. I do like Cedric Tillman from Tennessee, but he's 18th. Jaden Reed at 22 of the wide receivers, I think is really good too. In fact, he could be real good. Ronnie Bell from Michigan is the 29th rated. He's 5'11", 192. He ran a 4.44 40-yard dash. He catches really well, though. He had a couple drops last year, but he's actually a really good wide receiver. Ronnie Bell was real good for us, except he got injured 2 years ago. This last year, he had come back from a season-ending injury the previous year. So he might be a good one for you guys in New England. You guys like Michigan guys. So we've had 4 trades. Are we going to beat the Vegas over-under of 4.5? Who are the Giants taking?
Yeah, it kind of feels like everybody wins tonight for the Texans, right? You make the defensive-minded head
It's got to be Hyatt, right?
happy, and you have the offensive player at quarterback who gives the team some hope and direction going forward. You mentioned the price, though. That has been a talking point since Houston made this.
Could be a corner.
Because it's a lot they spent to move up from 11 to 3. Nick Caserio's description, it seemed like he seems comfortable with the amount that they sent to Arizona, which includes, by the way, their own first-round.
They need a linebacker, too.
Well, I think 2 things.
Could they take Drew Sanders?
Considering here. One is, this is the general manager in Nick Caserio who is on his 3rd head coach already. And he needed a quarterback. He did a great job, I think.
They might need an edge, too.
Out of Deshaun Watson in a
They
situation
definitely need a wide receiver.
and he does now involve one of those picks in acquiring his replacement in C.J. Stroud. I think it also shows that ownership is
They could use a
invested
tight end.
Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan.
For being a
6-year contract.
borderline solid team last year, their total offense was 18th. Their rushing obviously was 4th because Saquon. Passing was 26th. Their defense was 25th. Rushing defense 27th. Yeah, they are not very good. So they need a tight end. Kincaid's still available, isn't he? Is Dalton Kincaid still available?
Coach who's going to be here, for multiple years. I mean, he got the same kind of 6-year deal that the 49ers, gave to Kyle Shanahan.
He is.
And so they know who the head coach is going to be, and now they've got a pillar on the
That would be interesting.
A potential franchise quarterback. I mean, they finished last in the NFL in total QBR, and they're the 7th team since that metric was created in 2006
That's interesting.
to finish last and then have a top 2 pick. And every team, all 7 of them now with the Texans doing what they did, have chosen a quarterback with that first pick. And then, on defense, I mean, they faced the most rushing attempts in the NFL. They allowed the most rushing yards. So Will Anderson is going to help them at a position where they've got 2 veteran defensive ends, both on the last year of their contract. So I think they've really created an opportunity to engage the full rebuilding process. Now, it's hard to do when you don't have a franchise quarterback. And whether they do or they don't, they have a reason to believe that maybe they do.
Yeah, and they have some hope in Houston right now, which has not been the case over the past couple of years. The great Ed Werder joining us here from Houston. Thanks so much for your insight. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, Ed. Things are just getting started for Houston.
Thanks, Field.
All right, boys, you want a stat? Let me give you a stat.
Drop one on us.
The first time in the common draft era,
Here we go.
4 consecutive picks in the first round were wide receivers. How do you like that? 4 straight wide receivers for the first time.
Listen, he might not come when you want him to come, but he's going to always be on time.
Always
Him
on
being
time.
the Lord.
Oh, man.
Won't he do it?
Well, you know what, God just
It's going to be Jalen Hyatt.
pick is in for the
No, Deontay Banks.
Banks
Damn it.
of the New York Football Giants now. Deontay
Dang.
Banks from Maryland corner is now the pick for the Giants. And guys, this speaks to why they moved up one.
Yeah.
They move up one because they knew, I mean, Intel would say they running low on corners. We knew they were going to go secondary. They needed a guy.
Joey Porter's still out there. What's going on with corners? Let me look at that position.
This is not. This is the exact opposite of the polished, ready corner. Not to say that he doesn't have polish, but a dude who will bring it.
Lyles, you like this one?
Love it. I mean, hey, and look, I hate doing this, but we've had to do it for
BJ Ojolari's still out there.
Hey, man, you know a dude is good if he's getting drafted in the first round out of Maryland. All right? Like, that just is what it is.
So Joey Porter was number 1 back when this first came out. Cam Smith from South Carolina is still out there. Their 40 times are not good enough, though. 4.45, 4.48.
Yeah, I think when you look at their secondary,
Yeah, I guess the corners are lacking some speed. Kelly Ringo, 4.38. I don't like Kelly Ringo.
played both sides of the ball back then, got hurt doing punt returns last year. Coach Dable, please keep the man off the punt return. But also,
Watch, I'm going to be completely wrong, and Ringo's going to be a stud. But
now you had Deontay
when I watched him, he didn't
a guy that can
impress me.
bring that,
Jalen Jones from Texas A&M.
just that solidism that
Clark
you
Phillips from
need
Utah.
secondary, and especially a corner. You want that type of guy.
Eli Ricks from Alabama, who is 4.5 speed.
Like, be tough-minded.
Garrett Williams from Syracuse. A lot of these corners are just not fast. Cameron Mitchell, Northwestern.
Prescott, too. Like, he can do a lot of
All of these guys are 4.5 speeds.
We have all right, look,
It's solidism.
No. You wind up. I'm gonna hold it for you.
Hodges Tomlinson's a 4.4 speed, though.
We gotta work on this piece.
Yeah, it ain't no baby.
He's only 5'8". That's his downside.
No, man. A real man never tells. Shows his real capabilities.
The Bills have traded pick 27 and 130 in exchange for pick 25. So the Bills have moved up 2 spots.
All right.
That was fun. The Jags were on the clock at that point, but the Jags, remember, the Jags already traded down. Then they traded down again. The Jags are in this weird situation we're not used to saying with Jacksonville, where
Boykin. Yeah, all slow guys.
into this draft saying, "Oh my God, we need
Jeez.
this," right? So it gives them a little bit of opportunity. So the Bills
DJ Turner is out there. He
must have felt the need to
had a
move
good
someone.
40 time
Again,
at
I
the
will say
combine.
We are seeing a run on corners.
And wideouts.
We're
We might if Porter's gone,
so 2
we're going to have to go and get DJ Turner. Which I like DJ Turner, so that would be cool to bring a Michigan guy into Detroit. Go get it. Go make it happen. So, all right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take a little break, but you guys will still be able to hear things. So I will be right back.
I'm presuming he had Tinkle. He took his phone with him and closed his laptop, and then he tweeted out the details. So I had to give the trade details, as it were, while he was tweeting. I respect it. I just respect the fact that he tweeted it while he was doing it. Fields back on set.
First round pick in my book. Yates.
Yeah. Can we also, though, quickly, like, this is supposed to be one of the, when we talk about positions of strength, everybody said, oh my God, the tight ends, we all agree. We've been, every 4 or 5 minutes, it feels like we're like, well, it could be one of these 2 tight ends. They're all still sitting there. So,
big thing, big thing I'd say, though, and I think I got into this a little bit before the draft, I think people conflated power and numbers with top-end talent. There are a lot of good tight ends in this class. There's not one. I know Kyle Pitts obviously hasn't been tremendous. Last year, the injury really bothered him. But, like, there's nobody who even can breathe the same air that Kyle Pitts breathed. Like, there's not a dominant tight end prospect in this year's class. There's, like, 5 or 6 guys that are all merit, like, picks 25 to 80, but not one that I was like, yeah, I'm like, that guy looks like an immediate day one difference maker like Kyle Pitts can be.
And but when you've got Brock Bowers lingering next year, you're like, oh, maybe I could wait.
Yeah. Right. But that could happen soon.
I mean, that is actually a really smart point when we talk about, because we're talking about with quarterbacks too, like how many teams that need a quarterback are looking at him and saying, well, Caleb Williams and Drake May, you know, so here's your best available. Will Levis, still on the board. Nolan Smith, still on the board. Dalton Kincaid, we just mentioned. Deonte Banks was just drafted, so you can cross him off of that. And Joey Porter Jr. So if you need a corner, but by most mocks, you are starting to run to the end of the list of first-round talent that will be there. Obviously, the Bills did not move up to take a quarterback. I am not that stupid. So if you'd have told us 10 minutes ago that we were having a trade up, I would have thought, oh, somebody getting in range for Will Levis or for Hendon Hooker, but apparently not. And I said I'm not that stupid, and you gave me that. I don't know. Look,
I'm thinking about it.
Okay. I'm thinking about it. You know, that's probably fair. I got 2 words for you. Well, I got really 1 word for you. I'm just going to name it 1 word. Just Tyree. You can't kill my joy tonight, right? Like, for once, I'm happy.
But a professional will try.
Well, that's probably fair. Which wide receiver will be the most? Which wide receiver has the most potential? We asked YouTube in the poll, and we gave them the option of the 4 selected. In a landslide, last place, I'll go 4, 3, 2, 1 like any good countdown. Last place, Jordan Addison. Second to last place, Quentin Johnson. Second place, Zay Flowers. The runaway winner with 45% of the vote, Jackson Smith-Njigba. So, by the way, just acknowledging that the Seahawks have gone through this whole thing, made their weapons better, and they're in a really glorious situation with the contract for Geno, who now gets another weapon to throw to. Like, if I'm Geno Smith,
I wouldn't just sleep on Jordan Addison. Like, we know that offensive system very well. And we know a lot of people are going to key on Justin Jefferson. So I wouldn't just say Jordan Addison is not going to eat. I would say he's going to get a lot of targets because of what's on the opposite side of him.
Yeah, I agree. And even if you zoom out a little bit, I like the Zay Flowers pick more than the Njigba pick because, I mean, you get even an increase of what you had in Hollywood Brown when he was with Lamar Jackson. He could do more. He still can stretch the field. He can also get the ball from short and take it the distance. And, you know, you go from Lamar Jackson, who a month ago it seemed like they weren't going to be able to work anything out. They go get Odell Beckham. It probably restarts the talks. And now he has Zay Flowers. He has weapons on the outside for the first time in a long time.
I'm just a man of the people. I'm just telling you what the people are telling you.
Who we got here? Give me a guess. I'm going Hyatt.
Wide receiver again?
You said what the people told you?
Is there any pass rush for you that help? Oh, finally.
There it is.
All right, you guys can find me on my side hustle as a psychic. Coming up soon. All right, Dalton Kincaid, the first of the tight ends to go.
We should have known this, by the way, because the Bills jumped ahead the Dallas Cowboys, who
need a tight end.
Everybody's been talking about the Cowboys being the most likely team to take a tight end. But Dalton Kincaid is an incredible story. 0-star recruit, wasn't even on the recruiting radar. That's how he ended up at San Diego. You saw those highlights there a moment ago. Goes to Utah, absolutely smashed this past year. There's a lot that's going right for Lincoln Riley right now at USC. Do not mention the 2 words Dalton Kincaid around him. He literally tore that defense apart in both games they played this past season. 16 catches in one of those games. Absolutely incredible. Had a pre-draft back issue, which was a big deal for him in the process. Didn't see a lot of him in terms of some of the physical testing metrics, but was recently cleared by one of the top back doctors in the country. This guy is he's the best. He can get open the best at the top of routes of all the tight ends in this year's class. And the Bills all of a sudden have some real horsepower at tight end with both he and Dawson Knox.
I love the athleticism, the savviness to also get to the blind spot of the defender to set him up and break his route off. I'm not going to sit up here and say this pick makes me nervous, but aren't the Buffalo Bills supposed to be trying to establish the run game?
And that's kind of what made me raise my eyebrow at this one, because he is not polished as a blocker.
Yep.
And when I look at what they need, a Darnell Washington to me makes more sense at tight end for them, just because that's like having another lineman out there.
Yep.
And you did not run the football last year, which, again, like his athletic ability is one thing. He's a great player, but to your point, I would have thought they would have gone somewhere else.
I mean, Josh Allen wants to stretch the field. He wants to throw it. He has that rocket arm. He could put the ball anywhere. They could have used some help in the slot, but now you get that with the tight end position, right? You give him a huge targeted Kincaid down the middle of the field. It takes pressure off of Steph and that offensive firepower that they already have. I can see it, but you're right. They do need to establish the run, but it's hard to, chicks love the long ball, man.
All right, what'd I miss? Did I miss anything crazy?
We talked about this last year.
Dalton Kincaid to Buffalo.
The Bills are built for modern football in a world where you have to compete with the Chiefs, but they're also not built the best for their own home field advantage, which is snowy, disgusting football in the middle of January.
Yeah,
So,
they need to draft a roof on that new stadium.
But here's the difference between the Chiefs and the Bills in my eyes.
Wow.
When the Chiefs need to
That's
run the
interesting.
football and have to run the football, they're able
Hey, take it easy, Peter. I'm glad you stopped by, buddy.
about the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, the draft is going to be interesting.
And I think early on in the year, you kind of want to lean on your.
It's already interesting.
So when you're down the stretch, okay, now Josh Allen is making all those he-man plays.
Who the Cowboys taking?
Running people over potentially and gaining all the yards he can on the ground. I just think at some point you got to establish the run, because I think that's one of the deficiencies in their offense.
Yeah, someone still believes in not reaching for a running back in the first round.
Safety?
I also think it's
No.
Brian Branch is still out there.
Pick a running back.
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying they're the one team who was like, you know what? We'll just take the tight end.
Yeah.
Jaron Curse, Malik Hooker.
I think the big thing here with the running backs is like we've reached the sweet spot. There were two that merited first round consideration. One in Bijan, who was obviously going high, and then one in Jahmyr Gibbs, who I thought would go in the first round. I didn't expect it to be 12, but I thought he'd be a top 20.
They need a running back, too.
Now we're at the point where like the drop off is
Charbonnet?
There are a lot of good running backs in this class, but there's not a guy.
He would complement Pollard, wouldn't he? Ty J. Spears.
Address that running back spot, probably a little bit further down the board. I feel like though that if they're going to do it, they got to add some beef to that backfield for the long term too. Like James Cook last year, second round pick, good player, but not a ton of size. Damian Harris, they added a 1-year deal. He's got some power to him. I thought that at times he got a little bit, I would say, maybe a little guilty of playing smaller than his stature. So the Bills, if they do end up going with a running back at some point, they're really used to a guy that is the initiator of contact as opposed to the receiver.
And I hate that they traded for Naheem Hines and barely used him.
Oh, they added Gilmore.
So the Cowboys now are on the clock.
They added some guys.
They need a tight end. Well, there's another great one on the board for most people. Michael Mayer out of New England, out of Notre Dame.
From Kentucky.
Is he that guy? Does he now make sense?
No.
A couple days ago, Mike McCarthy was talking about what he looks for to tight end in his pre-draft press conference, and he was like, "I like guys who are about 6'4", 250, can block, hold their own." Like Michael Mayer, like was he could have just said him by name. That would have been. I think that's not tampering. You can't be accused of tampering in the NFL before guys actually.
Yeah, you can't tamper for a draft.
Perfect Michael Mayer landing spot.
Is that who they want as Mayer?
Very obvious need. And the fact
It's a wasted first pick.
Safe pick and high ceiling too. Like he's gonna play. Like there's no doubt he'll play for 10 years in the league. I don't know if he's gonna be as electric as Dalton Kincaid. He'll play for a long time because he can hold his own as a blocker.
Not the downfield threat. Right. Not the guy
Breesy.
making these balletic.
I could see Breesy being there.
Amen.
This is a
I had projected Mozzie Smith here, though.
Chipotle order might be
That was my draft, my mock draft. It was Mozzie.
double sour
I
cream.
think
Is
he
that
has more savvy though than people give him credit for. Because like his release game off the line of scrimmage, it's not like he's a stiff guy with, bricks and stone for feet.
Yeah.
Like, he can still get off press coverage, and his release game, I think, is good enough to be, more than feasible in the National Football League. But I love complete tight ends. Like, you love the flashy ones too, but a guy that can line up in a three-point stance, you can detach him and be one-on-one corner or safety, but also play him in the slot. I think Michael Mayer can do all of those things.
Also, he was it for a lot of Notre Dame this year, right? Like, let's just acknowledge the fact that, everybody knew he was getting the ball, and it wasn't like he had Peyton Manning getting him the ball, right? So it is interesting to see. Like, I like high-level productivity when everybody knows what's coming and everybody, when your own fans and the opposing fan base all know that you're the only hope and you still get it done, that does mean something to me. So, we'll see if that's where the Cowboys go. The pick is in. So
It's got to be defensive lineman, right?
Levis continues, and I don't say that with any level of joy. I want to be clear here, as Harry pointed out earlier, it is not a good situation for any kid to have to be in that green room just watching as their name doesn't get called. But the shock of the draft so far is that Will Levis, to many, is that Will Levis is still available this late in the draft. The Cowboys have made their selection. We obviously know that is not a quarterback, which means the fall will continue. We've got about 30 seconds until we get that pick. Obviously, after that will be the Jags. The Jags have traded down twice already in this draft. So
Good business, by the way, by the Jaguars. They moved down 3 spots and added 3 picks in the process.
Yeah.
That's actually that's like rock solid business by the Jaguars.
And while you were briefly away, we mentioned it's not usual for the Jags to be like, hey, we don't really need anything, so let's just, the Jags are window shopping, but they don't actually have to buy anything. Like, they don't need any furniture. They're just out there saying,
Window shopper.
it's my fault, America. I did that to everybody. Field Yates, Harry Douglas, Spencer Hall, Andrew.
Oop, the pick is in.
Harry Lyles, I'm Jason Fitz. We're getting you every single pick throughout the course of the draft, including this glorious Cowboys pick.
Mozzie Smith.
Mozzie Smith is the pick. What do we think, boys?
Well, you want
Told you guys in my mock.
interior run-stuffing defensive lineman. Mozzie Smith is your pick, and this guy is an absolute freak athlete. If you guys don't read the column every year by Bruce Feldman on The Athletic about the best freak athletes in all of college football, this guy, I think Mozzie Smith was #1. I mean, just obviously is like toying with interior offensive linemen and some of the highlights that we are seeing so far. Massive need for the Cowboys, who got some play out of Jonathan Hankins in recent seasons.
Dang.
They needed a guy who can be kind of a grit and grind defensive lineman for that front there. They've got obviously a lot of athletes in that defense, but Mozzie Smith fills
Way to go.
literally a couple of gaps.
Go blue, baby.
That will also allow
Cowboys love Michigan Wolverines.
much more valuable and also have the ability to make that much more plays moving forward.
Yeah, if you want an interior anchor, that man did 22 reps at 325. 22 reps of a bench press at 325 pounds.
That's
All right.
Make my shoulders
At
hurt.
his size, which is, if I could say, a heavy 340, like a heavier than normal 340, an unnaturally dense 340, he was able to do a 33 and a half vertical leap.
That's absurd.
He is a
Freak athlete. And, for the Cowboys, I actually think that, you go back and look at their track record in the first round, it actually stood the test of time. The Cowboys are under a different microscope than basically every franchise in the sport because of some of it is most of it's self-inflicted, right? Jerry invites a lot of people. They have done a pretty darn good job in the first round. And last year they took a player in Tyler Smith, who people thought was a little bit of a reach in the first round in Tulsa. Worked out really well for him. By the end of the season, he looked like a legit left tackle that was so promising that Tyron Smith, who's been their left tackle for a decade, moved to the right side for the first time ever. So the Cowboys,
That's awesome.
figure it out in the first round. I wouldn't be surprised if Mozzie Smith helps them a lot in terms of their run stuffing.
I also like, durability, dependability. Started 28 games over the past 2 seasons.
So did the Jaguars take Porter here?
In his career. There's just, to me, I just read that, and it just feels like that's staggering. You're playing for Michigan, you're not, there seems like there's an opportunity to make a mistake somewhere. I just love that level of efficiency.
Yeah, I actually would not hate it if my new defensive tackle had a handful of penalties.
I'll help you about it.
Which penalties?
Just a little edge.
Maybe a little personal foul every once in a while.
Yeah.
They're in a position of power, right? The Cowboys defense. And what Mozzie Smith, to your point, strong, interior anchor, could do a little better from a pass rush perspective, but with Michael Parsons, you don't need to, right? So they're like filling little blind spots in the defense that's going to help them continue to kind of rise up.
Eat up that space.
Yes,
Eat up that space to allow other guys to eat even more.
Absolutely.
Sweet baby Jesus, the Jags made a pick. I'm just letting you know the pick actually, and it's been the great conundrum of the,
Well, they must
game.
have had a player. They just moved down 3 spots. They must have had somebody at 23 that they were like, we're good here. They moved down, picked up 3 selections. Like, to me, this is the Jaguars doing new age Jaguar stuff.
But it also speaks to something we've mentioned a couple of times with teams like Philadelphia in the draft. When you talk about nailing the draft, over the last couple of years, the Jags have drafted well enough, and they've gotten enough. They changed the coaching staff, obviously. Yeah. Last year, they spent money wisely, a little bit like what we talked about with the Bears. The whole perception around that franchise a year ago today was wildly different than it is right now. I mean, like, the Jags, we're sitting here talking about confidence. We're sitting here talking about the growth of Trevor Lawrence. We're sitting here talking about the fact that they don't have a million holes. Like, I think the Jags are sort of one of the case studies on, hey, you can turn the whole direction around pretty quickly if you do these things really well.
And it would not have expected it to be that.
Yeah. No. Like bottom 3 franchises.
Yeah. And they've gotten it out the mud. I mean, it looks good. I'm honestly waiting for something to go wrong.
But it's amazing, like what a simple human being, like as a head coach, can do for an organization, also for a young quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they, by the way, they set themselves up. Like, they've built some margin.
Jaguars pick is in. Who do they take? Where are we at?
They've done a legit 180.
Yeah, because that was going the very wrong direction.
They were a joke
like
for a while.
Doug Peterson probably saved Trevor Lawrence's career.
Yeah.
I don't think that's extreme to say that. Like they were going the absolute wrong direction, even for them, right?
And I said going into this whole experiment with Trevor Lawrence that I felt like the Jags would disappoint and let Trevor Lawrence down before Trevor Lawrence would let the Jags down. And by God, they almost did that. But you think about what they were able to add last year: Christian Kirk, Zay Jones, Evan Ingram. That's a lot of productivity. And they're a team that, according to our ESPN.com right now, has the team needs for them: defensive end, corner, tight end, linebacker, wide receiver. Well,
Jaguars?
You know what? For the Jags.
I'd add one more here, though, and it came in the form of a suspension that we found out about this morning. Cam Robinson.
That's right. Oh, yeah.
Left tackle is going to miss multiple games now because of that PED suspension, and as a result of that, guaranteed money in his contract voided. That could really be a chance for the Jaguars to get out from underneath that contract, which they were tight up against the cap. That's $16 million. That's kind of evaporate.
All right, so where do they go at this point? Like, if you look at
Jaguars need some tackles, huh?
Not Will Levis. Tight end, potentially, because Evan Ingram is on the franchise tag. Right?
He is.
He's on the franchise tag.
Yes, he is.
So again, Michael Mayer makes sense there to that end. That's what they're looking for. So certainly.
But this is also a team now that's getting Calvin Ridley added to what they already had last season. So good point. Let's not forget that. That's a number 1 wide receiver that Trevor Lawrence is getting this season.
Blake Freeland from BYU is interesting.
Add Calvin Ridley to this, and Calvin Ridley is going to have this weird benefit of obviously.
DeJuan Jones from Ohio State.
Once a year suspension for gambling, but the opportunity for your body to heal at that level in the middle of an NFL career, like I understand rust and all these things you have to knock off, but I can't imagine how his legs are going to feel like once he gets into that season. Just having that rest. The pick is in. Goodell is at the podium, letting us know exactly who.
DeJuan Jones would be interesting.
Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh no, they did not.
Anton Harrison.
This is my guy too. Are the Jaguars really doing things left and right correctly?
Why do you love him?
I was surprised he wasn't higher up most people's draft board.
His arm length.
The hardest part about evaluating offensive tackles at Oklahoma is that funky offense they run even under a new head coach of Brett Venables.
His issue is his arm length.
Who was it earlier that we were talking about? Like, Darnell Wright. Never had to get low in a stance. Same thing here for Anton Harrison, but this dude's got some serious power. Been a left tackle for a long time. Not worried.
He's not a good side-to-side mover.
Big physical dude. Like
Looks like he's trying to play through a door frame. He has to do a lot of floating when searching for pass rushers.
And I think the reason because of that is just Oklahoma had a
Counter moves trick him. Needs work to clean up his footwork before he sees the field. That's what the magazine says.
Cam Robinson is going to be suspended. Have a left
I like DeJuan Jones,
to
but
fill in right there and fill that void. Because what you don't want, especially from an offensive line perspective, when your quarterback has went through a year where his confidence has shot up. You don't want
Interesting.
to be shot down because of a suspension of your left
What are the
tackle.
Bengals going to do?
That can fill that void right now.
So what do they do when the contract's voided? What does that mean for the team
Well,
now?
the guarantees will be voided. So if you have guaranteed money left in your contract, if you get suspended for certain things, it's subject to forfeiture of that guarantee. So we've seen that in other players' instances where that player all of a sudden goes from being a lock on the roster to bye-bye. I am not guaranteeing they're going to cut Cam Robinson, but you put a couple of pieces together. You have a $16 million left tackle. You now have a first-round offense.
He was the 6th ranked defensive tackle according to NFL.com.
Even though we know in the NFL, you can probably
His athleticism score was 9th. His production score was 6th.
The Jaguars did not. This is getting super nerdy. Bear with me for a second. Let's go. Everybody with these big
Yeah.
salaries in Jacksonville this offseason.
He has technique issues.
Jones, a bunch of guys on both sides of the ball had their contracts restructured. The value of that is you kick
According
it
to this.
into the future, but it buys you some extra cap space. Now, only player with a real base salary who did not have his contract restructured, Cam Robinson. So they told us something.
Very interesting. I don't know about that pick.
So I would not be surprised if Cam Robinson is no longer with the Jaguars going forward.
Now that we've seen, go ahead.
I was just going to say one more thing on Anton. Those hands are free, and they are nasty, and he'll give them to anybody. Mean. Mean when he gets them on you.
How mean?
We're talking dirt mean. We're talking way meaner than that gimmicky little offense would indicate, okay?
Yeah, but supposedly he can't get his hands on people.
I love it. Nasty dude.
The hands are rated E for everybody.
Oh, E for everybody. Listen, we're past 11 where the twang's going to come out.
Our super anonymous big boy breakdown.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
And ready to go. Wow, does he pop?
Yeah.
Sudden off the edge, great front side zone, elite mirror dodge player, stays attached through the rep. I feel like a beefy man when I read this.
You see that thing? Sometimes when you get alignment in those offenses and they are kind of upright, it can kind of come down to who's going to hit you or slap you harder, and usually he wins them.
Favorite line? Throws his hands like he hates your guts.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, I'm just telling you. God, I feel like a big boy. All right, the Bengals pick is in. Cincinnati Bengals have made their selection.
Put my glasses on for this one. I'm having a hard time seeing because Joe's coming tonight.
Also telling you, I'm pretty sure this is not Will Levis too. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that Will Levis.
That'd be funny if the Bengals did take Levis. Miles Murphy.
Out of Clemson.
That's a great pick.
Months ago was being mocked by many to be a top 10 pick. Over the course of the process in the draft seems to have fallen, but comes into this. What do we think, gentlemen?
Love it. I mean, one of the things that Clemson has been known for the last, decade at this point? Has been
He's so good.
defensive line
I love Miles Murphy.
quarterback, and that guy does it just about as well as anybody.
Big kid.
Get off.
Yeah.
He's such a freak athlete that he could rely on the athleticism a lot. The ACC, as we know, has not exactly been a stellar conference over the past 5 years. Clemson's just been running roughshod over the entire conference. Got to become a more refined technician, but go to Cincinnati, play behind Trey Hendrickson, right? Like, they've got some pieces up front in Cincinnati that can handle some of the more veteran reps. Like, I like this pick. This is an upside pick. And the Bengals, another team that I've been talking about, we talked about how some recent draft has helped teams like the Jaguars turn things around. Cincinnati has earned that benefit of the doubt as well. I like Miles Murphy. This is a spot now where, a lot of the players are kind of interchangeable in terms of overall value. Like, Murphy could have gone 38th, and 38th, and it wouldn't have surprised me. So, 28th, this spot there for him.
I love it. They beef up this defense, and obviously in this division, you got to go against a freshly paid Lamar Jackson.
All right, Saints.
Guys who run around, and again, for Cincinnati,
What do the Saints need?
fans in general, you're in a completely different world than you've been in the last 30 years. They are in also a position of luxury that now they're adding things to the pieces to kind of maintain their position as the top dogs in the AFC North, which is again, it's just something that most Bengals fans would never even imagine possible.
I feel like he is similar to Tyree in this. I feel like there's room to grow.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of potential that really hasn't been developed there that I think if he ends up in the right
Yeah,
place,
Miles Murphy.
you're going to see it.
He's going to be good.
You guys all stressed throughout the course of this. There's certain areas that you can't have enough of, right? Like if you can bring somebody else that can be rotational value out of the bottom of the first round, particularly somebody that they don't have to come in and be a superstar out of the gates. They just got to give you snaps and give you fresh legs. That can matter a lot.
How did their season end? Their season ended against the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes playing on half an ankle, didn't sack him once.
Yep.
So, it's weird. You don't normally want to sort of to shake your roster up and then retool it basically simply off of one player or one team. But I feel like we are seeing some like big game hunting at the top of the AFC. Those are like, you know what? We got to have another middle of the field tight end to keep up with the Chiefs. The Bengals are saying we've got to find another pass rusher to slow down the Chiefs.
It's 271 pounds. Runs a 4.53.
Well,
It's fine. My God,
the
that's fine.
athleticism is unbelievable, but I like the speed converted to power. You've seen it getting off the ball and then chugging the offensive lineman with one arm.
Yeah, that long arm. That long arm, nuts.
And that's demoralizing.
We're starting to see it now in the NFL a lot more, I think, is I'm starting to see more and more like they're going to be older players because of the COVID rules. There's going to be, surprises, but athletes are not, like, you're getting athletes only in the first round now, right? Like, we're seeing some guys that, like, I'm looking at the board right now, and I'm trying to find and no matter if you think Emmanuel Forbes a little too high, whatever, like, even Jack Campbell a little too high, but, like, all of them are athletes, all really good athletes in the NFL. Like in prior years, like this is a little bit of a flash. But, Cleveland Farrell went high. He went fourth. That was way higher.
I'm right here.
Sorry, but like that, he wasn't like a premium athlete, right? Like athleticism is rating supreme right now in the NFL.
Your Raiders. All right, so
Love it.
this is an interesting nugget for you here. All right, we are on the clock right now. Obviously, the New Orleans Saints are on the clock. Why is that interesting? Well, they're on the clock with the 29th pick. That pick was originally the 49ers pick, which was then traded to Miami for Trey Lance, which was then traded to Denver for Bradley Chubb, which was then sent to the Saints for Sean Payton. This pick has been around the block. I think, like, at this point,
I wanted to get traded again.
Yeah, I think they should trade it. Yeah.
It feels like that's the right thing to do right now. I mean, this pick has gone all over the place again. But
Trade it. Trade it.
we only have 3 picks left in the first round. We have the Saints, the Eagles, and the Chiefs all waiting to make their picks. So as you look at the best available and you think about where the Saints are,
Well, I would think they will go defensive line, knowing the simple fact that the Atlanta Falcons stole 2 of their players, in David Onyemata and also Key Needles.
you got stole. They just went up,
Give me that.
You know where I'm from?
throw a little shade there.
You know where I'm from?
No, but it does make sense, right? But I'll ask.
Nolan Smith, Drew Sanders.
Like, what's the identity of the Titans? And who are these teams? Who are the Saints right now?
Well, the Saints are saying that we're the best team in the NFC South. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Gary. Falcons probably in that mix as well, right? But like they're saying to themselves, we don't have to be. You don't have to be the fast. You don't have to be the fastest bear. You got to be the fastest and the slowest bear.
I don't have to be fast.
Just gotta get away from the bear.
Yeah,
Okay, faster. Yeah, totally bungled that one. But that was the concept I was looking for.
No, we're there.
Right? And it's
Yeah.
like,
Come on. Drew Sanders.
South right now, because Derek Carr is the best quarterback in the division. Bryce Young will get there one day, but Derek Carr is, and all of a sudden you got a team that probably thinks like we have a chance to win 10, 11 games and make the playoffs again and play nasty defense.
So where do you go in this draft? I mean, as we look at the best available.
So if you look at let's talk about some of the players they lost this offseason. David Onyemata to the Falcons. Caden Ellis to the Falcons. Onyemata probably a bigger blow. They also lost Shai Tuttle to the Panthers. That's 2 defensive tackles. They certainly need some interior defensive line help. I think offensive line, they got a question mark.
Breezy.
They're going to pick the best 50-year option. That could be Osiris Torrance makes some sense here for the Saints. So those would be some of the places that come to mind for me. If there was a difference-making tight end, it could justify that one as well because Michael Mayer would be different than who they recently reinvested in, which was Juwan Johnson.
All right, so the pick is in, and that means that there is no trade.
Dang!
Me, Captain Obvious. There is no trade. The pick is in, and we will see.
We're at 4 packs
Goes with this.
that we're going to open.
As we come to the end
Excuse
of
me.
the first round in Kansas City. Only 3 picks remaining. If you're just tuning in, don't forget we'll be with you for every pick tomorrow. Also, starting at 7 o'clock Eastern, you can hang out with us. We will be crushing it through every single pick. Roger Goodell coming up to the podium.
All right, Saints, who you got?
I've never understood that. Like, come on, Roger, come back. Tell everybody the picks.
I feel like back in the day, Roger, all right, Brian Brzee.
Brian Brzee.
All right, we'll talk about
Another Clemson D line.
There it is.
But here, he's a guy, his freshman year had a phenomenal year. Second year, 2021, tore his ACL. Last year, went through a lot. Sister passed away with cancer. So I'm really looking forward to seeing this guy stay on the field for an entire year. but also just getting a fresh start.
I like Breezy.
Right? It's just something to be
I know a
said
lot of people didn't.
two tragic things like that,
But-
and once your sister passed away, and then tearing your ACL after having a phenomenal rookie or freshman year. So really looking forward to him, but also a need from the Saints because they lost so much on the defensive line.
He's got something to prove here. He does. I think Harry hit on all the key notes there. And the personal tragedy is something that you can't quantify that. His sister had a great relationship with, and obviously that's heartbreaking for him and his entire family. But came to Clemson, #1 high school recruit in the entire country. This guy was supposed to be the dude on that Clemson defense. 9 career sacks, which is an interior defensive lineman. It's not going to win 39 defense.
There's a lot of guys.
This is a traits pick. And, the Saints, we'll see how that defense takes shape this year with a new defensive coordinator and new defensive line coach. Ryan Nielsen, who was the defensive line coach, and considered one of the best in the NFL.
Where did he go?
He goes to the Falcons. So
Yeah.
I'll be damned, Phil.
I think the Saints did well.
no doubt Brizzy has some upside, but this was a player who had
All right, Eagles.
early mock draft.
You got your defensive tackle earlier. Who you going for now?
You mentioned the injuries. I just want to.
Is this where you go for Nolan Smith and you just
More information on that.
wrap up getting more Georgia Bulldogs?
Sort of suffered
Do it. Get Nolan Smith here. That's what I want to see.
required season-ending surgery.
Come on, Eagles.
Back, he had a case of strep.
Get a Bulldog.
Kidney infection and landed him in the hospital where he added 45 pounds of water weight while he was sick. He played only 40 or more snaps in 3 games, and the coaches had to limit his practice reps. I say all of that to say, we talked earlier about how the meeting matters. This is one to me that the medical mattered. You needed your coaching staff to take a good look, your medical staff to take a good look and make sure that the player, it's not his fault. None of, I'm not piling any of that on him. Sometimes life just happens, but you better be comfortable with the medical portion of it.
You know what I say about it, about everything though? He is a human being who has faced adversity multiple times.
Yeah, he has.
So I wouldn't mind taking a chance on a player like that because I've seen he's kept pushing through it. And he's a high-level player. Phil, you just mentioned how he was and what he was rated coming out of high school. I think he has tremendous upside because when I mean he was dominant in his freshman season at Clemson, the film is there from that year. He just got to, overcome that adversity. And I think he already has taken that step.
This is a dangerous thing. We're introducing context and nuance. We gotta stop doing this.
You always like on the first side of the draft, you get. I've been guilty of in the past. It's every pick, it's like Brian Brzee, Aaron Donald 2.0, right? It's like Jordan Addison. He's playing with Justin Jefferson. He might be better than Justin Jefferson, right? It's okay. We're entitled to point out why a player goes to 29 as opposed to 9 overall. But,
And he truly has been through a lot. I mean, H, do you remember when we had game day at Clemson? We stood next to his family while they basically laid out their own personal tragedy. And between the injuries, between his sister passing, he's clearly just been through absolutely everything you could throw at a guy. And I just have to imagine
Yeah, I don't know.
his potential as a player, right? And who he was coming out of high school. You mentioned his freshman year at Clemson.
I think Breezy's going to be good.
Because the fact that he is chugging along.
Eagles. Go for a Bulldog.
The upside with him, and honestly, I mean, I think we want everybody who we're seeing a name pop up tonight to have success. But that person, I think I'm rooting a little bit extra for.
And his defensive line coach at Clemson, Nick Eason, has been a defensive line coach in the National Football League for a very, very long time. So I'm pretty sure scouts had that one-on-one with him.
I mean, at some level, both of you have referenced it from your respective positions. And I as much as we all tease, let's respect the fact that you guys were in the league for a long time. You had impactful careers.
A lot of people in the chat are thinking the same thing.
Once you're in the
Pick us in from Georgia. Nolan Smith.
as much as we're going to talk
Georgia of the North, the Philadelphia Eagles.
life that happens for all these kids, that doesn't mean that we're saying anybody's a bad pick. It doesn't, now you get in the door and then it's what you do with the opportunity.
Absolutely. It's about investing and where you invest in players at, right? So if, someone gets hurt, like you said, with that kind of injury history, he probably would be even higher than maybe even Mozzie Smith, maybe even Kancey, if it wasn't for the injury. So that makes sense of why he drops to the bottom of the first round. But to your point, when you play in the NFL, it's 100% injury rate. So the guys that play through, that can deal with that, can come back with injury, are typically the ones that last the longest.
Also, a laundry list that we listed earlier.
You can't play through a torn ACL as a defensive lineman.
I'm telling you what kind of player he is.
So the Eagles are on the clock. Jalen Carter was selected earlier. Nolan Smith, just so they can become Georgia and Philly?
Get another one.
Bring them all?
Bring another one.
Got N'Kobe Dean.
I joke, but at the same time, they
Which defense was better, do you think? Last year's or the 2021 defense?
2021.
And they have already 3 of the best players from that defense. So Kobe Dean and Jalen Carter, and obviously last year Jordan Davis. So, hey, what the heck? And they trade for Eric Stokes, too.
Nolan Smith.
They're going to be the Georgia Eagles soon.
But we all know that there are certain coaching staffs in the NFL that have great relationships with certain programs, right? So, like, actually kind of makes sense, you know?
Absolutely.
Nolan Smith would be a great pick here, I think. And the reason that he frightens me, he always plays with a smile on his face. that is a like
glasses too.
Like
He's got glasses. Yes.
Yeah, you got to go, Nolan Smith. Just fill it out. Finish out the Eagles, the Philadelphia Bulldogs,
Don't want to line up on the other side and see that.
the Philadelphia Georgias.
439. That's right.
It's what he's saying in the 40-yard dash.
He's like he plays a lot like Hassan Riddick, the faster version, right? And you can imagine those two guys on the same team. Another one to look out for is Brian Branch, safety. out of Alabama.
And by the way, an undersold aspect of all
Branch
those defenders
makes
are
sense.
hard to help. They are all so cerebral, and they understand concepts and sets. They know exactly what they're looking at all times. Terrifying.
And with that defense and coming out of that program, whenever you play with other NFL caliber players, it teaches you to focus on your job, right? Because a lot of times when you're the best or in certain programs, you're doing more than you're going to be asked to do in the NFL because everybody's on scholarship in the NFL. Everyone's getting paid here. And so when they get to the league, it's not as much of a curve. Like you're already used to having NFL caliber guy to your right, NFL caliber guy to your left.
Yeah, they're not just NFL caliber. They're all first-round pick caliber. That's what makes Georgia so scary the last few years. That's what makes them better than Alabama the last few years.
We definitely know that either Will Levis or Hendon Hooker, for all the thought of trading back into the first round, one of those quarterbacks is going to be available when the draft starts tomorrow. We know that at this point. Yep. The Eagles have made this pick. Kansas City still rocking.
Mm-hmm.
To nobody's surprise. I mean, Kansas, you know they're out there having a good time. Our colleagues have eaten too much barbecue this week. That is
Mama
good.
Kelsey there?
Oh, that's good. I mean,
That's dude perfect.
That's dude perfect.
That is dude perfect. My son right now is at home going
Freaking
bananas
out.
right now. Yeah, dude perfect.
Someone's going to trade with the Chiefs.
We're both right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Naturally, together at last, Donna Kelsey and dude perfect.
this is the collaboration the world didn't know it.
We didn't know it happened. We didn't know Mama Kelsey was going to join
Did not
Dude
see that.
Perfect.
I mean, this is a brilliant moment. This is a little pop in circumstance to the draft. Let's, which, by the way, we're all thankful for. Many of us have covered the draft now for ESPN for several years in this format. Wouldn't happen without moments like this. Like, let's remember there was a period where they didn't even televise this stuff. So now it's become a phenomenon that people consume mock drafts on, and we build radio content around for months.
Respect to Dude Perfect, by the way.
Bro.
What a
Hey, great story.
We're on top of the world, huh?
All right, guys, come on.
I believe they're Cowboys fans. This does seem kind of like heresy to me.
Who we taking here?
You know what? Donna Kelsey's about to throw a basketball off the top of a stadium and through a hoop.
Is it Branch or is it Smith?
It's going to be incredible.
It's either Branch or Smith, right?
The Philadelphia Eagles have made their selection.
Go full dog. Go full dog. Oh, come on.
What exactly
We need
is
Gator
full
Orlovsky
dog?
barking
Hey,
right
just
now.
get another Georgia dude. Get the band back
I
together.
just thought maybe you were going to give us like a bark or like
Maybe there's a third Kelsey brother we don't know about.
Nolan Smith.
There you go.
Oh, man.
There it is.
I just like it when we spend several minutes talking about something.
Wow.
And it comes to fruition.
Look
Okay.
at the bubbly.
That white is fresh. Or is that cream?
No, you know what?
Is that cream or white? Like,
He's the top 3 tonight. Like, look at that. That's the top
That is nice.
It is. I mean, talk about it. This is the guy that runs a 4.3. That is ridiculous. He's in the white suit. He's got champagne even before the draft pick comes
Yeah.
out. He's got the red
Wow.
and the red tops. I don't know if AC has that.
so for everyone
He's definitely got
who said the Philadelphia Eagles, because they lost their 2 coordinators, aren't going to be right back in the thick of things, please stop talking. Because what they've been able to do in signing, Jalen Hurts, but getting ahead of the curve last year, taking the Kobe Dean, taking Jordan Davis. You look at this year's draft, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. they're right there. They're not only trying to get back to the Super Bowl, they're actually trying to win the Super Bowl this season.
But that speaks to one thing that we.
Everyone's trying to win the Super Bowl.
When you pay your quarterback, you better nail the draft.
Yep.
Philly has nailed the draft last year. Philly looks like they have nailed the draft again this year. I mean, this is just benefit of the doubt that certain franchises.
Is this even real?
They start to do things right. You know, they keep it simple, and you know, they're not all going to work out. Nakobe Dean should have a bigger role this year, but like barely saw the field last year. So like, you know, we gave him a ton of flowers for that pick last year, and he's like a special teams guy for them. So maybe these things don't pan out as quickly as we expect them to. But Philly has a blueprint. You know, you draft guys that are freak athletes, have played basically NFL defense already. In fact, they're 4 guys from the same team.
Wow.
Won't be anything they'll be disappointed about. So Philly is primed, despite losing a ton of players in free agency this offseason.
Wow.
Time to make a deep run in what looks like a very weak NFC. The division will be fine, right? But the rest of this conference, Aaron Rodgers gone, Tom Brady retired, the Rams are like still rebuilding this thing. Like Eagles, man, they are back up, man.
It's really hard to argue against, and I don't think people realize, like, yo, we're not kidding when we said that Georgia defense in 2021 was the best of all time.
Yeah.
It's showing up in these picks. Like, these are guys that were rotational players, some of them, on 2021's team, and they were just waiting for their turn to become first-round picks, right? Because you just can't pick all of them in round 1. That's absolutely just absurd. Absolutely absurd. But they are that talented. And
I'm out.
it's unreal. Like, these are the players, to look at it like this, right? Alabama has dominated college football the past 15 years. These are the guys that stopped that. These are guys that put that to rest.
But the fact that it's happening again, also, and you're right, they were all part of one defense a couple of years ago. It also speaks to what Georgia's doing right now. Like,
So the guys left on my list, like Osiris Torrance, Brian Branch, Darnell Washington, Hendon Hooker, Joey Porter, Jalen Hyatt, Steve Avila, Keon White, Dylan Horton, Travius Hodges Tomlinson. Those are all the guys I like. Now, Hodges Tomlinson should not be picked in the second round. But the rest are all coming up.
The Eagles have the 62nd pick. If they take Keely Ringo, if he's still there, I may just throw my pen and my highlighter up in there.
Kirby Smart, New Eagles defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
But I will pull this, and I hate it when TV people do this, but I'm going to do this for a second, so just kick me if you need to. We mentioned earlier we really like Jalen Carter to Philly because of the support group. Now they add another person to that support group. Like, I just feel like all of this continues to just make me feel, not that my feelings matter, but make me feel better about Jalen Carter. Like, it feels like just the right situation because now you have guys that have been in the league for a second, they can help mentor, but also somebody that is still with him right now that knows what he's going through as a grieving person.
Chiefs need an edge.
Somebody else that lost a teammate, somebody else
Keon
that
White.
understands where they are in this process. Like it's almost like a therapy buddy. Like you end up with somebody that truly knows the ish you're living through right then. That just feels like it makes me even happier for Jalen Carter that that's where he ended up.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Maybe offensive lineman.
we can't understate it enough. I mean, overstated.
They lost Smith Schuster.
An incredible,
Could they take Jalen Hyatt? They're going to take Jalen Hyatt and just
little light, right?
be amazing again.
Incredible.
Another great stud young wide receiver, probably.
Motor, plays to the whistle every time, you know, and it's like he runs a 4.3, 41-inch vertical leap. That's incredible. If he was a wide receiver or a corner with those numbers, you would say, oh, that's an explosive athlete. To be an edge rusher, I mean, the rich got richer.
Imagine coming out of the backfield, by the way.
Joey Porter never got interceptions, so
I get past Jalen Carter, and I look up, and there's a 4.39 missile headed at me.
Throwing at you.
all right, the pick is in.
Quickly to tell
With
you,
Rex specs.
the pick is in. The Kansas
31 is
City
in.
Chiefs have made the 31st selection.
You know, they got a lot of needs, don't they? Yeah. No, they don't.
The last 5 years, they've won 2 Super Bowls. Look at that record. They scored 30 points a game, and they've cost me thousands of dollars in liquor that I just have to consume.
Yeah,
At least twice a year when I
Chiefs
watch
are just going to
the
restock.
Raiders.
They lost a good receiver. They're going to get a receiver.
And,
They're totally doing it.
Reason I have no hope.
Importantly, though, this officially means right now we can. 100%. Will Levis is going to be a day 2 pick.
Yeah.
Yes.
Barring the wildest pick in the history of the NFL draft, yes.
For all the speculation of Hendon Hooker and Will Levis, we now know that the beginning of tomorrow's draft is going to be insane because
This rules right now. The defending Super Bowl champions hosting the draft, making a pick. Like, what a moment this is right now in Kansas City. This is awesome. We have it on a separate screen. Hopefully you're not watching it instead you're just watching us. But this is really cool.
I
For a
hadn't
great
actually thought
football
about the
town.
fact that it's a defending Super Bowl champion doing that at the same time. So
Yeah.
the draft is a spectacle. Like, we've been lucky to get to go several times, and I don't know that I've ever experienced anything in my adult life like the Nashville draft was. Like, it was other level, and really perfectly done. And
For
this
you
was
and some other people that they didn't intend for it to be.
All right, so the Chiefs here probably are looking. So let's talk about some of the things that they can need. I know they don't have a ton, but there's a chance they would consider a right tackle. I would think. Pass rush remains in need. This offseason they signed Charles Omenihu, who was most recently with the 49ers. Good player there, but they cut Frank Clark, so pass rush could be one to consider here. So the Chiefs wide receiver would be one too, but the wide receiver run took place already. Sky Moore going to play a more pronounced role this year. Same with Kadarius Toney.
Can I throw a wild card out there?
Just do, yeah.
We got Jalen Hyatt working, right?
We do.
Andy likes toys. Andy likes fast things.
I saw a couple of mocks that had one of the top two tight ends going to him too. So, I mean,
Mingo.
Another Mingo.
Yeah.
No.
I like Mingo. I like Hyatt there
He's
too, though.
that A.J. Brown type player.
Yeah, yep, strong, physical. But Hyatt is like a deep threat.
Beep, beep.
Yeah, he can do a little better on the route running, and he can, really mature as a receiver. But when you would have with Patrick Mahomes, you don't need to. Hey, run deep, and he has great ball skills.
They've done this before.
And the other thing with Jalen Hyatt, to your point, like, he didn't have to do a lot of creative route running to kick them out of Alabama in that game. Like,
A touchdown, right?
Well, I think
Go up
what's
top.
unique is that we've seen Tyreek Hill be in this offense, right? And those guys stack the receivers and find ways to get free releases. I think that's the thing for Jalen Hyatt. You didn't see him face press coverage, but when you have a guy like Andy Reid, he's going to make sure he minimizes that at the next level as well. If you have a guy with that kind of speed, they can take top of him.
I mean, isn't that what Josh Heupel did so well for him in Tennessee? Like, Josh Heupel found a nice way to get him moved around to spots where Alabama, a defense that is certainly capable,
Man,
has a lot of players.
It's been a long night.
Got him matched up with safeties time and time again, and we all knew how that did.
Also, you know who bites every single cool college play ever and puts it in the offense the next week with like 8 different bells and whistles and shit support? Andy Reid.
Yeah.
Like Andy Reid. If anybody's watching the cool kids, it's Andy
They
Reid.
play ring around the rosy during football.
in the NFL.
It's too soon.
Yeah.
That wasn't against your team, right?
Is that the Raiders?
Oh, the lack of respect.
I wouldn't let people talk to me during warm-ups because I was so scared to mess up. And they're playing ring around a rosy in the middle of the game.
Crazy.
I don't know how I feel about any of that. We don't need to relive it. All right.
Here we go.
Is that against the Raiders?
Yes. Oh, all
It
right.
is my guy.
Okay.
So
Uzoma,
the next,
Kansas
the
State.
next Felix and Udike Uzama.
Uzama.
Who had a great couple of seasons at Kansas State past couple of years. Lightly recruited coming out.
All right. Well, that wraps that up. We're going to open these packs.
Like the
We are going to turn off that so you guys can't hear it anymore. But we're going to open these 4 packs. We will then end our stream tonight. There's a lot of good players still out there. You still got, Drew Sanders, Brian Branch, Osiris Torrance, Darnell Washington, Hendon Hooker, Joey Porter, Jalen Hyatt, Michael Mayer. So there's a lot of guys still out there. Night 2 is going to be very interesting. In fact, I want to look real quick what we got going on. Can I sort it? Okay, so round 1 is done. Round 2. Steelers, Cardinals, and then the Lions. So the Lions already got Campbell. They got Gibbs. So we got a running back. We got a linebacker. I mean, we need defensive linemen. Joey Porter is Keon White, Joey Porter. That's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Those two stand out to me the most. I know there was talk that Joey Porter, the Lions were looking at him. I also wouldn't mind if we got Osiris Torrance. Just saying. Prospects at defensive line. So, anyways, let's open these packs. Let's see what cards we got. I've never done a Don Russ pack, so we'll see how this goes. We're doing 4 packs, 15 cards per pack, so that means there are 60 in here. Jeez, these are hard to rip. Why are they so hard? Here we go. Started. Oh my gosh. I don't want to mess the cards up inside, though. That's wild. I've never had a pack of cards so hard to open. There we go. All right. I've never done these. Jonnu Smith. Amari Cooper, Browns. Dalvin Cook. Azeez Ojulari. Devin White. Travis Kelce. Grady Jarrett. Max Crosby. DK Metcalf. TJ Hawkinson, Lions. Christian Kirksey. Zach Ertz. Trevor Lawrence. Kingsley and Nagabure. And he's actually running a 40. Kenyon Green. And what is this? You and your child could win 2 tickets to Super Bowl LVII. Wasn't that the one that just happened? Okay. Well. Yeah. Oh, well. Nothing good in the first pack. I have a feeling these are going to all just be filler cards. Nothing special. They're all going to be really hard to rip open. I can already tell. There we go. Okay. This one might have a good card at the back. Dak Prescott. A Randy Moss. Ooh, the Randy Moss is cool. It's a base card, though. Mac Jones. Gus Edwards. There is some shiny in this one. Cameron Hayward. Nick Bolton. Antonio Gates. Chase Claypool for the Steelers. Jair Alexander. LaVisca Chenault. Sony Michel. Dolphins logo. Rams card, though. He's in Rams uniform. Christian Fulton. Jelani Woods, rated rookie for the Colts. Eric Izukanma. I can't say that properly. And then we have a Dominators, Devontae Adams. Oh, that looks real nice, guys. Does it have damage on the card, or is that just the picture? I can't tell. Devontae Adams, not numbered or anything, but that is a nice-looking card. So, yeah. I gotta sleeve it. Yeah, I like that card. I'll have to look that up. It's probably maybe a $5 card. I have a feeling it's not since it's not numbered or anything. It's like a $5 card. I'm just learning about cards, so I'll do some price checks, see what's out there. But yeah, I mean, it's a nice looking card. All right, 2 more packs to go. The Jelani Woods rated rookies, cool card too. I like, when I get rookies, I do tend to sleeve those as well. So let's get this one split. So this is for the 3rd trade. All right, the first card is a Jalen Waddle, Deshaun Watson Browns, Matt Judon, Marlon Humphrey, Adam Troutman, Chidobe Awuzie, Mike Allstott, heck yeah, Najee Harris, Von Miller Buffalo Bills, Rex Burkhead, A.J. Dillon, a Peyton Manning card. All right, couple rated rookies here. We got a Treylon Burks, Andrew Booth Jr. So we'll set those aside. Put those there, and we got some color here. Looks like a gold card. Elite Series Deontay Johnson. So that's cool. No number on the front. No number on the back. But that's a pretty nice card. Pretty nice card. So we'll get it into a top loader here. Okay. Put that on top of that Devontae Adams. And one last pack for the 4th trade of night 1 in the draft. And then I'll open the rest of the packs probably off screen. But yeah, this was fun. A lot of fun. Ooh, I see color. I see color. I'm trying not to spoil it for myself, but I see it. Okay. Dalton Schultz. Donovan McNabb. J.K. Dobbins. Vinny Testaverde. J.C. Horn. Dan Fouts. That's interesting. We'll throw that on that pile. Vita Vea. Greg Newsome. Cam Akers. Bud Dupree. Ronnie Lott. Oh, Penei Sewell. I like that card. Laramie Tunsil. Rated rookie Channing Tindall with the hitting helmet. We have a numbered card, guys. We have hit on this pack. This is a press-proof gold Kenny Pickett. Number 41 of 50. That is a hit. But this card, oh man, it's got some stuff on it. Like some dirt. It wipes off. Okay, it does. This is a good one, man. 41 of 50. I am happy with that. That's a hit. That might be my best card that I've got. Love it. Okay, set that aside. So here's the good cards that we got. We got the Kenny Pickett, 41 of 50. We got the Deontay Johnson Elite Series here. Nice looking card. And then the Dominators, Devontae Adams. So those are the 3 that we hit on. I'll show you guys the rated rookies real quick. We got Channing Tindall, rated rookies. We got a Penei Sewell as a Lions fan. That's just a cool card. Dan Fouts, which obviously is a legend, so that's just a cool card to have. Treylon Burks, rated rookie. Andrew Booth Jr., rated rookie, and Jelani Woods, rated rookie. So that's what we drew from the draft trades. And yeah, so with that, guys, we're going to wrap it up for tonight. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if this is your first time. Give us a like if you like seeing this content. And we will see you guys next time. Peace out.